Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here for Diamonds and Books this week. So we have actually changed the name of the stream, but we'll still be here for around 8 hours. We are streaming to both Darvanely Designs and also to Dusty Book Sniffers. And the lovely Neva is joining us, who is a little busy at the moment because she's got Ari in the background and whatnot. So she will join us in just a moment. But I am doing some diamond painting today. You can see I'm set up with a new canvas. My other one, let me just move the camera just a little bit. You might be able to see her in the background. There she is, looking all proud. The frame's not even close to being here because I haven't ordered it yet. So she's all done and ready to go, hanging up for Halloween. And today I'm just looking for, there it is, looking for my picture. I have basically got my diamond painting ready to go. I believe Neva is kitting up as we speak. I have this one that I'm just spinning the wheel. I've numbered it 1 to 30 with each section, and I've spun the wheel, and this is what's come up so far. So I'm up to date, or somewhat up to date. So this one will be another one that'll be finished in the month of November, so that it will only take me a month to do because I do a section each day. And for those that haven't seen it, that is, well, this is my diamond painting journal. That is what Seraphina is going to look like when it is done. We've got a couple of ABs in it and all that sort of stuff as well. And today I am reading Wheel of Time, my mandatory 100 pages, which will take me up to chapter 11. And I think it's a little bit more than 100 pages. I think it's 110 pages, which will get me to chapter 11. And then I started Norma Roberts' Born in Shame. It's the last in the trilogy, so I'm going to knock that off my series list. And it was also part of the Spookoplathon roll, which was a book with a purple cover, mostly purple cover. So Neva, what are you doing today?
Well, first I'm going to ask you which Wheel of Time book you're reading, because Mariah heard you because she's sitting in here.
That's cool.
She was like, book 8.
Times, so.
Number 8.
Okay. I know I struggled on the first book for the first 200 pages, and then once I got past that, I just devoured the rest of the series and was like, "When's the next book? When's the next book?" Now the series is finished.
Sad. Yeah, Mariah loves Wheel of Time. I've only read the first 3, I think.
Yeah,
and it's been some years since I read them, so I need to do a reread. Honestly,
there is a podcast. Is it Mariah?
Yes.
Yeah, Mariah, there is a podcast. I don't know if you've heard it. It's called The Wheel Weaves on YouTube, and they go through chapters. So if you want to relive some of the Wheel of Time, they go chapter by chapter, spoiler-free, with a first-time reader, and it's a husband and wife team, and they're like all the series is going up there. I think they're up to book 12 right now, but there's hours and hours of entertainment. They are funny as, and I think you'll really, if you like it, I think you'll like, if you like the series, you'll like that, because there's a lot of things that get explained and you miss and all that sort of stuff. So it's like reliving it again. And they've also got a podcast that they talk about the show as well. So might be something that you're interested in.
So The Wheel Weaves. We'll look that up later. I'll make a note for you.
Thank you.
It's in my Discord in the Wheel of Time server, if you can't find the link. So yeah.
What am I doing? I am kitting up Night Flight, which is the square diamond painting that I started like at the beginning of September, and then I put it away to do rounds. And now we're breaking it back out.
It's come out of hiding.
It
was banished. Like it was fully banished.
I was like, I'm not gonna do this. I think it's just, but then I pulled it out, and there is more of a section done than I thought, so that gives me a little bit more hope. So we're doing that. I'm also going to I'm probably going to go back and forth between watching Gilmore Girls, because I need to finish that, and reading A Court of Mist and Fury, because I am on that. So I have that on audio.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's my plan. Although in the first sprint, I'll go upstairs and help Ari finish getting ready for bed. But after that, yeah, I'm probably just going to go back and forth between those two things while we see how long squares take me to complete, because I feel like rounds are so quick.
They do. They do go quicker. I pulled out a square one the other day that I've got, and it's not tacky. And I pulled it out because I'm doing a whip parade over on my craft channel in the next few days. And I pulled it out and I looked at it and I'm like, you go so much slower. It all came rushing back to me because I haven't worked on squares for a while. And so, yeah, it all came rushing back. Oh, you take a long time. And then I looked at it. I'm like, oh, and you're dodgy AF.
But I did finish this one.
Let me just make you a bit bigger so you can show everybody. I'll just remove myself.
But I did finish this one. There's progress pictures and all that on Instagram. And we're going to frame this one. And Mariah said she wants to hang it on the front door for the holiday of Halloween. So
it is gorgeous. I love Randall Spangler artwork. There's some really cute cross-stitch ones over on Heaven and Earth. There's one about a computer virus, and a friend of mine, she's actually stitching a Heaven and Earth on 18 count, and it's huge. And it's called the Fish Juggler, and it's absolutely gorgeous. She hit 70% done on it. She's been working on it for like 10 years. She doesn't work on it all the time, but, like she doesn't work on it all the time, but, it comes out every now and again, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And he has some amazing artwork, and they all feature the dragons. Like the dragons are so cute and adorable.
I want to get good at squares because a lot of the ones that he has for Diamond Art Club are squares. Like the one that just came out, I will not be buying that. It's like $100, but it's super long. It's like taller than the average human being. And Katie from Diamonds and Washi, she did a sneak peek of it because she is like an affiliate with them.
Yeah,
and I was like, this is a wonderful piece of art that I will never do.
Because it's all squares, right?
I'm pretty sure it's squares, and it is taller than she is. And I think she said she was like 5'2" or 5'3" in the video, and I'm 5'3", and I was like, no.
I will admire that one from afar. That is just a little bit too big. A little bit later, I'll pull out the Heaven and Earth ones and show everybody. I'll pull them out in the second chatty bit. I pulled them out of the cupboard, but I've got to wrestle to get the tape off because I resealed them up so no dust got in them. So I'll do that during the first sprint, and I can show you what they look like, because I purchased one that is in color and one that is black and white symbols so people can see the difference between, because a lot of people don't know that Heaven and Earth actually have the diamonds. You just get the canvas with them. You don't get the drills. You've got to order them separately, but they give you two fantastic people to deal with. And yeah, like I can't fault them. They were quick. You just send them off. The cross-stitch chart has all the colors in it. I've got the colors still packed away, the drills in a dark cupboard, so because I knew that I wasn't going to get to them. And they didn't come wrapped or in a white bag or anything like that. So I've got them in the back of a dark cupboard where I know that light gets into it. And so I won't be pulling them out, but they were flawless. When I had a look at them, there was no rubbish in them, because you know how when you can get from other places, you get that little bit of trashy drills and all that sort of stuff. I couldn't see any when I was looking at them. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. When you tip it all out, then you'll get some trash and all that sort of stuff, because it's inevitable. But a lot of places have a lot of trash, whereas Heaven and Earth, where I got those drills from, they didn't. Diamond Art Club, Dreamer Designs, all those sort of ones, Craftedly, they all have decent drills. So
Diamond Art Club, I did have some in Jack-o'-lantern time where like the rounds had some holes in them.
Yeah,
like
casting problems. Yeah,
but it was only like a handful of them. And when I was working on this one, I had a few that like had extra pieces. I did have a couple in the Randall Spangler one where it was like two drills stuck together, like they hadn't quite gotten cut all the way.
Yeah.
But I'm like, not ever. But they do. I know Diamond Art Club does theirs in-house too.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
I would never be like, wow, I expect these to be perfect every time. Like,
At the end of the day, they're a tiny little piece of plastic, and not everything's going to cut straight away. And for those that are new to diamond painting, if you get stuff like that, if you run the drills across your tray, it generally breaks them apart as well. And also, I never knew this, and a friend of mine told me about it. She learnt it from Add More Zest. If you get dryer sheet, you know how you get static in your drills. If you get a little dryer sheet, like dryer sheets, and just cut up a little piece and put it in the bag, it takes all the static out. So for anybody that has purchased cheap ones, I have more problem with like ones that I've got from fan sales and places like that where there's a little bit of static and whatnot. So
yeah, I use the dryer sheet method for static, and it works fine. I've seen if they're stuck together that you can put them in like a medicine bottle, with a penny.
Oh, okay.
And shake them. Now, the girl that I saw do this, she did say that it will create some static because of the penny. But that she just throws a little piece of dryer sheet in after when she goes to put it into her container or whatever. Oh no, that is not going to fit in there.
I was going to say your face completely changed then. Like, oh my god.
Well, it doesn't help also because like, so when I had kitted this kit up and then I had dekitted, like I had unkitted it. So I have them all kitted up into baggies because Diamond Art Club sends you enough baggies for your project because they literally send you everything you need. And so I can't tell quite how like big of a container I need for each of these. Yeah. So I tried to put it in the like medium sized container and it was like, no ma'am. Not
going in there.
But they're all kitted up into baggies, so I have to like pour it into the tray and then use the tray to pour into the container because otherwise I will get them all over the place and
they'll be everywhere. I opened up a bottle like after our Neva and I were having a conversation about the tray method of storing of the drills, and had we not just finished that conversation and I picked up a jar of drills and I opened them and they went everywhere all over my canvas. I'm like, and this is why I will not have the tray method.
Well, I am part of the Diamond Art Club like VIP group. So if you make a purchase from them, they send you like a thing, like it comes in in whatever kit you get. You'll get a QR code. You can join the Facebook group. So I was like, why not? Well, I forgot I was in there because I don't check it. And I was like, oh, and Katie mentioned something about the VIP Facebook group. And I was like, oh, I should go see if I ever got accepted into that group, which I did. And so I was just kind of, scrolling as one does just to see, what people post in there and everything like that. I get weary of Facebook groups sometimes. Yeah. And people were posting their storage systems because someone was like, can y'all post your storage systems? And I kid you not, there were like 500 comments on this thing and probably 300 of them were tray system storage, which I'd only seen really one person actually practice this and they're on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I was like, and when she showed it, she was like, yeah, my husband and I, we make these, blah, blah, and I was like, that's real great. And like, it's very aesthetic, but I could never, like, even with the systems that have like where the tower is like on the back of their desk, like it obviously was like a spot to sit. I was like, couldn't be me. And I saw that this one woman posted a photo and she had DAC trays with stoppers in this tower just sitting like in the middle of a table. And I was like, those don't have any lids. Like this one that I have, they have lids. So you could like
that's what I was saying.
Lids on.
Yeah.
But I still it didn't. But I still occasionally drop this. And the lid, if you drop it hard enough, the lid will pop off.
Yeah. And Diamond
And
confetti everywhere.
And you tell me that you take a whole bag of diamonds and they pour it into the tray, and then put that into a tower. So that whole bag of diamonds is just cooling out in your tray. Nope. No.
I'd have to have like laser systems around. Any alarm going off, anybody go near it. It'll be whole process. So I'm just going to stick with my little bottles because at least if I only spill a little bit of that, it's not so bad. All right, we'll check out who is in the comments. We've got Tina joining us, currently attached to a cup of cold water because I burnt myself. Oh my goodness. And eating mac and cheese. Oh my goodness. How did you do that? Oh, although I must admit, hot glue gun and me do not get along at all. Hello, Chris. Welcome. Question for Nicole. How do you secure the edge of your cross-stitching canvas? Because securing it with hot glue didn't go super well. I do not use hot glue anywhere near my cross-stitch. I may use a bit of hot glue if I put something like a flower pick or something on the corner, but generally I don't use hot glue. I use a glue called Crafter's Pick, and it's the ultimate glue. It's non-toxic, acid-free. It's readily available in the US because that's where I get my supply from. I'm just trying to see if I have any of my... Oh, and the other one I use, hang on, I'll just grab it. Is a tacky glue. I use that. Now, when I finish my... so I'm assuming that you're wrapping around something. If I'm putting it in a frame... Let me just think. I have a frame that's, I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. Let me just hang on a sec. I'll just find it. I've got a frame somewhere. It might be this one that I've done lacing on. Let me just find something to get this open. It'll only take me a couple of minutes. But if you look up on YouTube how to finish a cross stitch, many tutorials will come up. But most people, when they put it in a frame, they do what they call lacing. Okay, so you can see there that it's got lots of, so this is a 12 weight cotton that I've used. You can use upholstery cotton as well. And basically all I'm doing is just going backwards and forwards and putting a little bit of pressure on it, and it stops it from, I mean, it's not pretty, but it's not supposed to be pretty. No one sees it. And then it takes all the wrinkles out because you're going probably every half inch I've gone there, and then the same down this way. And then I've gone diagonal just because there was a little bit of just needed a little bit of a tug just to get the corner secured. And so, yeah, and then you just basically put it in a frame. This one doesn't have any glass in the frame because when I was framing it, I cracked the glass. So, yeah, that happens too. So just be aware of that. I have issues with being heavy-handed at times, obviously, because I crack. And it was just, I knew as soon as I moved the tab to put it down to secure the back, I knew that I put just that little bit too much pressure, and I just heard a tink. That's all it was. And that was a nice little crack all the way down. So this one has no glass, which then you have the problem of dust and all that sort of stuff. But I just dust it regularly with a microfiber cloth, just one of these microfiber cloths, and I just sort of flick it like that, and it just gets any dust off and whatnot. And it's up on the wall, so no one's touching it either. So that is how I finish them. But I would just get on YouTube and look up for cross-stitching finishing. My go-to person when I first started was Twisted Stitcher. I'm just trying to, I think her name is Vonna. She does it as it's her job. That's what she does. And she finishes a lot of stuff for shops and everything in the US. But she has some she's very blunt. So just be aware that she sometimes feels like she's talking at you. But she's very knowledgeable on how to finish things. And she's very free and easy with her information. So you can go and check her out. Hello, Lexi. How you doing? Doing some cleaning first tonight, then probably dive back into Stranger Upstairs. Sounds interesting. Nice thriller book by the sounds of it. commenting on a booktube and have the craft one on TV. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hello, Brittany. I'm assuming you're finished your sprints now, that you're in the comments. Thank you for the shout out too. Really appreciate it. Are you still reading, or have you finished up for the night? Hey, Anne, how you going? Saying hey, Nicole and Neva. I'll be reading the newest release by Shari Lapena.
Sherry
Lapena.
Lapena.
Yeah. Everyone here is lying. I am trying to get 100 pages of Wheel of Time, but the library book is due back on the 10th. Ooh, cutting it fine. Good evening, Jen. How are you today? I'll be diamond painting during the chats and reading The Adventures of Amina Al-Safar. Yeah, thank you. I'm hopeless with names. I just need to point to someone and off you go. Going to finish the first part of Ink Blood Sits the Scribe. I have that sitting on my shelf and I've been wanting to pick it up. I should have messaged you. We could have buddy read it together. But never mind, you're almost done. So, or the first part anyway. Hello, Nana. How are you going? I have under 60 pages of a German classic left. It's hard, but still very good read, and I hope to make some more progress on it today. Awesome. If I go a little bit funny, the comments keep flashing in StreamYards. I don't know if it's happening at your end, but it keeps doing it on my end every time.
It's not happening on my end, but I have that issue if I'm the one streaming sometimes, where it'll it's like the comments jump for some reason.
Yeah. So if I miss anybody's comments, I do apologize. It is jumping around a little bit, but yeah. Last night I finished my first cross-stitching project. Yay! And this morning I start a cat ghost. Awesome. I'm hoping to get to the Born in Ice this month. Awesome. That's the first one, isn't it? I can't remember. Second one, maybe? I can't remember. I'm happy to close this out. Like, I listened to the first two, and this one was sent to me in a book box. So I thought, oh, well, I'll close that out. In the chatty bits, I am crocheting and working on a blanket. Awesome. Chrissy has also joined us this morning. Good morning. I need to listen to my bingo prompt, mistakes and other lovers, and also have 100 pages left on my bingo pick from a couple of weeks ago. I still have 2-3 on the go. I've got Pride and Prejudice, which will just take forever because it's not my favourite book. And I'm only doing it because the diehard Jane Austen fans asked me to revisit it again. And so, all right, I'm revisiting it. But, yeah, it's still – I'm not a hopeless romantic. Just saying. The people in it annoy me. Just saying. But I appreciate her work for what it is. Just saying that too. So don't come at me, Austen fans. It's all good. Coda has also joined us today. I have a dentist appointment in 25 minutes, but I'll be back after that to read The Wheel of Time and work on my first diamond painting. Yay! Well, you've come to the right place.
Also, Coda followed me, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and when I tell you I saw the notification while I was at work, and I might have screamed a little. I was like, I've made it. Okay, I have made it on the internet.
Coda's fabulous. I'm watching the Wheel of Time series at the moment, very slowly, I might add. But I'm just kind of like sending messages. I'm like, well, that was intense. I'm sitting there eating my lunch, which is probably not a good time to watch Wheel of Time when there's Trollocs involved. And yeah, it was when Nynaeve was we've seen what happened to her after she was taken, and then she's laying on the ground and the Trolloc goes over and looks like it's being all caring. No, it wasn't. I'm just like, okay, I think I need to just set my lunch aside just for a moment while I get my stomach back. And I'm like, that was intense. And I'm just like, wow. But just like the casting of the people and whatnot, I think they did okay. Perrin could have been better, and Coda also agrees with me on that as well. I'll leave you on the TV while I'm gone. Thank you very much. I appreciate the watch time of Butterflies and Books, going back and forth between listening The Turn of the Key by Ruth Ware and reading Wretched by Emily McIntyre. Emily McIntyre, that's Hooked author, isn't it?
Yeah. So Wretched is the Wizard of Oz retelling.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't read that one yet. I've
Um,
read Hooked, and I gave Hooked 5 stars.
I gave Hooked 4 stars.
I gave Scarred 2 stars.
But that's a common theme. A lot of people didn't like Scarred.
Here's the thing. Scarred is a Hamlet retelling, which is fine and great and dandy. I felt like the slow burn was too slow. And I like a slow burn. I just felt like, why are we 75% into this? And our female main character is still with, the original man. So, like, if you think of it, like, in terms of The Lion King, which is also a Hamlet retelling, she modeled the names of them after Scar, Mufasa, and Sarabi.
Yeah.
But, like, she's still with the Mufasa character 75% into the book. I don't understand. But I read Crossed also.
Yep.
I gave that one 6 stars. That was fantastic. That's the Hunchback Notre Dame retelling. But the whole point of those is that the villain, right? They win in the end.
Yeah. Awesome. I might just skip Scarred. They're all standalone, so
yeah, they're all standalones. Like, they don't like, she does give some like Easter eggs, like in Crossed, which is the newest one. She gave some Easter eggs to what the last book of the series is going to be. A lot of us think it's going to be The Little Mermaid.
Yep.
Just because there's some Easter eggs in there, but like otherwise they are, like, if you just read them, like, they're standalones, like, they're fine. Brianna I think liked Scarred. I think she gave it like 3 or 4 stars, and I was like, I didn't know. I mean, I went into it for the romance. I probably would have given it a higher rating if I had gone into it understanding that I needed to be following the politics part.
Yeah.
But I didn't read it to follow the politics, so I didn't care.
Yeah. But see, I probably would be the same, because I don't generally like politically driven books. I prefer, like, I would assume that you'd go there for the romance, because it is, like, especially after Hooked, and all that sort of stuff. All right, we also have ML joining us as well, and that is so cute, Neva. Wow, Neva, that is amazing. We're obviously talking about your Wrangle Spangler artwork. It's very nice. It's gonna look great on the, like, I love the sparkle, like in the lighting that you have, because it's getting on, well, it's dark there now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty dark here, and I just have my ring light sitting in front of me.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that ring light just shows how sparkly they are when you look at them.
Yeah, I finished it this morning before I went to bed, because I was like, listen, I have this one section, because I was like, well, I'll just go to bed, I'll finish the section later, and I was like, this is gonna bother me if I don't. It was like one single section.
You're obsessed.
When I say a section, it was smaller than, like, it's half of one of these.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would have bugged me too.
Like this month, and I was like, it's got to get done. It's just.
I've been obsessed like that with a painting that I've had to get done, and I'm like this at the table.
Yeah, it was this size.
And just like, oh, well, that was, that.
And I was like, it's got to go. It's got to go.
So total hours you spent on that one was 35 hours, was it?
Like 35 hours and 40 some minutes.
Cool. And you timed that whole thing, didn't you, that one?
Yeah, I did time the entire thing, because I just wanted to see. It did take me about 10 days to do it. But really, I was only working on it like in the morning time, because I sit down here until Ari goes to school, and then also I see Mariah before she goes to work if I sit down here. So I diamond paint for usually about 2 hours. I put Ari on the bus. I finish whatever section I was on. That's usually another like 30 to 45 minutes, and then I go to bed, and then it doesn't usually get picked up again until like the next morning.
Yeah.
So
And do you find that, like I find with me, if I do it just before I go to sleep, I sleep better?
yeah,
Have you
I'll
found that?
diamond paint for that little bit of time, and then I'll go upstairs and I'll read like a chapter off my Kindle, and then I'm
Yep.
like, good night world.
I'm out. See ya. Like if I'm going, like, because I suffer from insomnia quite a bit, and if I'm finding that I'm not sleeping well, I just do some diamond painting where I'm not having to think about anything. I don't have any noise around or anything like that, and I just I'll diamond paint for an hour or so, and then I find I can go to sleep really easy and stay asleep a bit longer as well.
Yeah, and I do usually, if my goal is to go to sleep, so like when I bring Ari back in, I usually switch from like watching something to listening to a book, because then I'm not stimulated by the screen.
Yeah. And it's so tempting to sit there and just keep watching TV. Hello, Bree. Thanks for joining. I have 23 minutes left on Shade of Madness, and then I'll be splitting my time between editing and reading Bride. Excellent. Hello, Ro. Thanks for joining. 8 hours. Have fun. Yeah, we generally hang around for a little while on a Friday and Thursday night. Monica, afternoon, everybody. Going to be working today and listening to Delicious Monsters by Leslie Sambury. Sounds like a good book. Hi, Katrina. Thank you for joining. Christina,
I think.
Yep. Sorry.
I would just be calling her Kay. I'm not gonna lie.
Exciting news too. Neva has her first whip and chat going up on her channel this week.
Tomorrow at noon, it will be up on my channel. If you're a member, then you can already watch it because it's already up in the membership. But tomorrow at noon, it will be going live for the rest of the world. Have fun. I filmed it at like 4:45 in the morning. So, like, I got off and I was like, I have the energy to film. So I just did it. It was fun. It was a fun time.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to watching it. Switching between a couple of books tonight and working on a blanket. I can almost see the end. Awesome. You have been working on that for some time, so it's good to see the end of it. Hello, Amy. Thank you for joining.
Amy. I feel like I never see Amy anymore. I miss you, Fred.
Working on the bullet journal tonight as well. I'm excited to join in after class. Excellent, Emma. Thank you for joining. Good morning, Kylie. How are you today? Elena has also joined us. Good evening, Nicole and Neva. I will return my 3 books and picking up one that is ready to pick up from the local library. That is awesome. Hello, Crystal. How are you today? What diamond paintings are we working on today? I will show you my picture of what I'm working on. I'm working on Serafina. It is quite a big one. It is 73 centimeters by 55 centimeters, and that's what it's going to look like when it's finished. And I've broken my chart up into sections. And I do a little section each day, except on Fridays I just seem to do it all day. But anyway, or I catch up generally. And Neva is kitting up. Is it Harry Potter? Something Harry Potter that Neva is kitting up, which she'll show us in just a moment.
Yes, I'm here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm doing this one. It's already kitted up, so I've started working on it again. It's squares. I feel like it's gonna take me 500 years. But this is what is this called? Night Flight? Yeah, it's a 15 by 13 inch, so a 38 by 33 centimeter. So it is smaller than the one that I just did.
Mm-hmm. So you should have it done in no time, right?
Sure. If the squares cooperate. Sure.
If the squares cooperate, that's right. Do you guys seal your diamond painting? No, I actually don't. I put mine up behind, depending where I'm putting it in the house. I've got some that are near my bathroom, so I have them under glass. But then other ones I've got under perspex, just to keep the dust out and everything. But I've never sealed any of mine.
I've not sealed any, but I think I am going to seal this one because it's going to get hung on the door.
Yeah.
So it does void like the warranty or whatever, but with this one, I think I'm just going to seal it and go away.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But I don't know if but like Ari's, I don't think I'm going to seal those because I'm going to put them behind glass, like in picture frames.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never felt the need to, like, even the first one that I've done, which is behind Perspex, I have never felt the need to seal them. I do roll them before I put them in the frame, though, just to make sure that they are all sticking and all that sort of stuff. And it hasn't slipped down or anything like that. I used a bit of tacky glue on the first one, but since then I started using double-sided tape to adhere them to a piece of mat board. And I found that works better than the tacky glue. I didn't have to wait. It just stuck down. And I use, off the top of my head, I think it is an inch wide double-sided tape. And it's museum tape, so it's acid-free. And because everything that I use, because I use fabric and all that sort of stuff, everything I have in adhesives is acid-free. If it's not acid-free, it can eat into your project. Takes a long time, but it still can do it. So, and I've never felt the need. Although, if there is a trick that I did see where it's not sealing as such, but it's using a scrapbooking powder. I think it's embossing powder on white. So when you've got a lot of white, it can look really pixelated and whatnot. And they've used the embossing powder, put it on there, and then just rubbed it in, and it's gone into the grooves and stuck down, and it's made it look a lot smoother. So on facial areas and stuff like that. And there's like a clear one, and they've used a white one as well. So that's I haven't got anything with white, like a lot of white in it. This is probably the first piece that I have, but it's round. So it's not really an issue. The square ones, I tend to have more issues where there's white, where they're not sitting up properly and all that sort of stuff. Christy is also here. Hello. Don't know if I'm going to read The Silent Patient or do a section of my diamond painting. Do a section of diamond painting and then read a bit later. I'm also reading Everyone's Here Is Lying. Awesome. All right, how many comments do we still have quite a number of comments, so we might go to our first sprint because we've hit the 40-minute mark of chit-chatting and all the rest of it. So we are going to do a 45-minute sprint. And put that. I'm also commenting from the book channel and have the craft channel on TV, and boot the like button. Thank you very much, everybody, for that. I appreciate it. And Amy's Bookish Life, Anne's Journey, I'm a little behind, about 50 pages, so that's not too bad. I'm reading a biography, and Nothing Traumatic, so good. That is awesome. However, she keeps writing, I don't remember anything. I keep shouting, why did you write a biography then? That makes it a little bit, like, is she telling the truth? That's the thing. All right, what we might do is go to our first 45-minute sprint. We are going to be using the Cackling Witch timer today. So be prepared, everybody. This is the disclaimer. We have a Cackling Witch at about the 4-second mark. It is not the zombie apocalypse. If you've got me on in two places, the witches are not surrounding your house. And that, but I will turn it down on my YouTube channel, so that might make it a little less scary for everybody. But just know that I am using this one. It is funny for the most part. A lot of people have been scared by it, and I do apologize. But it's a cute timer, and I want to use it today. So yeah. All right, let's get it started. Happy crafting and reading, everybody, and we'll see you in 45 minutes. Alrighty, how did everybody go with that sprint? I went and quickly took off when we went to a sprint, realised what the time was, and hadn't heard my daughter, who was supposed to be at work at 10 o'clock, bolted through the house. You awake? She's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I just hadn't heard any noise. I didn't think you were up, because she got her license last week and she went for her first time driving over to Toowoomba, which is about just over 2 hours away, all by herself. Went off shopping, got some books and all that sort of stuff, and got another ear piercing. And yeah, she's not really impressed. Like, she wanted to get a belly button pierced, and we went to find out if she could or not. And because she's got really small features, so she's got like little pixie ears, and like, without the point obviously, but like little tiny ears, and she doesn't have enough skin on her belly button to get it pierced. So she's like the only place that she can really get, and even her nose is too small to get a piercing as well. So so she's got like all this hardware in her ears at the moment, but it's very like a lot of small stuff. You can barely notice it because she works with the public and all that sort of stuff as well. So, and she has to wear a headset and all that. So, yeah. But she wasn't very impressed that she couldn't get pierced. Like, she went to 4 different places. I'm like, piercing places aren't going to say something like that if they can do it. They're, they're a business. They're not.
They want your money.
Yeah. And she's like, I just had to keep asking. And I'm like, well, kudos to you for trying. So yeah. How'd you go?
I watched like an episode and a half of Gilmore Girls, and I got some more of this painting done. Here's the thing, okay, about the squares. I cannot multi-place squares, so I'm currently doing the checkerboard method. Does it take longer? Yes. But do they go on straighter doing it this way? Also, yes. So I guess. I don't know that squares are going to be my favorite thing, too.
No. If you don't like them, like, there's something, like, as you said, Randall Spangler's artwork, it mostly comes in squares. So it's going to be a situation like, if you like an artist, you're going to have to be very selective with what you pick to do, and know that it's going to take you a long time, and it's not a project that you're going to speed through.
And at least with him, like, I'm not really interested in like the super, because he does super big ones. Like, he has super like long ones that are meant to like go across an entire wall, which is great, but I'm not doing that in squares.
No. And he has a lot of stuff in his artwork as well. Like, if you go and have a look at it. Like, it took me a long time. Like, I never thought that I wanted to do like poster size ones. I've done like, your 50 centimeters by 30 centimeters, or your 30 40s and stuff like that. But, and I'm okay with squares now, but I do prefer rounds. So I just know that while I'm doing a square, I want it to sit perfectly, but knowing sitting on top of it, it's like with quilting, when you're sitting on top of something, you see all the imperfections and it starts to grate on your nerves. You have to take a step back, and that's what I do with squares. I'll do a little bit at a time, and then I'll set it aside and do round ones for ages, and then I'll come back and do the square one. Like, I'll have a good nudge at it then. Whereas if I'm just doing squares all the time, it's like, no, I don't think so.
I am contemplating going upstairs and grabbing one of the round ones out of the closet and kitting it up so that maybe I can just switch between.
Well, if you're doing stuff on sprints, you could always do, like, have 2 kitted up, one round, one, and that square one. And then for one sprint, do 45 minutes on it, or an hour, whatever the sprint is, and then swap it out and do the other one.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Because I have figured out that it is much more tedious to do the squares.
Yeah.
So I get tired of doing them quick, because I can sit and do rounds for however long. But I do have 2 of like poster size ones, but they're both rounds. So thank God for that, because They would just. But I don't.
Admittedly, I have a couple of square ones coming from Diamond Art Club. They're winging their way here as we diamond paint today. I got a notification, and I'm like, I want to do them, but I'm also not wanting to do them.
Yeah, the two big ones that I have are rounds, but I don't really want to do them right now because they are summer.
Yeah,
they're very summery.
Yeah.
Kits, so I don't really want to do them. But I have, like I have a Hedwig one upstairs that I could do. That is rounds, so I might bring that down. And then I'm still doing Harry Potter, but it's just different.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Like, and you got to do it because if you're not enjoying it, you won't do it, and you'll end up giving up on it. So, and that's like with anything. Like if you're not enjoying it, just stop, move on to something else. The same as with our books. Like we DNF our books all the time. So,
right,
yeah. And it doesn't mean that you're not going to finish it. It just means it's just going to take a little bit longer. And like when you make friends with the fact that you've got a million projects sitting there that you haven't done, like I do with cross stitch. I've got like 65 projects on the go with cross stitch. So once you make friends with that, you're okay with it. Like, and as because I'm a multi-crafter, so I've got like up here, I've got about 12 projects on the go, quilting projects. I've got 65 at last count. Actually, it's probably a little bit less than that because I have finished a couple this year. But when I started the year, I had 65 whips. Yeah, so like I just make friends with it. Diamond painting is probably the only one that I don't have multiple projects, although my daughters have now given me multiple projects because they've started stuff and not finished it. So I've got drills in storage that is nothing. Yeah, I need the storage. So now I've got to finish their projects. And I'm like, you little witches need to stop starting stuff.
Yeah, I have another storage container down here. So I think I might run upstairs during the next sprint and kit up the Hedwig kit because it's smaller too.
Yeah.
And then I can kind of just go between those two kits. Like if I feel like doing some rounds, do some rounds. If I feel like doing some squares, do some squares. And I think it'll be fine.
Personally, I prefer to do square drills in the morning when my eyes are fresh.
After you've slept, yeah.
Yeah, I've slept and my hands are a little bit more steady. You know, I haven't had like 40 cups of coffee. Like at the end of the day, you're like this. I'm not that I drink 40 cups of coffee, but you know what I mean? Like if you've had too many cups of coffee, you got a little bit of shakes and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I find that I have better success in the morning.
Yeah, and my day, as ridiculous as it sounds, is really, just beginning at this point. So I'm going to finish the section that I'm on because it's not a very big section. And then I think I'll reflect and be like, do we want to do some rounds? Yeah.
Just have them side by side. Do a little here, do a little there.
Just go grab it. And because right now I have both of my completed projects are like, there's like a shelf that I sit next to, and I have them just like under there. So I could just like slide it on top. Come back to it when I'm ready.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that sounds like a really good plan. All right. Let's see how everybody else went. Oh, I also done some diamond painting. So I'm working on this section here. I'm not going to lift it up again. But I haven't got too much. So I picked up section 14 or 16 or something. 14. So let me turn that light off. You'll probably see it a bit better. So the section that I'm doing is this size.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the little bit that I'm doing, and I'm almost finished that. So yeah, it's just because if I move it again, I've got to move everything else out of the way. So I did myself a favor this week and got myself a keyboard that plugs into my laptop. So if I've got to type anything, I don't have to stretch when the computer's away from me. It's made a big difference to my arm this week because I've got a strain injury from too much diamond painting and stretching and not sitting properly. And I've been on the computer. So yeah, I pick up a cup and I'm like, yep, swap hands. Can't lift that cup up. All right, so this is a question for you, Neva.
Yes, I have in the past, like before the pandemic more so. I was, I suppose, considered a wedding singer. It was mostly for friends and family, but I did do a couple of weddings where I did not actually know the people, but they were like friends of friends or family of friends. Um, I've also sung at funerals, but only for family. It's not my favorite thing to do.
No, I would. Weddings, yes. If I was a singer, and like you do not want to ever hear me.
My family has requested before for me to sing at certain people's funerals, and I'm like, listen, I will do it, but also if I start crying in the middle of it, you're just gonna have to go with the flow. Like, I'm not trying to be.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
at a funeral, for God's sake.
yeah, like funerals are like hectic as it is. Then trying to get up and sing, but then I suppose if it's something that you do regularly, you have that persona, you have that professional persona, that part of your brain that you can switch off and
I
start
think
practice.
the last funeral that I actually sang at was my uncle's funeral. I was like 16. He was technically like my great uncle or something. I don't know, but he was my uncle. And my aunt asked me if I would sing. Well, she asked my grandma, who then asked me. And I was like, did she have a song? So I sang the song. And it was fine. I made it through it fine. I mean, I loved my uncle, but I managed to like shut that part off. But then after that, I was like, I was asked to sing at my opa's funeral, and I graciously declined. I was like, there's no way I won't get through a song.
No, I wouldn't have been able to no way. Even if like not that I'd be able to get up in front of anybody and sing anyway. I do all my singing in the shower where maybe my neighbours can hear me and probably put earplugs in because I cannot hold a tune to save my life. I have been known to lip sync the Australian anthem when there are people near me. Just so they don't have to hear me. But it
still looks like you're participating.
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, no. No chance. Hello, Jean. Thanks for joining this morning. Just ordered dinner and reading Tyrant's Alpha's Rejected Mate and 30% no smart yet. Oh, that's not good. I like my smart to be almost instant.
I like it to be, if you are going to advertise it as smut, like I need it in the first 10%. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like intense. It just has to be there.
No, there needs to be something, a spark, a little bit of a flame, anything.
Make me feel
pizza for dinner tonight.
Me?
Yep.
Yes, I made a pizza. It's what we eat on Springs.
Yeah. It's sprinting food. Emily McIntyre said her cancer is back, but she started writing this week. Oh my goodness.
Her cancer is back. She posted like to her stories. I think I shared her post that she made like on her Instagram page to my stories. I don't know if it's still up. It might be over the 24 hours, but she said that they went because she had, what is it called, a mastectomy, you know, when they remove your breasts. So she had that mastectomy.
Yeah,
mastectomy.
No, I said mastectomy actually, but
okay,
mastectomy. Okay, all right, got it. Okay, she had that done, so she had full removal, but then she noticed more lumps on one side, so she went back in and they like biopsied it and everything like that, and told her that it's back. So
not good.
Yeah,
that's not good at all. Okay. That's me when I have 100 pages left to read in a book. I have to finish it, yeah. And then that last 100 pages takes hours. Like you've sped through the book, and that last 100 pages just like it feels like it's just gone. Like, is this book finished yet or what?
That's definitely how I felt with this painting. I was like, let me just do it.
Yeah.
And then it only took me like 15 minutes to finish, but it felt like it took 4 hours. I was like, come on, man. Because I looked at the clock. I was like, it only took me 15 minutes. Why does it feel like I ran a marathon?
Yeah, you've been there for hours and hours. Okay, this is a silly question. Anyway, how do you eat your bananas, Neva? Do you want to answer this? I don't. It's a silly bet. When you're eating a banana, do you peel it and eat the banana, or do you leave the peel on and eat the banana and remove the peel when you're done at the bottom, when you get to the bottom? Don't know. I'd never thought about it before.
If I have to think about it, I'm pretty sure that I just eat it as I peel it.
Yeah.
Mariah,
It
when you
depends, because if I'm making a fruit salad, I peel it and chop it up. So,
But I mean, it depends on.
unless I like need to throw the peel
Like,
away for some reason.
It depends on where the pan is.
But like if I'm just like sitting at my house eating a banana, like I peel as I go.
Yeah, same.
If I'm eating a banana, usually I'm also eating it like next to the trash can or close to it.
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah, I generally just will, like, if I'm grabbing it as a snack on the go, I just peel it as I go. But if I'm putting it in a fruit salad, which is most time is what I do with my bananas, I peel it, chop it up, and yeah. So it purely depends on how I'm
the scenario.
Yeah. Hey Storm, how you going? Listening to Camp Sylvania by Julie Murphy, a middle grade story with vampires. Sounds like a lot of fun. Amy also says from earlier on that she misses you too, Neva. Thumbs up, big mouthful of food. I have parent-teacher conferences and no one signed up tonight. Oh, really? So I have eyelids.
I think she means earbuds.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's interesting. Listening to Fourth Wing as a grade. Awesome. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? Hello, Snazzy Moose. A lot of people joined during the just before we went to the sprint, but we had been talking for 40 minutes already. So we're going to smash through these. I'm reading Dead Silence while I wait for my project. I'm attempting to make a mold so I can make a stand out of resin. Awesome. I need to learn how to do resin because I need to have lava pens in my life and not pay $160 for them to be delivered. So... And someone keeps teasing me. It's fine. I love that one that you just showed me before. That was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
It's so cool. And it has two. She said that she put 2 colors of lava in, which isn't something like that pen that she made was the first one that she did that with. So there's a red, like blood red lava, and then a black sparkly lava. I don't know. She sent it out today, so I'm ready for it to get here.
It's good. Read 12 pages. That is awesome. I spent the sprint watching YouTube reactions to the hobbling scene in Misery. That's a good movie. 22 pages. Awesome. Go, Brittany. You're going to get to section 1 tonight. And move on to, what was it, Bride? Most of the sprint, I was watching TikTok, then read 9% of Killer Blonde by Laura Levine, and cross-stitching. Awesome. Everybody's doing a little bit of craft. How many kids do I have? I have 4. I have one boy who is 30. I have a 25-year-old daughter, almost 25-year-old daughter, rather. I have, as of today, a 19-year-old daughter and a 17-year-old daughter. And I used to have a grandchild live with me up until 2 years ago, and she's gone back to her mum, and she belongs to the 25-year-old. So, yeah. What is multi-something with diamond painting? Multi-placing is where you place more than one drill at a time. So, right now, I'm swinging between 4 and 6. I'm getting the 6 down pat, especially for like when you've got a big area of one color, multi-placing is really good. If you've got like confetti, single placing is really good. So that's pretty much the only way I can explain it. So
yeah,
like there's this.
And a lot of people struggle with it because it does take a little bit of practice. I did all the cleaning and have a load in the washer. Oh, that reminds me, I've got to put washing on. Thank you for reminding me, Lexi. I do have a ton of washing that I've got to do before tomorrow. Got 75% into that one. Awesome. Which we've established that I don't know how to say that. Hubby is reading Into the Drowning Deep to us and still working. Awesome. Tina is working on 2 cross-stitch projects. One mentioned earlier, a ghost cat, and a very small one that is 1 foot and times 2 foot, and one that is 1 foot times 2 foot, and it's a Christmas pattern. Which Christmas pattern is that? That's not little. That's huge. Only has one color. Do you mean inches? Like, yeah, because that feet is big, isn't it? Isn't that like 12 inches? That's really bad conversion math right there. It's only one color, and it's a little Christmas town and Merry Christmas sign. Awesome. Is there a non-spoilish cast of characters for the Wheel of Time? For the show, I'm not too sure. I think the Will Weaves actually does a podcast for it, and I'm not 100% sure whether it's spoilery or not, because I haven't looked into it because I've only just started watching the show. But I do know that their bookish one is non-spoilery. So the wife of the husband and wife team, the husband's read it, my understanding is several times, and absolutely, like, it's his favorite all-time series, absolutely loves it and all that sort of stuff, and wanted his wife to experience it as well. And so she started reading it, and they go chapter by chapter, and it's all non-spoilery. So you can go and listen to the third season of it and not get anything spoiled. You'll just know what's happening in the story, like where they've progressed. So I don't advise that you jump ahead if you haven't read the books, but I know that they are non-spoilery if you should happen to just have it playing on in the background and you are listening to it. Coda has been listening to it as he reads the chapters and all the rest of it, going on to the podcast. I went back and listened to some of the end of season 5 because I put book 5 down and didn't go back to it for 2 months. And so I was and then I was listening to it in the car, and I felt a little bit confused. I wasn't 100% sure what was going on. Well, I felt like that. As it turns out, I was okay with it because when I listened to the podcast, which I think was the last 3 hours of that season, I listened to, I was okay. I'm like, oh yeah, I know. All right, I understood what was going on. I just felt like I hadn't because I put it down.
Commingle.
The storylines are so similar. They're so similar. I started out reading The Sword of Truth in high school, and my mom asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and I told her I wanted the whole series, the books, and she accidentally got me Wheel of Time instead.
I love Into the Drowning Deep. I think I have multiple projects. I think I have multiple projects going is better for productivity, like reading. Yeah. I've got a whole, there's a box up on top of my shelf there that as I finish cross stitch projects, I'll just put them in. All my poster size diamond paintings, because I had a bit of a break from diamond painting. So I've got 2 projects that I was working on prior to these poster ones, or 3 projects. One of them was not mine. One of them was my daughter's, and she doesn't want to finish it. So, and it's all butterflies, but it won't take long because it's not overly big. I have them underneath here because it keeps them nice and flat. So I'll show you a couple, and I have one other one that I'm working on. So this one here, you can't see it. This is a double-sided tape one. So this is what a double-sided tape looks like. It doesn't have the cellophane on the front, and it is squares. But this here, because I haven't done it in a while, is not tacky. So I've got to get some pour glue to put in there. And I think I found some on AliExpress. I haven't ordered it yet. So this one is a Day of the Dead girl. That's what she looks like. I have a little bit of a fascination with Day of the Dead. So I've done across all the way across, but I've still got the cover sheet on there because, as I said, some of the areas that you can see there that aren't done are not tacky. So I've got to get some glue to get them to tack down. This is the one that my daughter done. This one was from a place called Easy Whim, and they had like a diamond painting subscription box, and I think I got about 8 or 9. They've since gone out of business. They're no longer doing it. This one has release papers on it, and it was a butterfly one that my daughter started. It is a square drill. That's why it's still sitting there. That's probably why she's not doing it. This one, however, is a round drill, and this one is one that I started ages ago. It is a Surly Cat. That's what I do. I craft stuff. I hate people, and I know things is what it says. So I figured that was nice to have in my sewing room. So I've got to finish that. And there's one other one that I have no idea where that is. It's in a post pack too, because I have to finish that off. It's a gift for a friend, and I'm sending it down to another friend that lives near her. She's going to frame it for me and then go and drop it around at her place. So I don't have to transport the frame and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. But I normally do not have that many projects on the go. I'll have a small one and then a big one, and that's it. But this year I'm just going to finish them in a month and just do big ones and break them up into sections. Where were we up to? Since we're all family, sing a little song, Ashley says. Neva says,
I will post something to the Instagram. I'll see if I can post it to the community tab. Can you post videos to the community tab?
I think so.
If not, I'll make it like a what is that? A short or whatever?
Yeah, sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure you can. I don't know.
I'll post something for you.
Yeah. And all the contact information for Neva is down below. I haven't added your Instagram, but it is the same name as your channel. So
yeah, everything is the same.
Yeah. So it
I
makes
have
it nice
book talk
and easy.
too, but like, do I post there? Absolutely not. I don't do that. Book talk scares me. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I go and watch it, and the things that I hear, it scares me. It really does. I don't want to go there. It's not going to do anything for my self-esteem going there. A few years ago, I was asked if I wanted a job as a professional mourner at funerals. There is no way I could do something that emotional. No. That's heavy. Jigra says, Neva, the diamond arts you have been posting on Instagram are beautiful. They are.
I literally do them the way they're charted. I know people be talking about enhancements and all that stuff. Absolutely not.
I don't I use portrait mode on my camera to take the pictures because it blurs out a lot of the background. But that's about it. That's all I do. Especially when I'm doing sections and I'm doing updates on my Facebook group. But yeah,
I watch a lot of people on YouTube that are like, yeah, I added these sparklers or these ABs, and I'm like, I literally buy this so I don't have to think about it. So it's gonna get done the way that they charted it, because clearly they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, that's it. Someone's got a job, they know how to do it. There are smart versions of Jane Austen novels. There's a smart version of Persuasion called Virtues and Vices. It starts with Sir Walter and Lady Russell going into the bushes for some smart activities. That is a Jane Austen I can get behind. The other stuff, not so much. There's a few questions just being asked in the comments, so I'm just going to skip those ones. Just talking about to each other. Doing my section of diamond painting and just got done talking to my best friend. That is awesome. All right, we might go to another sprint after this one. Hey, got busy and forgot to come back. Finished Camp Sylvania. Thought it was good. Not sure I want to pick up the next one. Oh, look at that. We are actually at the end of the comments. Look at that. Ashley and Jigra are commenting to each other about a different book that they're reading, which I have not heard of. But then I don't know the name is a series of cozy books. I generally, so. And Ashley has ordered pizza. I like watching you eat that pizza. I'm thinking to myself, I need to order pizza for lunch. That's what I need to do. Or maybe make a quesadilla, maybe.
Mine is definitely from the freezer.
I don't have any. I don't think I've got any pizza in the freezer. Normally we go to Costco and we get one of their big pizzas. Then we bring it home and just wrap up the individual slices, and we'll just have 1 or 2 slices for dinner and whatnot. But yeah, I think Narrowly cleaned me out last time. So let me just get this moving along to 45 minutes, and we'll go to another sprint. Why are you not highlighting for me. Come on. Let's go. Oh, it's being difficult. Please don't do that. Just be nice. Come on. All right. Well, it's not letting me drag this or whatnot. So let me just refresh this page. It's doing something weird. And hopefully it wasn't too scary, the witch sound last time, because I reduced the level of the volume when I
It was a good volume.
yeah, cool. Awesome.
It didn't sound like the Wicked Witch of the West was ascending on our house, you know?
Yeah, that was pretty full on that first day that we used it.
Maybe she'd be descending because she'd be coming from the sky. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with my page here, so I'm going to open up oh, okay. Something has gone awry with my timer at the moment. It seems to be doing something weird. I'm going to go back in and reopen this up. So just bear with me for a moment. Hopefully that is still sharing. What is going on? It's not even starting. All right. Well, I don't know what's happening with the timer. I'm going to open up a different browser and see if that helps, because it's all right, maybe that might help. I know what the problem was. I was leaning on my drawer was leaning on my keyboard. There you go. I've got these little drawers on here, so I've got all my stuff sitting in it today. And yeah, so we've got over the technical difficulties that I've created for myself. And let's go to our sprint. Happy crafting and reading, everybody. And we will see you when we come back. All right, we are back. How did you go in that sprint, everybody? Let us know in the comments how far you got with what you did, or if you've just joined, say hello. I am up to chapter 8 in Wheel of Time, book 8. I have no idea how many pages that is because I'm actually listening to it today, as I do most days now. I don't even crack the book open until at night. So yeah, I've got this stuff floating everywhere. I'm almost finished my section of diamond painting that I've got to do, and I know what my next section is going to be. So today I'm not doing anything else but diamond painting, because that's what I feel like.
Yep. All right, good night.
Wait to have time.
I'll see you in the morning.
Where are we up to? How'd you go, Neva?
I'm almost done with this section. Let me go now. And then I'm probably gonna go upstairs and get that other round because
Yeah.
I also watched another episode of Gilmore Girls, which is
What
great.
season are you up to?
I'm on season 7. I'm on the first the first chapter. No, the first episode. I just started the first episode of season 7, so we just finished season 6, and I was almost crying at the end of season 6, so that's fine.
I think I'm on my 3rd round of Gilmore Girls, because I sort of swing through a whole heap of series. So Gilmore Girls, Big Bang Theory, Friends, and occasionally that 70s show will pop into it. Yeah, so, but right now I'm watching Wheel of Time, so, but that's at lunchtime. I watch an episode a day, so stringing it out. All right, let's see how everybody else went in the comments as well. So Lois joined during that sprint. I am reading A Black Wind by Clive Cussler today, trying hard to get through all the Cussler books. There's a lot. I see him everywhere, especially at secondhand bookstores that I've been going to. I've seen a lot of him. Hello, Tia. Thanks for joining. I'm watching the NFL game and having dinner and listening to The Plot is Murder by V.M. Burns later. Awesome. A few people saying hello to one another in the comments. Excuse me. Had 5 slices of pizza and read a couple of chapters of Born a Crime. Awesome. Rolanda has also joined us during those sprints as well. Kyle made it. Sorry for the delay. Hubby has all the things he needs. I think you went to Bunnings, didn't you, this morning? That was what you were saying. Oh my God, it just jumped huge. Got 50 pages read and did. Awesome. Made good progress. Do you have any pet peeves when it comes to a font or a page type in a book? Not really.
I don't really read paper books, so
yeah.
I read on my Kindle or I listen to audiobooks. So on my Kindle, I make it what I want it to be.
Yeah. Yeah. On my Kindle, I make it large. No, I usually sit on about 3 or 4.
It's just read to me, so
yeah. For me, no, I don't really have any pet peeves. Probably one of my biggest pet peeves is where you get a 300-page book, but it looks like it's a 1,000-page book because they've made the print really huge. That's just like, to me, that's just a huge waste of paper. Like,
and here's the thing is, like, they do this with YA, like middle grade books a lot, or YA books a lot, where like it looks like a huge book, but it's only 200 pages, and I'm like, okay, but the children are not blind.
No, you would expect this from.
They probably have the best eyesight they're ever gonna have in their life, and you made them look like they're old people reading.
Yeah.
And by old people, I mean 95-year-old grandparents. Like, what are you doing?
Maybe they've made them for the 95-year-olds to read to the younger children. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, I'm of the same opinion. Why would someone who has as you said, the best eyesight of their life need this huge font and make these books look, huge?
I also hate when they are large print books, but they're not actually labeled as large print, so you pick it up and don't realize that it is.
Yeah, that falls into my pet peeve. Like, I just don't understand. It's just a huge waste of paper. We've got a nice big section happening here.
And like, I understand that we need like large print books to make books accessible.
Yeah.
But like, can we make it obvious that they're large print?
Yeah. Yeah. At least put, like they're quite quick to slap a sticker that you can't remove on every other for everything else. Why can't they do it for
that it has a Netflix show? So I feel like you can put that same removable sticker on there that says large print.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that'd be the only thing. Coda is back. Hour fighting a headache. Oh, the dentist sucks. Yeah. You need to just chill and relax today. No reading for you. Just relax, because that'll just make your headache worse. Chris had dinner, or is having dinner. Tina is hopping off for a bit and we'll be back a bit later. Hope your hand feels better soon. Coda, sending love and healing vibes. I'm terrified of dentists and had bad experience as a kid. Yeah, a lot of people are terrified. Brennan, my partner, went to the dentist not yesterday, the day before, and he goes, I'm going to do this and that over at the workshop, and I'm like, remember last time you went to the dentist and you did that? He goes, you're going to remind me of the things that I forget, right? And I'm like, yes, I am. You ended up not in a good way for at least 3 days. So how about you just go back to the workshop, do the one thing that you said, and then just relax for the rest of the day and let your body heal a bit. And as it turned out, he didn't sleep very well that night either. So I was lucky that he actually listened to me for a change. We got through 30 pages and I'm almost done with this column, 4 out of 14. I'm not laughing at you because I'm just laughing at Neva's face when I'm like, yeah, listen to me for a change. It's, a rare occasion. Bunnings and trade tools. Had to pick up a parcel. Mine took maybe 15 minutes at the most. The rest of the time was being his chauffeur. That's fair enough. So what are you working on today, Rolanda? Let us know in the comments. Shannon Sales. My pet peeve is authors that don't add chapters to them, and you have to count them. I track my chapters and page read. Yeah, I actually I find that very hard, especially if you're using both mediums like audio and also physically reading it at some stage. It makes it really hard to find where you are in the book. A lot of times I just won't even bother picking up that book. If I've picked it up secondhand and it doesn't have, chapters, I'll actually put that book back down because I like to at least have a name for a chapter or at least a number.
Catherine House is like that. So the Catherine House, the chapters are named, but they're not numbered.
Mm-hmm.
So trying, and like I listen on Scribd, right? So Scribd already doesn't do chapters correctly. Like they count every page read as a chapter. Like I'm like, okay. Yeah. So when I was trying to read Catherine House, I ended up just doing audio because I had started doing immersion, and then at one point I was like, well, I'll just set the book down. Like I don't feel like reading with my eyes. And then when I went to go pick the book back up, I could not figure out where I was. So
yeah. That's why I like the Wheel of Time. It has names and numbers.
And Audible should.
And Audible actually has those names go. You know how like when they put the what chapter you're up, it actually has the name of the chapter as well, which makes it really easy to track down and all that sort of stuff. Because I do both with this one. Where was I up to? Here we are. Have you read Zodiac Academy? Oh my gosh, the print is so small. Many pages. I have not read it. I think that's Jean is reading that series.
I I've not read the physical. I read the first 2 books off Kindle Unlimited, but again, like, I don't really read physical books. Like, I have them. I just don't gravitate toward them. Like, I tend to read on my Kindle a lot.
Yeah.
So on my Kindle, I control what the font is. So.
Yeah, I've not read them or even actually picked them up to even see what they're like. So I have no idea. Are they a YA or an adult? I'm not too sure. Coda has 2 more visits this month. Take care of all your teeth, everybody. Nothing could be as bad as the time before. This time when I had my entire mouth deep cleaned and just so stressful. Yeah. I must admit, like, my partner, when he said that he was going to the dentist, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, because he's got problems with his teeth, like he's got holes and broken teeth and stuff like that. And he was saying like how he gets toothaches and all the rest of it, and I couldn't even relate because I've never actually had a toothache, and I don't even have any holes in my teeth or anything like that. Like, I've got crooked teeth and whatnot, and I go to the dentist regularly and get cleaned and checked and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I just said to him, he goes, it's the pits, like it's the worst pain because you can't, like, no matter how many tablets you take, you can't control, like, the pain's just there, and it's usually your whole head. I'm like, yeah, no, headaches are enough for me. I don't need the toothache as well. So yeah, I'm so sorry you're going through that, Coda. I hope you feel better soon. Like, sounds like you just need to go to sleep. And saying to Shannon, I also don't like reading in verse or poetry. That's fair enough. I'm not a big fan of poetry. I don't really. I mean, some I enjoy, but most of it goes straight over the top of my head. I'm so dumb when it comes to it. I read it and go, what the hell? Like, I don't understand. What am I supposed to be gleaming from this? Like, yeah, it's just, I admit it freely. When it comes to poetry, woof, straight over my head. Coda says, you're literally exhausted every time you're done. Yeah. Oh, no. So, like, even like I don't like dentists. I do have a little bit of a fear, and that stems from my mum, but because she was very fearful of dentists and whatnot, and but I go and I know that if I keep going, they'll get on top of stuff before it becomes a problem. So I generally go every 6 months, if at least once a year, but I try to go every 6 months because sometimes I just can't get in to the dentist, the one that I go to. It's the only one I like. I've gone to another couple here in town. I'm like, I don't like your vibe. So I go to the one that and I just recently, at the end of last year, took Savannah up because she doesn't like being touched or anything by doctors and whatnot. And I had to actually sit in the room with her while she went to the dentist, and she had a lot of work done. And I just said to her, I'm sorry, but we just need to get this all done and out of the way before you go to university. And so, yeah, she ended up having a week off school so we could get it all done. And it was over a 3-month period. So she was going every 2 weeks to get stuff done. So, yeah. They make the font bigger for the younger people and books, so it is not so much page. Sometimes that scares me. Kids out reading. Yeah, I think so too. Like, if I was a young kid and someone put a book in front of me that was only supposed to be like 200 pages, but it looked like this, I'd be going, I don't think so. I have far too much to do than sit.
Me too. I'd be like, never mind.
Yeah, I'll find something else to do. But I read a lot when I was younger, but not as much as I read now. Nowhere near as much as I read now. And if someone had rocked up with a book that size, I would have been just going, do you have something smaller? So it's just, yeah. I took 4 ibuprofen, 2 Tylenol extra, hoping I'll be able to read soon. What page are we going to? Okay, so if you do end up deciding to read, we're going to to chapter 11, the beginning of chapter 11. In my book, that is, I think, let me just look at the front because I don't have to go through the book now because, Nicole learns very slowly, obviously. That is 228 in mine, but it's the beginning of chapter 11. Coda, but honestly, just relax, just chill, watch some TV. I wouldn't even bother picking up a book, especially if you've got a headache. It'll be just there, I'd say. Need to finish off a model piece so that you're coming to pick it up. Awesome. Only 567 pages, I was going to say, stitches to do. You should get that done.
I'm not trying to be funny, but the people that prefer squares, I need to know why. Because wow. Okay? Just
but I bet you if you talk to them, they done a lot of rounds to begin with and slowly progress to where they are with squares.
Listen to me. Okay, I'm determined to get this done, but it's gonna be slow. It's gonna be real slow. I'm not getting this done by the end of the month. Is I'm dedicated to finishing this section. And then I'm going upstairs. I have to sneak past Ari to get a different painting, bro. Because, like,
Is she asleep or is she up there watching TV?
I pray she's asleep, bro. Because I'm not trying to talk to her. I'm trying to get in there. I'm trying to get Hedwig, and I'm trying to get out.
Now, that's a video in itself. Set the camera. Commando crawl into the room.
Because honestly, like I do leave my really small paintings. So like right now I'm working on Oscar the Grouch. I leave that upstairs because I also have insomnia. So there are some times where I will diamond paint down here and then I'll go upstairs and I can't sleep right away. So I'll be like, okay, just do a section of diamond painting, which by the way, I cannot wait to show y'all Oscar the Grouch because his entire trash can is gray ABs. It is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And I've only done like a little tiny section that's like this big on the bottom because those go really quick. Like those take no time. Like it only took me 7 days to do Elmo because I was only working on it 2 or 3 days a week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, his whole trash can is ABs.
That'll look amazing.
It'll be beautiful. But I prefer bigger projects for downstairs just because I have like my little setup or whatever. Me and squares are not going to be friends. I appreciate those people that do like the big Randall Spangler things. I found some Diamond Art Club paintings because Diamond Art Club also has an Amazon storefront.
Oh, do they?
And they have paintings on there that you can't get on the website.
Oh.
They have like I'm about to get them because Ari really wants them, but they have Cookie Monster. I think her name is Abby, Elmo, and Oscar the Grouch, but they are like babies. They look like Muppet babies.
Oh my god, really?
Instead of like that's like the style that they're drawn in is like Muppet babies.
Yep.
Instead of like what we see like on Sesame Street, they're so cute. But I found them on Amazon. When I just typed in Diamond Art Club, and then you can like go to their storefront and you can see all of theirs. And they have a bunch on there that are on the website, but then they have a bunch that that are like exclusive. I found some that Harry Potter ones that are drawn in that same style. Like I found Hagrid, Professor Snape, Dobby, Harry, and Ron, and they're all did I say Hagrid? I don't know, but they're all like little, like they all look like little children. It's just they're so cute. But I can't wait to get those. But I keep those ones upstairs because they're small.
Yeah, and they're easy to do. So these are the Heaven and Earth ones that I got. So that's how wide that one is.
Yeah.
This one is called the Mini Witching Hour. And this one is in black and white. It just keeps going.
Mini Witching Hour.
Yeah, so this is the Mini Witching Hour. It's in the black and white. So it's all, I don't know if and it's.
Is it squares?
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Good luck to you. That would take me 5 years to complete.
And I think there's like 90 colors in it. Like this is the
There's only 17 colors in this, and I already want to jump off a bridge.
This is one list of colors. So this has got 6 pages, I think.
My God.
Yeah, it's 90 colors. So basically, these are cross stitch patterns that
They converted, right?
that they're converted into diamond painting. So Heaven and Earth Designs actually specialize in full coverage cross stitch charts, and you can get them PDF or you can get paper versions of them and whatnot. And
Listen.
there is actually a app that you can use called Pattern Keeper. So this will go into Pattern Keeper, and then I will use that for all the symbols and all the rest of it. But that's the black and white one. Like, yeah, there's 90 colors in it. It doesn't have the numbers beside it. So this one will be all symbols that I'll be using, but it's all DMC colors. The one thing I do like about this is poured glue, is that they pre-tape it around the edge for you.
Oh, that is nice.
Yeah, and it's got little cats. Because this is a cat that is lounging, and you can't really see it because it's not color, but I just wanted to get the two different types that you can get from them. It's a really good canvas. It's not as soft as Diamond Art Club's, but that's in black and white. So it's a cat. If you put up mini witching hour in Google, it'll bring it up. It's a little cat. There's a moon behind it. It's sitting on a windowsill, and there's a candle and a couple of witchy books. This one's called Secret Door. This one also has, this is called Mini Secret Door. It is by Barbara van den Berg, is her last name. This one's in color. Again, this is squares, and you can see the difference between a color chart and a black and white chart.
Listen, I commend y'all that are doing this.
Again, 90 colors, and they're huge. Are they on my to-do list for anytime soon? Probably not.
Katie, yeah. So Katie from Diamonds and Washi, she is doing. I don't know. I think she's still working on it, but I don't know. I watched a couple of her videos where she's been working on her conversion. No. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Because here's the thing. There's a reason I don't do cross stitch anymore. Because I have to count.
Yeah.
That's too much thought pattern for me, baby. Like, I just need you to just chart the thing for me. Be like, here are your pre-packaged diamonds. They get much. And I'm going to chart. And here's the thing is, like, I like watching people, like, do the, somebody I was watching, she did the one from Diamond Art Club that's like all cats go to heaven. I think they do an all dogs go to heaven one as well. But she had the cat one, and she recharted the cat with like gray diamonds so to like match her cat. That's great. That's beautiful. I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm sorry, people all these people that are getting things, like, I literally, there are two that I want to buy and make for my two best friends that are here in Indiana, and they're both squares. We're not gonna talk about it, okay? They're humongous. They're as big as posters. They're both squares. I told the beach, I'm like, it's gonna take me 6 months at least to do these. I'm sorry, like, it's gonna take me a grip. I haven't even ordered them yet. Well, one of them I'm waiting to come back. They're saying that it's supposed to come back. I hope it does. It's like a Sailor Moon. It's like a punk Sailor Moon one.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And then the other one is in stock. It's like $80, which is fine. And it's Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, but in like the way that they're drawn now, like in the show on HBO Max. And it's got like rainbow. It's like very gay. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna give it to my best friend Dolly. She's gonna hang it up. Anyway, I'm not going to be enhancing them. Okay, whatever you give me is what's going on. Because like, I got some sparklers from Patty Wax. They sent me like some freebies, which, like, that's so nice. Like, I just think it's so great how many freebies we get in this community. Everything I've ordered, it comes with like candy and stickers, and like, that's great. And I got Harry Potter themed Patty Wax, so she sent me like Harry Potter stickers that I'm gonna put on my Kindle. You know what I'm saying? Not on it, but like, use it on my Kindle. And she sent me these crystal dazzlers in peach. They're very pretty. What am I gonna use these for? I don't know. Okay, currently all of my extra drills, this is all the extra drills that I've had so far. They're just in this. I need a new jar, but that one's full. But what am I going to use these for? And I even joined like a left, like how to use your leftover drills Facebook
Yeah.
group. No, I'm sorry. These people are too creative for me. They put way too much thought into this. Like, I'm just gonna end up with a bunch of jars filled with drills, and people are gonna be like, "What is that on your bookshelf?" Oh, those are just my leftover diamonds from all my diamonds.
I still reckon you should get a really nice vase, like maybe a square vase or something like that. Tip them all of that, and then just tip resin over the top of it to seal it, and use them as bookends.
I think I'm going to do that. I think because
Yeah.
I did look on Amazon to see like what a good, like a sturdy, like vase would cost me, and they're not expensive. Like you
No.
can get one pretty inexpensive, and I think that's what I'm going to do because these are just like a mixture of like regular diamonds and ABs. There's some
Yep.
glow in the darks in here, like, and I'm just gonna be like, you know what? This is my project. I mean, people are talking about, oh, I used all my leftover diamonds and self-charted. Like this lady self-charted her cat's face. That's wonderful. It couldn't be me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am
No,
doing this.
I just prefer to get my diamond art done. Everything sent to me. The Heaven and Earth one I did as like I'm doing as a comparison, the black and white compared to the color, because people were curious about it and all the rest of it. And at the time I had some birthday money. I wanted to get these anyway, so I got one in black and white and one in the color. I got the drills from the two different places that they recommend. And they're square, and I'm okay with square. Like, it's not my favorite thing to do, but I'm okay with square. For a long time, all I did was square.
Yeah.
So,
because I started with square.
Yeah, I started with square, so I knew no different. I didn't start with round, because when I started in diamond painting in 2018, all I could get was square from where I was shopping. They didn't have the round.
Here's the thing. If people want me to try different shops, I'm down. But here's my caveat. I'm not doing anything that's already charted. I will
no, that's fair enough.
I will try diamond dots. I will try, what is that one? That's the mini ones. Paint gem. I actually really want to get it. Now, paint gem is only squares. But hear me out. I kind of want to get them anyway as travel.
They're only this big, aren't they?
Yeah, because they're 4x4. Like, they're very small. And my thing is, like, I want to get them, and I want to get like their like little travel case, because they have like a whole travel case, and I want to pack them up and just leave them packed up for traveling. So like when we go to Iowa, because I can easily bring that with me and not have to worry about like lugging my giant whatever this is called, my giant like accessory, this thing.
That's right.
Like, I just throw in like a pen that I like or whatever like that, my putty, whatever. And like a small tray. Like I even want to order one of these Bijou Bliss trays, because they make like mini size that are only like this big. That could go in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But listen, if y'all want me to try different ones, I will do them on my channel. But they have to be charted for me. I'm not trying to do no enhancements. I'm not trying to buy an Android tablet so I can do a convert. I'm not doing it.
So I have a couple of, like, I bought a couple of PDF patterns from Heaven and Earth, and I started them as cross stitch. Now, I don't know what that person was thinking. Let's just put that out there, right? So, and all the cross stitchers who have done full coverage are probably going, what is wrong with you? Like, I have one that I have a time frame on. I have to get it done by my daughter's 21st birthday. It's to go with it. It's called Red Dragon. She doesn't watch my channel, so I can talk about it. It's called Red Dragon. And her imaginary friend, when she was younger, was Red Dragon. And that, I'm telling you, that imaginary friend nearly put me into a mental asylum. That the amount of crap that imaginary friend did, like, was just out of order. But anyway, when I seen this, it's got this surly fairy. It's a Jasmine Becker Griffith artwork, and it's got this surly fairy that just reminds me of her attitude sometimes. And this red dragon that's sort of wrapped around her, and it's curled around the base of a tree under like a cutout of soil, and there's a tree and all that sort of stuff. But that's the only one that I've got a deadline on. I've got another one another 2 that have dragons in them, that I'm still umming and ahhing about whether I'm going to continue on as cross stitch. But there's a whole heap of other ones that I had started and hadn't got very far, and decided that I'm actually going to get the canvas done for me by Heaven and Earth, and I'm going to do them as a diamond. One is a Christmas one, which is Ciro Marchetti. One is another one called Magic Study, that has it's all purples and pinks, and it's got dragons, and it's just beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. So I'm going to get those 2 done as done up by I'll either go with, because Diamond Art Club, they do ones where they do your picture for you, don't they?
I don't know if Diamond Art Club does customs or not.
Okay.
I guess I've never looked deep enough, because my thing is I just like the fact that now they're including some of their newer chartings as both rounds and squares. They just came out with the front lines ones, which I would really like to do. The one that's, I think it's a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
You could say it's a nurse. I don't know. Yeah. It's a medical professional. Okay. I really wanna. I think that one's really pretty. Not to be political, I'm not a huge fan of the police. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't really want that one, but I did really like the firefighter one. I actually would like to make that one for my stepdad, because he was a volunteer firefighter. I think it would be cool, whatever. But they offer those in both rounds and squares. And I'm like, I can do these. Now, mind you, the round canvas, I think, is a bit bigger than the squares.
Yeah, because the squares are smaller. The charts are smaller, slightly smaller.
I don't know, sitting here doing this Harry Potter one, I'm just saying, I would rather a larger canvas in rounds. I understand that it makes it so that the canvas can be a bit smaller, but I hate everything. And honestly, I wanted to get, because they have the crests on, the Harry Potter crests.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to pass on those, because I'm pretty sure those are all in square, bro. They're all in and I'm sure once
I think they are. But can you? I wonder if you can send them a message and just ask them if they do them in rounds.
I'd be like, yo, can we get these recharted in rounds? Can you offer both? Please, God. Please, Lord. And I will say, I've been sharing, I shared a couple of the diamond paintings I did in a different community. Rainy is part of the community with me, but it's a separate community. And when I went through my depression or whatever, I just kind of disappeared from this community. So I came back by being like, hi, been depressed, but diamond painting is helping. And I've had a few people message me about it, and I'm like, listen, I have only really ordered from Diamond Art Club as far as licensed work. And they're more expensive, but they have a whole section that's labeled as beginner. And I don't think that when I went to that section, I don't think there was one square painting. They're all round. Now, some of them are larger, they're not all snack size.
No.
But they're all, they basically put all of their round paintings right there.
Yeah.
And I tell people, maybe start with rounds.
I always tell people to start with rounds, because when I started, as I said earlier, I could only get squares. Yeah. And the only rounds that I came across were on eBay, but they were only this big, and they were super pixelated. You couldn't even make it unless you stood a kilometer away.
Right.
They were just, they were terrible. But the square ones were a little bit bigger and all that sort of stuff. So to answer Anne's question here about my curly hair, I have a hairpiece when I'm not liking the trailer trash hair, which is two-tone. I put my hairpiece on. Amongst my friends, we have, when we've got roots showing and all that sort of stuff, we call it trailer hair on that.
I'm about to have Mariah redo my hair right before Halloween.
Yeah.
because I guess we're allowed to dress up for work.
Oh, cool.
So I'm dressing up as Chucky. Okay? Because listen, here's the thing. I had certain parameters. You ready? Are you ready for my parameters? So Ari convinced Austin, which is the teenager, to take her trick or treating because I have to work on Halloween. And I was
Yeah.
like, listen, I can't ask for the night off. Like, it's going to be busy. Like, I know it's going to be busy. So I told her, I said, maybe she was like, well, I want my brother to take me. And I was like, okay, well, go ask him. Like, I'm not going to do it for you. So she went and asked him last night. And then I asked him today when he got home from school. I said, hey, did you tell your sister that you would take her trick or treating? He was like, yeah, I told her that. So I have to order her a witch costume, which is fine. Mariah's going to make her some arm warmers so that she's like actually warm.
Yeah.
So I was like, what can I be? Right. So I asked Mr. Reed and Neva, and I said, do you think it would be like mean of me, like cruel, to dress up as Chucky? Because about 6 months ago, Ari was begging him to let her watch Chucky, so he gave in and let her watch it.
No.
That's what I said. Actually, what he said was, if you sleep in your room for a whole week with the door closed, I'll let you watch Chucky.
And she did it?
She did it for 2.5 weeks because he forgot that he had told her that she could watch Chucky. So she kept saying to him, Dad, you told me that if I slept with my door closed, I could watch Chucky. I slept with my door closed. I could watch Chucky. So he waited, and I went to work, and I get a text, and he was like, we're watching Chucky, but we only watched half of it. Okay. So they watched half of it, and then he was tired, so they went to bed. So she got up while everyone else in the house was sleeping still on like that Saturday morning and went downstairs and finished it by herself.
My goodness. Oh,
And
no.
then came upstairs and was like, Mom. And I said, what, Ari? She said, I only like Chucky when he's a good guy. And I was like, were you downstairs watching Chucky? She was like, yeah, I finished it.
Oh my God.
So he was like, F them kids, just do it. Because my thing is, there's certain parameters I have to follow for work. So I have to have a costume that obviously covers my body. Like I can't be looking, I can't be going out looking scandalous like I might do, on the street.
Yeah.
And it has to be something that is minimal makeup. Like because first of all, I don't really like makeup on my face, but also I'll sweat it off.
Yeah, well, there's that too. Like,
so I was like, what costume could I put together on my own that wouldn't? I mean, it's like a $60 costume. If I buy it, I'm not gonna buy it because they're not great quality anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's it. You're just sort of wasting
All
money.
I need is a striped long sleeve shirt and overalls. And maybe some like felt letters so I can write out like good guys, but I could use like a Sharpie or something. And then I have to wear my work shoes, so that's covered. And then Mariah was like, "We could redo your hair with red hair, and then I can put it up in pigtails." I mean, Chucky didn't have pigtails because he was a boy, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. So I was like, "I can wear pigtails."
But you also have to meet the safety guidelines for work and health,
right?
And so yeah.
So. And with the pigtails, I can still wrap those into buns, so I can put my hairnet over my hair, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, great, that'll work. And then I do minimal makeup because I can just do the scars on my face. Well, Ari overheard us talking about it, and she was like, Mom, you're gonna be Chucky for Halloween? And I was like, yeah. She was like, you need to leave this house while I'm not here. And I was like, listen, bro. You are the one that begged your dad. Like, I told my stepdad about it, and he was like, this reminds me when you were 16 and you begged me to watch The Silence of the Lambs. I had nightmares for a month that Hannibal Lecter was coming for me. Until he finally sat me down and was like, Hannibal Lecter only goes after bad people. Like, he's not just, like, out here just, like...
Yeah.
cannibalizing everyone, you know?
But Chucky? Oh my God.
And here's the thing is, I told her no. I said, under no uncertain terms, can you watch Chucky? No, you cannot watch Chucky. Because we were like flipping through HBO or something, and she saw that. She was like, let me watch Chucky. And I was like, how do you know what Chucky is? But also, no. And her talkback was, I bet my dad will let me watch Chucky.
Oh, so she had a plan.
So I called him at work thinking that he would be like, absolutely not. But he was like, if she sleeps with the door closed for a week, I'll let her watch it. I was like,
No. No.
So I told him, I said, great. If she has nightmares, you get to stay up with her.
Yeah,
now
that's
she
it.
wants nothing
Yeah.
to do with baby dolls at all. She's like, no, my stuffed animals are good.
Yeah. No. Just no. It's just a flat out no. Christina started it today, and there are chapters, and then
Yep.
there are numbers.
Yep.
2.8, 3.10, or
Just
something.
remember while you're reading it, Stephen King was a poly addict. That means he was addicted to more than one substance, and he was not in his right mind. Okay, he's even said in interviews that he's pretty sure that the entire book was a hallucination, and then he wrote it down, and clearly no one edited it at all.
Now, I have never watched it. It is the one with Pennywise down in the gutters. Yes.
Now, I
didn't watch that because it's the only one that I draw the line with. It's not because of the clown. It's not because of any of that. When I was a little kid, I used to have an unnatural fear of those sort of gutters on the road. And whenever I walked, I would actually, I even sort of still look at them today, okay? I would actually, as a kid, walk down the road, and if I seen one of those drains coming, I would start walking closer to the houses to get away from it. And if I was walking on the road with my friends, I would move away and move to the outer side of where we're all, like if we were walking down the road. All my friends used to give me shit about it all the time.
Here's the thing. I will
and
say
then it come out, and there's that scene in it, and I'm like, see, that's why I don't like them.
Yeah. So here, in my opinion, as someone who has now read it twice, and one of those times was last year with Rainey. Well, she DNF'd, and I read it in 7 days. We're not going to talk about it, okay? It was terrible, and it put me into a slump for a month and a half.
Yeah.
Don't read it that quickly. Take all the time you need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do 100 pages a month if you have to. Spread it out.
I will probably never reread it. I will rewatch the movies, like they're fine. I will say that it is one of those adaptations that I feel like is better than the book, because the book is so long. It's like over 1,000 pages, and it's
like 1,200 pages or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of pages. It is 72 hours worth of audiobook at one time speed, and I couldn't listen to it faster than 1.5.
Oh no. Yeah, no, it's not on my list to read.
3 days worth of audio if all you do for 24 hours is listen to this book. I felt like I was at the point that I had read this book, I had been clean for 6.5 years, and I felt like I was on drugs, to be honest, the entire time. I was like, I don't know what's happening. What's going on? I don't know. But I tell people, like, if you really want to get into like the It franchise, just watch even like the old movie is good. Like, or I think it was actually like a TV. I don't know. It was like made for TV or whatever.
Yeah.
But they have the newer ones that are remakes, and those are really good. They have It and It 2 or It Chapter 2, which are remakes.
Yeah.
Those are really good. Like, I would suggest watching those over, like, you know, I mean, if you really want to read the book, like, read it. I'm not discouraging you, but I am saying if you're going to read the book, just take the time that you need. Rainey had a goal to read it last year in a week because she was reading it for a book club or something. And I was like, okay, I'll read it with you. I didn't know that she had DNF'd it. She just kept saying that she was like, I don't know, it's kind of putting me into a slump. She never actually said I DNF'd it. So I finished it. And then I was in a slump from all through November and all through December until like January 1st. I was just in a slump. I was like, reading? What is that? I know.
Well, I know not to read it, but yeah, no, because of the drain scene, no. Like, there's not many. Like, there's a few movies, like slasher movies that I won't watch, and creepy movies that I won't watch. But, yeah, no. Like, I'll have nightmares forevermore if I watch that. So yeah. Chris is saying, I hate books where the books are so white. It's often hard for me to read. I also don't like you can't control the color of a PDF version of books. Yeah, that's a bit hard. Courtney says, hey, how you going? I'm 30. If Jean's 35% into a shifter romance, kiss it never happens, just tension. Self-care may happen in this chapter. Yeah, it sounds like you might need to. Courtney was just saying how far are you into it. I think you had just started reading that, I think. Christina had. Poltergeist ruined me for clowns, and I've never seen or read any clowns put me in the fetal position. And
so Bozo the Clown is fine. The McDonald's, who's that? Ronald McDonald? He's cool, I guess. And then I don't even know if anyone would know the reference to this. Truly. But when I lived in Iowa, we had a clown. She came to Vacation Bible School, and her name was Dizzy the Clown, and she preached the word of God. Okay? Dizzy the Clown. She had like a TV show and everything. I don't know if I honestly don't know if this is a thing that happened like outside of Iowa. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know if anyone even knows who this is, but like, she was fine. You know what I mean? She was a clown sent from Jesus, so
yeah. Okay.
it's fine. Like, I don't feel like she's gonna kill me or anything. But like, I don't know what you remember, like what was it, like 10 years ago maybe now, when like we had like the clown epidemic, you know, like the
yeah.
Absolutely not. I was not leaving my house after dark. No.
Was that the one where they'd run up and scare the bejesus out of everybody?
Yeah, and like, and there were like people dressing up as clowns to like commit actual crime. Listen,
like, in my opinion, like, that is the most stupidest thing that you could like dress up as, because are you wanting to get killed? Like, there are some people that are seriously scared of clowns, and you're running up and scaring the hell out of them.
There were clowns that were like hiding like on dirt roads, like in the country, and they were like following cars or like trying or like acting like they were gonna carjack people. What are you doing? You're like actually trying to die. You are actually trying to have someone murder you. That's what you're trying to do. Because people are like, that's like as bad as like dressing up like a giant spider. Like, people are just going to come out.
You're asking to be killed. Like, if it happens, or you get stabbed, or you end up in the emergency room because you've dressed up as a clown and jumped out at someone, like, the doctor's just going to look at you and go, "You deserve this."
Right. Like, we're going to stitch you up because like that's our job, but like also you're an idiot.
Yeah. Like, that's just asking for trouble. Curtis says, yeah, I might wait on the book until the morning, but awesome. We go, I guess, chapter 11. Either way, I probably won't work on the diamond painting tonight. Hunching over sounds uncomfortable. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. Have you tried any making personalized diamond paintings? Oops, I forgot. It's all good. I just seen that it was continuing on. You can, from different companies, get custom ones done. There's been a few of people that I watch on Facebook and that in some of the groups where they've got like wedding photos and stuff done, and they've done them, or pictures of their kids or their pets, or a lot of remembrance ones. So like if their pets have died and stuff like that, they've also done them as well. And they're reasonably priced too. Like, they're not dear.
I would like to do something like that, but it would just have to be already charted, and you'd have to send me the diamonds. Like, I'm not. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm not above. Like, because I've looked at like what is it? The sparklers one. Is it called like painting with sparklers, or?
It's, I'm not too sure of that one. No,
because they do like the special diamonds. Like, they do. Like those ones that I held up that I said were like the peach.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yep. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
It's like something with sparklers. Painting with sparklers or something like that.
Paint with sparkles or something, I think it is.
I did. Katie, which I know I reference her a lot, but she was really like the first diamond painter other than Nicole that I ever talked. Well, I've never talked to her, but like that I ever like watched, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like Nicole.
For those who are wondering who Katie is, that's Diamonds and Washi.
Yeah, Diamonds and Washi. I mean, me and Nicole are at this point, we're besties. Okay. But like,
Yeah.
Katie has no idea who I am at all. But like, I reference her because she's the one I watch all the time because her voice is so silly. And also, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, her whip, like, a lot of people that do whipping chats, I'm not naming anybody because like I love Mrs. Coffee too, and she doesn't do this either. But I have been finding more and more whipping chat people that just bitch and complain the entire time. Like they just complain about everything, and I'm like, no one wants to listen to you do this. Like I don't want to listen to you.
It's like I understand if something's just like you get it if they just spend like 5 minutes because something's happened to them or whatever, like or a life update or anything like that. But yes.
But just tell me about your life. Like, I don't, like, there was one person, I don't even remember who it was, to be honest, because I did not subscribe. I clicked on it because I was like, let me check it out. The entire whipping chat, it was like a 2 hour, no, it wasn't. It was like an hour. Whipping chat. I could only get through like 20 minutes of it because the whole whipping chat was just her talking about all of the terrible experiences that she had with different diamond painting companies.
Yeah. Yeah, see, like,
and she opened it with, I just want to say that I'm not here to bash anyone. Ma'am, your entire whipping chat is you bashing people. And like, she wasn't naming companies, but like I was reading the comments and like the comments were so messy. Like people were like, I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. Like, ew, what is wrong with you? No. But DP with sparklers. That's what it is. DP with sparklers. Okay. So DP with sparklers, which by the way, I do not call diamond painting DP because in the smut world, that's something completely different in my brain. It's fine. So, but DP with sparklers.
How to turn diamond painting into smutty painting.
Right. They have special diamonds. They have special drills. So all of them are like ABs or fairy dust.
Yeah, the different shapes and all that sort of stuff, aren't they? Yeah.
And so I've said to myself, like, you know what? It would be, I'm not above like buying some of those. Because I believe DP sparklers, I believe is a sponsor for Drills and Chills this year, and they have like a 4-pack of special drills that are specific, like the Drills and Chills colors.
Yeah.
And so I looked at their site because I was like, well, let me just look. And I'm not above it. Like, I'm not above it. But I would have to like buy diamonds from them, knowing specifically what I'm buying for a kit. I'm not going to be that person that's like, oh, these are pretty, these are pretty, these are pretty, and then be like, oh, where can I plug these in? Like, I would have to specifically like order a kit from somewhere and then say, you know what? I don't think I really like a good example is the first Harry Potter kit that I did. Which I can't really get. Here we go. This one, I would almost switch out the ABs that they used in this one.
Yeah.
Because I do wish that this was more of a yellow than an orange.
Yeah.
And it's more of an orange AB. It's like a lighter orange AB, and I wish that it was more. It's like a yellow orange, but I wish it was more of a yellow.
Yeah. So that's in the moon, right?
Yeah, it's in the moon, and it's also in the stars up here.
Yeah.
So I almost wish, and I did make a note when I did this one that I do wish that it had been more of like a true yellow color, but that's what I would get like DP for sparklers for is to be like,
well, I've got a chart. I've got a chart here that's got a starry background, and there's no ABs in it because it was gifted to me.
Yeah,
and I'd say it's come from. I couldn't tell you where it's come from, but it was gifted to me. But it's got a starry background, and now that you say that, I'm probably going to go to their site and get some white and yellow, because it's stars. So if I can put a couple of sparkles in the back, because other than that, it's just normal diamond drills. Right. Whatnot.
Yeah. And I would do it that way. Like if I was going to do it, because then I could just stick the sticker with the label on it on that specific box. And I know, okay, well, this is what I'm replacing it with. but I don't think I would like a lot of people rechart will rechart big portions of their and I
Yeah,
feel
no,
like
I'm not into doing that
AD
because
is one thing.
that's just too much work.
Yeah,
It's too
then
much
I have
work.
to think. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't really
yeah.
like
I
I
want to
prefer
think.
this to be a thoughtless activity.
True. Anne is in Kentucky, so she's close to you.
And we should visit somehow. I have no idea how far Kentucky is from where I live, but you know what? That's fine. I feel like now that I moved to Indiana from Florida, and like I'm so much closer to everything. Like when I lived in Florida, I would get on lives and people would be like, "Wow, you're so far away." Then I moved to Indiana in 2022 or 2021. No, 2022. Yeah, the beginning of 2022. And everybody's like, "Oh, I'm only a few hours from you." Oh, like Jan is originally from Indiana, so she had messaged me and she was like, "I'm in Indianapolis all the time. We should hook up sometime." Like I'm so much closer to everything now.
And Courtney got a diamond painting today, long-term project. Awesome. Square or rounds? Let us know in the comments. Christina's saying that you can use mason jars for bookends.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And they're cute too. Stacey Moose has to go. Thanks for the sprints. Not a problem. Hello, Musical Maggie. Thank you for joining. Hi. Just got into Nana by Brandon Massey for Blackaween. That is a mouthful. And yikes, it's so good. Also,
I wanted to read Nana last year for Black Halloween, and I didn't get to it, even though like I helped organize sprints for Black Halloween last year, which was really fun. I was not like a host, okay. Bree just reached out and was like, "Hey, do you want to do some sprints?" And I was like, "Hey, sure." But I did participate in Black Halloween last year, and it was really fun. And I didn't get to Nana, but I did read Jackal, and I did like that one. That's not the same author or anything. I'm just sharing because I'm autistic. Yeah. Sometimes my brain does that.
Fun. Christina says that she is at chapter 3. Chapter 3. 4 hours? What?
Yeah. Oh I'm telling you, it is a 72-hour audiobook.
Oh my God.
72 hours. Who writes a book that long? Who? Stephen King, when he's on drugs. That's who.
Yeah. When was that written? That was written in the 70s, wasn't it?
The 70s or early 80s, something like
80s,
that.
Yeah.
Maybe 80s because the book takes place in the 80s.
Yeah, so it must be the 80s.
But yeah, sir, wow. Thank God that he's sober now because wow.
Coda's one is 14 by 12. It's still going to take a bit to get your rhythm. Yeah, the first one always slow. Yeah, I finished 4, now starting 5. And I'm doing a zigzag stitch to connect the squares, but decided to do it in a plaid design. Awesome. But I think I'm done for the night and can see. Yep. That's fair enough. If you get to that point, you can't see what you're doing, it's time to put it down. Diamond painting is a slow and steady. It very much is. And at that point, I am going to star that one and we're going to go for a sprint. I think it's only our second one, third one. I don't know. How many have we done? This will be our third one. Awesome. We are here for a while, so that's okay. All right. I'm going to make this one an hour because I'm going to go and have some lunch because my stomach is grumbling like nothing else.
I'm going to finish this section. I'm going upstairs to get a different room because I can't.
All righty then. So we'll do an hour sprint and we'll see everybody on the flip side. Happy sprinting, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Oh, hello, everybody. We are back. How did everybody go in that sprint? I did not do any diamond painting until you see me pop back on camera. If you were looking there, that was about 2 minutes ago, maybe 3. I watched half an episode of Wheel of Time, had some lunch, but I got some mail, and it's very happy mail.
Mail.
Yeah. Yeah, I've like, even though I know what's going to happen in the Wheel of Time show, yeah, I was on the edge of my seat. They did well. And then I'm like, oh, dang, now I've got to turn it off. So while I was sprinting, we had some diamond paintings come in. So we've got 3 that came in. And this one is a square. And I think these 2 are squares too. I'm not too sure. Not that I can get them out. They come packaged really well, if anybody's wondering. No, this one's a round and a round. It's cool. And the square one is huge.
Wow.
The square one is the bottom one. Oh no. It's massive. We'll have a closer look at them a little bit later. How'd you go?
Well, I went upstairs and got Hedwig. So I'm now laying down the release papers because I always do I do the release papers first.
Yeah.
And then I like kit everything up.
Yeah.
Because that's just how I do it. I know some people like kit it up first and then fuck everything else. But this one came with this super cute minder. I don't even use minders, okay? But now I just want this to sit on this painting. It doesn't even match. But it's like a unicorn.
Let me just make it a bit bigger.
It's so cute. And it does not match Harry Potter. I mean, I guess there's unicorns in Harry Potter, but like, you know.
It's cute.
But it's so cute. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. Ari was not sleeping. So yeah.
Oh my gosh. How long had she been upstairs for? She'd been upstairs since we started sprinting, didn't she? The first sprint.
She went, yeah, I sent her upstairs before the first sprint, and during the first sprint, I went up there because I told her, I said, go upstairs, pick a movie or a show or whatever. I was like, and I'll be up when we start the first sprint. And she was like, okay. So during the first sprint, I went upstairs, I tucked her in. It took like, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes of the first sprint. And so I was like, she's got to be asleep, right? No. I go up there, bro. She is coming off the bed. I said, what are you doing? She was like, oh, so she watches a lot of Bluey.
Yep.
And I believe Bluey is Australian.
Yes, they are.
So she is now not calling the bathroom. She calls it the dunny.
Yep.
So I was like, what are you doing, Ari? She was like, oh, Mom, I'm going to the dunny. And I was like, bro, you need to be asleep. So I was like, hurry up and go and then get back in bed. And so she comes back into the room and she's like almost in tears, right? And I was like, listen, dude, if you don't go to sleep, I'm shutting off the TV. Like, I'm going to come back up here in a little bit and check on you. I was like, if you are still awake, I'm turning the TV off. I was like, absolutely not. Because, like, usually I don't let her watch TV to sleep anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, you can't turn off the TV. It'll be dark in here. And I was like, girl, you have a projector freaking nightlight. Like, it's not going to be dark. Go sleep. And so I'm hoping that she goes to sleep. But I was like, bro, you have school in the morning. And, like, I'm not trying to fight with you at 6:30 to get up and go to school because you are tired. Absolutely not. So, yeah. But I went and got Hedwig. This one apparently has an electro diamond in it.
Okay.
Whatever the hell that is. I don't know what that is.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard anybody talk about it before.
But that's what it says on the like, listing or whatever. It has, I don't remember how many ABs it has. Let me see. It's 10 colors and then 1 AB. But then it has an electro diamond, which is K 444.
Okay.
Which
I've-
it looks like it's a yellow. Like,
okay.
like
Does
off
it
the.
glow in the dark or something?
I don't know. Like, I haven't opened the beads yet, but we can. It's fine. Let me just.
Right, we'll see. Have a look and see what everybody else is
Okay.
doing while you do that.
ASMR moment for those that like that. I feel so bad, like sprinkling things, because some people really don't like it. But... Okay. Okay, so it's this one. It's K444, and it is like a. I don't know.
Let me
Let
make it bigger.
me see if I can turn my light here. It's like a yellow. Hold on. Okay, that's it. But it's like yellow. I don't know. It's like. It's shiny. It's like got a shiny gold thing on top. I don't know. I don't know what it does, but that's what it is, I guess. Because the AB is red. Yeah, the AB is red, and the AB is all through the background. Like there's, I guess I can. Where is it? I don't know what I'm doing with my life. This is what the actual thing looks like. So the red AB is all through these lighter red stripes. So there's like a lighter red here and then a darker red, and that red AB is all through the lighter red. So
Cool.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it must be something like it needs extra sparkle. It might glow in the dark as something like that.
I guess I could have gone. I could go watch Katie's video, because she did a video of like all of the special diamonds.
Okay. Yeah, I sporadically watch diamond painting, like, because there's so many that are out there and that. So I sporadically watch them. They sort of end up in my playlist, like my watch later list, and then they'll pop up and whatnot.
Yeah.
Courtney's saying that diamond painting is a slow and steady craft, definitely, especially squares.
Listen, though, I am gonna have all I have left, other than those two big kits after this square one, is one more square, which no. And then I'm gonna have to order more diamond paintings because all the rest of them are my little ones for upstairs. And I know that if I bring those down here, I'll go through them very quickly. Like,
yeah.
they'll be done.
As you were saying earlier, you're leaving the small ones for upstairs.
Yeah, because I feel like I'll savor them more if they're upstairs. If I bring them down here,
it's not a cheap exercise especially when you buy from Diamond Art Club, and if you're buying numerous paintings, it gets a bit pricey.
I might have to go ahead and pull out my Amazon kits.
Yeah.
And just do a couple of those just until I have money again to order from DAC.
Yeah, well, see, I get a lot of smaller projects from, like that cat one that I pulled out. That's from fan sales.
Yeah,
and they're a lot cheaper, and a lot of diamond painters actually purchase from fan sales. I hear fan sales mentioned all the time.
Yeah, I do too.
I
don't know if they were licensed or not, but I was like, okay, well, enough people talk about this. Like, I feel like
I think out of all of them, that's the accepted one where you can get them.
Right.
I don't think for one moment they're licensed.
Because people really be up in arms about licensing, which, like, I get it, okay, but like I cannot afford DAC every time I run out of paintings. So I think I probably, now they don't have any special drills, and like I know I'm gonna be disappointed like in the sparkly quality of these Amazon ones.
Well, in saying that, I've got ones from fan sales before. I got one that was all rainbowed. It's on I'll bring it out one day. It's on my wall in there, but it was all rainbow colors through it. It was absolutely stunning, and it's quite sparkly. Like in the right light, it is quite sparkly, and it had no ABs. It just came from fan sales. But at the end of the day, like all my bigger pieces and everything that I get, I prefer to have those from Diamond Art Club. But anything just snack size and whatnot I get from fan sales, because it's just something that I like doing. It's not that those are going to go up on my wall or anything like that. because I've got these books that fit 30 by 40 once they're done, and they're just like a large display folder, and that's all they're going to go into. Like these bigger ones, they will go into frames, and I've got a large wardrobe where they'll sit in the back. I'm going to get my partner to make me, because he's a welder, so he's going to make, he doesn't know it yet, but he is going to make me up a frame for them to slot in. And then he doesn't know it, but you know.
But he's going to do it.
He'll do it for me.
Yeah, I
wash his clothes and everything, so he can make me a frame.
I think I'm going to pull out, sorry, I'm just pulling out these extra containers so I can hit up this kit, and I'm going to end up having to put back a bunch of these containers, but that's fine. But I think I might pull out of those Halloween ones that I got from Amazon, which they're cheap. Okay, yeah, they're not good quality. I think what I'll do is I will pull out the one. I have one that's like a bunch of like horror characters, like it's Pennywise. Who is it? Pennywise, Jason, Michael Myers, maybe like the dude from Saw. Like there's a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna pull that out. It says Friends. It's like a play, like on like Friends, like the show, but it's all like the horror characters. I might pull that one out and do it because like I actually want to do that one, even if the quality is not great. And it's pretty snack size. I think it's like 30 by 30 or something. Okay. Like it's not very big. And then I do have ones that I want to order from Diamond Art Club. I just don't have any money right now.
True.
But I did get the notification that my my new custom pen will be here on Tuesday, and I'm very excited.
That is a very nice pen. Sherry has a spooky one for Halloween, but have to get a pen attachments where you can put 8 diamonds at a time. Well, you don't have to do 8 diamonds at a time.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to. You can definitely get
small.
I mean, I've seen people that even will put like nothing on one end. They just use like one single placer. I was watching something the other day. I don't remember who it was because I watch people randomly, apparently, unless it's Katie or Lindsay from Emeralds and Fairy Lights. That had 2 single placers, like one single placer on each end, but one they only single place, right? So one had putty in it and one had like wax of some kind. So I mean you can really customize it to however. You can put one of the straightener things on the end.
I've got I have 2 pens right now. So I have a 6-placer, metal 6-placer in one end and a round placer in the other, like a looks like that. And then I've got a metal straightener on another one and just the generic placer, which is a multi, so it does rounds and squares, because you can't really see it. This one's perfect for rounds because it's a little bit bigger, so it pulls up the diamond a lot quicker. And they're the ones that I have. And then I've got my death tweezers, which, like I say, pointy, that if you flick them, they'd stab in a wall.
That's what I have from DAC. Those suckers are, and of course the ones that I keep down here don't have the little plastic thing over it because I don't know where it went. So I keep that one down here because Ari won't mess. Like, there's always somebody down here, so like she's not gonna mess with my stuff down here. She will mess with my stuff upstairs. And I'm like, the last thing I need is for you to stab yourself.
Yeah, like they're deadly. Like, they're so sharp. Like, even just to nick it, like if you bump them, you'll actually bleed from them, because I've done it. That's how I know. Sexy Lady says they finished the stand and it took them over a year.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's another big one too.
That's another big one though.
Shannon agrees about PDFs. It's 2023. Why can't we adjust the background color? Yeah, and it does give people a lot of migraines. In saying that, though, if you turn the brightness down and put specialized computer glasses on, it actually cuts a lot of that out and will stop migraines from happening. all my glasses I get compute to make it so it looks like I'm not looking at blue light. It dulls it down. And that's why I can have a light directly in front of me and all that sort of stuff. And you'll see me swapping out glasses all the time because some of my glasses don't have it. And I generally wear these ones all the time while I'm on the computer because it just less eye strain and stuff. So, and I use, when I'm doing diamond painting, I use a light pad that I can turn the light down. And it's the same effect on my tablet and stuff as well. So
yeah, that's why I use my ring light, because I can adjust this ring light to be bright. Right now it's really bright.
Yeah,
that's because it's dark. But I can turn this light up or down, and then I adjust it this way as well. Here, I'll turn it this way so it's not like in your face. But I adjust it down more if I'm diamond painting, because then it's not in my face.
Yeah. I've got another one here that's adjustable as well, but I have it on mainly at night, and I turn it sort of away because otherwise it shines on the glue, and it's easier to not have at nighttime. If your eyes are tired, it's easier not to have surrounding lights and just have your light pad when you're diamond painting. Are you filming too?
Yeah, we can talk. I'm gonna film just the footage. Like, I'm gonna film me kitting this up, and then I'm gonna speed the footage up and put music over it.
Cool, awesome.
Because my vlog,
it's okay if we drop the F-bomb every now and again.
Yeah, my Vlogoween vlog comes out on Sunday. I plan on having it edited and everything for Sunday. Yeah. But I was like, what footage can I put in here that like anyone's gonna care about? And I just don't feel people wanted a kit up video. I don't really know how to talk about how I kit up stuff, so I'm like, I'll just do a time lapse of me kitting things up, and then if people really want me to like break it down for you, like I will.
Yeah, I did. I was kitting this one up the other day, and I did a video on the craft channel where it was just like a whip and chat, but I was kitting up at the time, just sort of randomly talking about what I was doing and what's happening on the channel. Because right now for the craft channel, there is DD Spooktober, where we work on craft on anything to Halloween related or what you deem Halloween, if you don't celebrate. And so. But I like to stitch, and well, you can tell by the things that I diamond paint and stitch that I like that sort of Halloween vibe and all that sort of stuff. I like my witches and all the rest of it, and the paintings I got today are very much the same thing, except for one, although it does have darkness in it and whatnot. So yeah, I remember Bozo. That may be why I was fine with it. But if a clown squirts me with a flower, I may have an issue. I don't think I'd like anybody squirting me with anything off their lapel. No, thank you. Needful Things is also one of my favourites too, Coda. There's a conversation. I have no idea what's going on there. So we will just, debating about reading The Body by Stephen King. I haven't read a lot of his latest stuff. Or even, like, I think the last time I read one, like I reread The Shining and Carrie because they're both my most favourite out of what I've read of his so far. Other than that, I started The Stand, and that was just way too long. Way too long.
Yeah, my favorite. So, oh my gosh. Okay, so I either have bags that have next to nothing in them, or I have multiple bags of one color. It's fine.
This project, that means that you've got a lot of confetti in certain parts of it, because that's what this was like. Some of them have only got like that's this is the white one. That's got, I'll get 2 jars of that one, but then the next one next to it, there's only that much in it. Like,
I haven't done one that has confetti in it really. Like, so this will be interesting. Watch me struggle with both of these projects, and one of them is around. It's fine. Everything is fine. I'm gonna get me a nice partial for the next one. DAC apparently has partials, which I didn't know.
Oh, do they? I did not know that either. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day.
Okay, so what I did was I looked because it was one of the filters.
Oh.
Like when I was filtering for different paintings or whatever.
Yeah.
One of them was like there was a filter for partials, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that DAC had partials. So I was like, well, let me go ahead and, look at this and see if maybe I would want to do a partial. So I went ahead and I clicked on it, and there's a couple of them that are like animal ones. They're like dogs in coffee mugs.
Okay, yep.
And those are partials. So I was like, well, that could be like a fun thing to do because it's just like you don't do any of the background at all.
Yeah, well, I've done a couple. I did it like I got some off fan cells. I got a yellow butterfly one that had all the background done on it, and then you just did the butterfly, and it had like the special gems and stuff in it.
Yeah. Ooh, these red ones are real sparkly.
Coda says, I secretly love chunky books, or maybe it's not a secret since we're on Book 8 of Wheel of Time, and I've collected the Sword of Truth. I actually seen them the other day, and I thought, oh, I might get those. I've also got the Game of Thrones books as well, which we're not going to talk about that because that's never going to be finished. And Outlander, I'm just started collecting all those ones. So yeah, I think I'm with you, Coda. I like a chunky book. I'm not scared of a chunky book. As a teenager, I was very scared of a chunky book, but as an adult, I've got time now, and seeing I've been made redundant in the last, from driving lessons and all the rest of it in the last week, I seem to have even more time. I don't even have to take her to and from work anymore, which is just fabulous.
You just take yourself.
Yeah, she just off she goes, and the only thing she's got to learn how to wake up. That's the only thing. The only thing she's got to do. But she is only 17, and 17-year-olds like to sleep. So, but it feels so weird, and it must feel weird to her as well. Because I said, because I used some of her potting mix the other day for Savannah to plant some carrots, and. Yeah, anyway, I used her potting mix and I didn't replace it yet. And I said, seen you finishing at 4, here's $20. You can duck down to Bunnings and grab that potting mix. I said, because I'm just going to be tinkering here today. And then she went to take them and she goes, oh, no, Mum, I'll just come home and get you. So she must be missing me not being in the car.
Aww.
I'm like, all right, no worries. So she's going to come and get me. She goes, oh, we'll just go after sprints. It's all right. And I'm like, okay, cool, no worries. So, yeah. So she must be missing me. And then, like, normally she won't, when she goes out or whatever, I say to her, make sure that you send me a message. Let me know that you got there okay. Just doing the mum thing, being annoying and all that sort of stuff, apparently. And I said that to her yesterday. She goes, yeah, I will. And then as soon as she arrived, because I know how long it takes to get to Toowoomba, she texted me straight away, and then she sent me a message when she was leaving, because there's a few places between here and there. There's no phone service, so I'll know if she hasn't turned up within 3 hours, because sometimes you can get stuck behind trucks and whatnot. Then I know where I've got to go looking for her, and I've been trying to get Savannah to do it. Do you think she'll do it? No. And then her dad will send her a message and go, excuse me, your mother's at home worrying about you. Do you think it'd be nice of you to let her know that you've arrived home safely? If you haven't arrived home safely, whoever's reading this message, can you please call this number?
Right.
So, yeah, it's just trying to get them to be a little bit more respectful of the people that are sitting at home worrying about them.
I mean, I'm a grown adult, and I will still text, like, if for some reason something changes, like I have to take, like, an Uber home instead of the ride that I usually have from work or something, I'll text and say, hey, I had to take an Uber.
Yeah.
This should be my ETA, so if I'm not home within 5 minutes of this time, then the Calvary.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I had to do it when I was younger as well, and it's just something that, it's just a respect thing. Like, I just say to the girls, it's not that I'm trying to check up on you. It's just that I want to know that you've arrived safely, and if you haven't, I can come looking for you at least. All right, this is a mission. I don't advise anybody opening up 3 diamond paintings at once. No, it's labelled anyway, so it's all good. All right, so when you get your diamond painting from Diamond Art Club, there is actually, as Neva was saying earlier, there is a QR code that takes you to their Facebook group. There is also a QR code for step-by-step instructions, and on the side of your box, which I'm not going to show, there is also a QR code that says scan me for 10% off your next purchase. So everything you purchase, you get 10% off. So it's really good. And you can't, the kits and everything, where'd that kit go? It's stuck in the bottom of this one. The others are too far away from me now. Here it is. Come out. There we go. And it comes with a toolkit, which I'll open up. We'll crack it open. It's a freshie. Love a freshie. So it comes with the Deadly Tweezers, and they have Diamond Art Club on the side of them.
Oh, you open a square one?
Yeah, this is a square one, yeah.
Yeah,
You don't get tweezers with the round one. It comes with a pen. It comes with enough baggies to put your excess ones in. It also comes with a multi-placer, which I really like. So not all multi-placers are equal. Anybody that's getting into these, the fatter multi-placers are better for the round drills. The thin ones are better for the square drills. And there's no way to really show it on camera, except when you look at them, one will look chunkier than the other.
And if you're like me, you just use the thin ones for everything.
Yeah, which is what I do. But and that just comes through. Oh, sneeze.
I wish I knew where
Okay.
I put them.
It also comes with like a your pencil grips and all that sort of stuff to help cushioning, because some of these big ones you're into them for a long time. It also comes with a putty and a little container that it comes in, a little love heart. You also get some washi tape, and the washi tape is to go around the outside of your painting because there is a spillover when they pour the glue, and you'll have maybe 1/8 of an inch all the way around of spillover. So you put the washi tape all the way around your project, and it really helps with like sticking to it. You won't. I'm lazy and a lot of time, and I don't do it. But when I'm doing these,
I didn't do it on this one.
Yeah, I don't really have to worry about it, and I trim mine up pretty close to the diamonds anyway. But I do advise, if you're going to do a big one and you're going to be at it for a long time and it's going to be sitting around, it is probably advisable to put the washi tape around it. And I got a little rose magnetic cover minder. All right, and it also comes with it comes with that. All right. It's got a little stopper in the end. That's cool. My other ones never came with a stopper. That must be a new development. It's been a while since I bought any. So
all of mine that I've gotten have come with a stopper, except for the older kits.
Yeah, I've got older kits here because I haven't bought any Diamond Art Club for a while because I didn't diamond paint for nearly 12 months.
So like the chip kit was an older, no, it wasn't. The Harry Potter kits are all older kits.
Yeah.
So the only one that came with a stopper on the tray from the Harry Potter line that I got was this Hedwig one. So I think this Hedwig one is a newer.
Yeah. So it comes with a little stopper. So so you've got a little spout, and then the little stopper just goes into that spout and basically stops any drills while you're doing it coming out. And it just goes in, so it's sealed up at the bottom. And so that's what you get in there. But that's the square one. So the square one you get tweezers, the round ones you do not. But in the round one, you will get the same stuff. If it's an older kit, it might be slightly different because the kits that I opened up that I'm working on right now, they actually came with a clear bag, not this seal one where you open it up.
My old ones came with the clear bag also. Yeah,
so they're the older kits. And some of the older kits also don't come with these big pictures either. They're a little bit smaller. So this is the one I was just showing you is this one, Night Magic. That was what was in the kit. That's a square one. Yep, that's right. That's a square one, and that's what it's going to look like. I'll just make the picture a little bit bigger for you if I can get my mouse to work. What's going on there? There it is. All right. So that is what that's going to look like. And as you can see, it's very witchy and all that. It's got little mice at a cauldron, and they're casting spells, and it's called Midnight Magic. Then the next one I got, which is for the door because at the moment we're renovating Savannah's room. This is a round drill, and this is going on the door of the library. So we know that it's the library. Like the house is not that big, but it's just a bedroom that's getting turned into a library. And then I got this one because, let's face it, every house needs a cat in a hat. And that cat just looks really, really cool. So I got that one, and that is also a round one as well. So they're the ones that will go up on the shelf, and I will slowly do them. And the square one is 23.6 inches by 30 inches. And for those playing in the Southern Hemisphere, that's 60 centimetres by 76 centimetres. Oberon is 20 inches by 25 inches, which is 50 by 64. And the teacup and books is 20 by 25, which is the same, 51, or it's actually 51 by 64. So, yeah. So they are my projects that I'm going to have for the next couple of months, thereabouts. Oh, and they also come with a little sticker that you can put on the outside of your box, because when you get your box, there's nothing on there's only this picture here on the top. So there's nothing on the ends. So you can pop that little picture. And so if you've got them up in, say, the top of your wardrobe or whatever, you can put the little picture of what it is on the end. And then that way you don't have to pull it out to work out what it is.
I have found that the only ones that come, I mean, they still come with that sticker.
Yeah.
But the only ones that I have in my stash, personally, not that my stash is that big, that have they do have a picture on the side. So all my Harry Potter ones.
Okay. Yeah, this one has one on the, this one has one on the front.
Yeah, but the ones that aren't actually licensed, I don't have any Marvel, but the Chip and Potato ones, and then the Sesame Street ones, and the Harry Potter ones, they all have a picture on the side.
Okay.
But none of the other ones do. And I'm like, why don't you just do it for all of them?
I think that I'm not sure if they started doing that back when they first started, if they're that old, or not. So
I don't know, because this Hedwig one is a newer one. And it still has it still has the picture on the side with all the stats on it.
Oh, okay.
So it even says full diamond coverage area, and then it tells you how many colors and how many ABs, and then the total diamonds and the SKU.
Yeah, no, mine are all on the. So if it was,
but all my other ones, like my big poster size one, and then even the Randall Spangler one, the pictures were on the top. Front.
Yeah. It was so funny. I was buying Diamond Art Club kits because I just buy them randomly because they cost me this one here cost me $110 to get it to my door, right? And so I was just buying the ones that I liked when I bought them. So I never really looked into what their boxes meant and all that sort of stuff. So for those playing at home, if you've got a stash and all the rest of it, their square ones are blue. So the line on it is blue. And if it's a round one, it has a pink line and a circle on it. But I didn't even put two and two together that line meant anything. And, it was a friend of mine goes, oh, you know that you can tell just by looking at your stash what you've got in rounds and squares. I'm like, no, I've got to pull them down to see what's on the front. She goes, no, the line. If it's a pink line, it's round. If it's a blue line, it's square. And I'm like, oh, my God.
The only exception to this is, this is the Harry Potter one that's square. So it's a full gold around it.
Yeah.
And then the one for this one with round, it's a lighter gold.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
But there's no actual line, and I think it's because they're licensed fandom.
Yeah.
Ones,
maybe. You know? Yeah. I think a lot of time they just change this stuff. So ABs are Aurora Borealis drills, and they have extra rainbowy sort of colours through them and extra sparkly is what they are. I read Interview with the Vampire and Queen of the Dam, but it was a really long time ago. My friend was my best friend years and years ago was all over those books, loved them. Tried Tommyknockers. Louisville is where Anne is. Just finished Nana today. Lois is working on a cross stitch that I started a South for. It has Cryneck. Cryneck, they call it the devil's pubes. It's really terrible thread to work with in cross stitch for those that don't know. And it has the nickname devil's pubes. When I first heard that, I'm like, who come up with that? But anyway, it's sort of, it's really terrible to work with.
Probably somebody that was annoyed with how terrible it was to work with.
It's been put in timeout. So I read the uncut version. It was a long time ago, and I do not recommend it unless you listen to it. Yeah. That's a big chunky book. My absolute favorite from Anne Rice is Pandora. Next month I'm going to read Feast of All Saints for my November 1st birthday. Awesome. Well, happy birthday for the 1st of November. But I'm sure we will see you somewhere on Sprints. It was in 1986. The audio I have says it was like 45 hours in total, but 1.5 is only 30 hours. Still a lot of book to listen to. I read the uncut version as well, and it was before I got into audio. I've only been into audio, like you've only been into it for the last year, haven't you, Neva?
Yeah. So I started listening to audiobooks. I mean, like right before I started a channel, so maybe like April of 2022. Otherwise, like my thing is that I couldn't figure out how people were listening to them because they're so slow at one time speed. And then Brittany told me that you could speed them up. So that was life-changing.
Same. I'm like, turn that sucker up to 2.
But yeah, but I don't know, ever since doing the diamond painting thing, like I've been really into doing audiobooks just because it's the only way I'm reading right now, really.
Yeah.
Except for like at night. I'm sorry, these are so staticky. It's unbelievable. Even with a freaking dryer sheet. Anyway, yeah, so I've gotten more and more into audiobooks just because plus I can listen to audiobooks at work. So they're a bit, my Lanta, they're a bit easier, for me. My God. Okay.
So Lois is reading the Dirk Pitt series from Clive Cussler and is up to book 18 of 27. Once I finish, I take the books to a local neighbourhood library stand at the shopping centre for someone else to enjoy them. That's a good idea. I made it to chapter 6 of Silent Patient, but I'm going to bed. Night, Chrissy. That was ages ago. That was almost an hour and a half ago. We will get to the end of the comments. Good night, Courtney. You're probably long gone as well. Thank you for joining. Anybody that is still lurking around, appreciate it. Hello, ML. I'm back. I blipped out to panic work. I did coin. Okay, I'm lost.
Okay, so she blipped out to panic and work. So she left the sprints to go panic and work because she's about to go back to Texas for the weekend. So she won't have any weekend work time.
Okay. I'm like, thank you for the translation. I appreciate that because it wasn't happening for me. Sorry.
I just have to say, the thing I hate the most about staticky drills is that they jump around, bro, and they remind me of, and I can't stand it. It's so gross. I hate it so much. It gives me literal anxiety. And I don't know why these are so staticky.
Yeah, I think like a lot of time it depends on the time of year as well. Like if I find if we've got a lot of storms and stuff around, my drills become very staticky as well.
Yeah, and it rained all day today, and then I pulled this out of the closet. So. Yeah.
Hello, just got here after watching a new episode of Our Flag Means Death, and I'm dead. Well, is it good? My mum's partner, my stepfather, but I don't really call him that because I didn't know him that well. Feels weird. Died suddenly. I'm flying back to be with my mum. Oh, that's no good.
Wow. I'm so sorry,
I'm
ML.
sorry for your loss. Hey, sorry for your mum's loss too. Like
Mm.
they were together 3 years and married for 2 years. He wasn't particularly young, but this was very unexpected. He was wasn't feeling quite right, had got admitted to hospital and had a heart attack. Oh my goodness. That is very sudden.
That's like similar to like my mom. Like, I mean, my mom had a pacemaker put in like 2015 or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like she said that she was fine, and then she wasn't fine, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Like my stepdad said that he was on the phone with the cardiologist, like
Yeah.
waiting for the nurse to like put him through or whatever, and then she like passed away. Like that's all the information I'm giving, but like
Yeah.
it's crazy because like it's like it. My mom was young, like she was under 50. She was
Yeah.
45, but or well 44. She would have been 45 7 days later, but like when it's an unexpected, it's more of like
It's
how did
shocking.
this happen?
Yeah, it's totally shocking. QWERTY, may I ask what you do with all your diamond paintings? You do. Well, I'm not sure if you were here earlier. I actually have some flip books which are in like just down in here that I haven't started using yet. I only just recently got them, probably about 6 months ago, and they're just in a box down underneath my bench here. And they're like, the A4 display folders that you get for school and you put all your work in. They're like that, but they're bigger. They're like an A3 size, so they'll fit a 30 by 40 in it. The bigger ones that you can see there up in the top corner, those ones just there, those two are actually getting framed and put on. The Halloween one is getting put on my granddaughter's door because that is hers. She likes all things Halloween because her birthday is on Halloween. And the one underneath it is going to just go up on the wall somewhere in the house. Some of my large diamond paintings are themed. The one I'm working out on right now will go on my bedroom wall above my bed. But most of them are themed, so they can be swapped out during the year. And I have like 12-foot ceilings, so I have a lot of wall space. And I'm not adverse to putting diamond paintings on doors either, or cross stitches for that matter. So that's generally what I do. What are you going to do with yours, Neva? Because you're relatively new to the craft. So what are your thoughts on this?
That's a great question. So Ari's the one that I've specifically made for Ari. So that includes an Elmo. I'm working on an Oscar the Grouch. I'm working on a Chip, and then at some point I will open up Potato. I have to get Chip done before I open up Potato. They will all be framed and hung up, but I think the Chip one, or I'm sorry, I think the Potato one is the largest one, and it's like 13 by something. The rest, but like the Sesame Street ones are 9 by 9. So I'm just gonna get frames for those for all of hers and hang them up. I'm also going to get a frame for this Randall Spangler one that I just did, and we're gonna hang it on our front door for the Halloween season because it was requested that it get hung on the door, so that makes me feel accomplished. And then the rest of them I don't know. I've looked into like the portfolios to maybe put them in there. Ones that I'm gonna gift to people, I plan on framing for them like before I gift them to them. But everybody that I would gift one to is within like driving distance of me, so I can like deliver them after they're framed. As far as, and I do have 2 big poster size ones. I plan on trying to find a way to hang those in my book closet, so they'll more than likely be framed. To do that, I would rather there be a pane of glass between the diamond art and the world. You know what I mean?
Because people will touch them.
Yeah, because we do have seal. Like Mariah has like this seal. The
Yep.
only thing that stops me, I may seal the Randall Spangler one, but the thing that stops me from sealing the diamond paintings is that at least with DAC, once you seal it, it voids your warranty. So if something was to happen to the canvas, or like drills were to start popping off, they wouldn't honor my warranty anymore, and so I wouldn't be able to like replace it in any way unless I just like repurchased it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Um,
redone it again. Yeah. I personally
And I
don't seal any of my diamond paintings, and I've never had any problem.
and I
So.
think if I just put them in a frame that has glass on it,
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be fine. Because then if any of them were to fall off, they would be trapped by the glass.
Okay. So one thing I will say though, if you live in a humid area and you have mold problems, go with glass, not perspex. Because if you have mold and mold should happen to start to grow on it for whatever reason up in a corner or whatever, with the perspex, it will damage the perspex. Whereas glass, you can clean it off. You can use a bit of vinegar, because you can't really use vinegar on perspex either because it'll dull it.
Yeah.
Whereas if you have glass, you can use a bit of vinegar on it. You can put a little bit of clove oil or anything. And that's just for anybody that lives in a humid area that has problems with mold, because mold spores can get on anything. I live in a humid area, not a humid area, but I live in a hot climate. And in summer, we have a lot of rain. So we tend to have some issues. Unless we're in drought, we have issues with mold. So basically, you've got to clove everything. So most of mine, I think it's only 2 of the ones that I do have framed. Everything else has glass in them. And the one the 1 or 2 that doesn't, I know one of them I broke the glass, so I replaced it with perspex, but it's not really an issue. It's not in a moist area or anything like that, or in the kitchen. So if you put anything in a kitchen, near a bathroom, or in the bathroom, you definitely, or a toilet even, anywhere where there's moisture or anything like that, you definitely need to have glass.
Yeah. We don't really deal with, like, if I lived in Florida, still it would be more of a thing. Here we don't really deal with mold. I don't personally plan on hanging any of my diamond paintings in the bathroom. I mean, unless I just find one that like really fits the bathroom and makes me laugh.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure that some of them are just going to be stored somewhere. You know what I mean?
That's the same as my partner that's going to be making me a frame that he doesn't know that he's making yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like above like rolling them up and putting them back in their box, or laying them out like on top of my dresser. Like, you know what I mean? They don't necessarily have to be ones that can be hung or displayed or whatever. Because I'm not really doing it for that, you know?
No, that's the same as me. I'm not really doing it for that. Ari is going to school tomorrow. That's why Neva was like, go to sleep.
Yeah, I was like, go to sleep, bro, before I lay you out.
I have 3 hours left of chapter 3. I really wish that I'd all know the progress percentage. My God, when you say I still have 3 hours left of chapter 3, just know that you're like.
My workaround with this is that because I use StoryGraph, I can plug in, because you used to be able to display the percentage on it. Audible. I don't know why they took that away from us. It's very rude. But my workaround is that I put it into StoryGraph, because in StoryGraph, if you select it as an audiobook in your currently reading, you can do hours and minutes. So I do that, and then I plug it in that way, because then it'll tell me how much percentage I'm in without me having to do any math.
Rolanda had lunch, did some prepping for dinner for Rex, which is her puppy dog, and has 604. Wow, that was a dyslexic moment. Has 467 stitches to go. I was going to say 674, but anyway, lucky I'm only audio booking today, because I obviously can't read. And I got halfway through number 5 in the blanket. That is awesome. And Rolanda got 100 stitches done in that sprint. My eyes are twisting. I'm off to bed after this chatty bit. Hello, Alyssa's. Thank you for joining. And thank you for leaving me on watch time as well. Really do appreciate it. Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day or evening. You have a good night's sleep too. And hopefully we'll see you in the next one. What is an AB? I think we answered this earlier, didn't we? Yep. Yep. Same person. I don't even know where I do not know where the comments end. So we might go after this one. I read a lot of Stephen King in high school, but I have not read any in high school. I have not read any of his books.
I think she means the new books.
New books, yeah. The problem is too famous and popular. Yeah.
I mean, I was a Stephen King groupie in high school. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like I read Stephen King like it was like I was getting paid to read Stephen King, and Stephen King was not paying me to read his books, but I read them. And honestly, like I have my favorites. I will say that Carrie has changed for me after reading The Weight in Blood or Oh Weight in Blood, whatever that book is. I read that last year and I prefer it is like a Carrie retelling, I guess. Like I don't really know how else to describe it. And I like that book better than the original Carrie. I mean, Carrie is but like my favorite Stephen King is Christine, which is the one about the car, and also Firestarter, which has had 2 movie adaptations, and the newest one is terrible. Don't watch it.
Yeah,
I also do like The Shining. It is definitely a 5-star book for me, bro. But like, I'm not just gonna be out here willy nilly telling people to read it.
It's a 5-star read, but don't bother.
It's like one of those books that like I recognize that for me it was a 5-star, but I also recognize that like no one's trying to read that. I do need to read Fairy Tale. I bought it last year by I bought it. I mean, Mr. Reading when Neva bought it for me. Last year, and it's on technically, which I never made my like self-destruct list public, but technically it's on my self-destruct list because it will have been on my shelf for over a year by the end of the year. But you know what, the way that my reading year has gone, I think that we're just not gonna self-destruct anything because I actually have books listed on my Pango, and I have put a few books on Pango just this year, so like I feel like that's good enough.
Yeah, that is fair enough. And I sent off 8 books. I didn't do an unhaul or anything like that. I had 2 duplicates that came in the boxes, book boxes that I get, and there's some books on there that I had DNF'd and all that sort of stuff. So Savannah got her mandatory book box for her birthday, and so she told off with that, and I ended up with a book that I wasn't going to read, so I gave that to her, and then she took a whole heap to take down to the book exchange. So that's how I sort of get rid of my books that I don't want on my shelf anymore. Sometimes she'll take them and put them on her shelf because she wants to read them, but for the most part, everything stays. I don't unhaul books. So yeah, some of the Outlander books are like 1,400 pages, and the rest.
I personally will unhaul books if they are books that I DNF'd.
Yeah. Well, that's what I just unhauled, all the DNF books and duplicates, because sometimes with the boxes that we get, we might get 1 or 2 that are duplicated from a previous box, but it's still worth it to get the box, even though you're going to get that extra one. And she just uses it at the book exchange. So,
yeah, because I have, what is that book? Oh, I unhauled the Liars books. I can't even think of what the hell they're called now. Shoot. I don't think it's called I don't know. Maybe it was called We Were Liars. I don't remember, but it was terrible. Okay. It was like supposed to be like rich people drama, and I just did not care. I tried. You know what I'm saying? I really tried, but I don't know. There was like a part of it that felt racist to me, and I was like, I don't really want to read this. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Also, I unhauled The Help. By unhauled, I mean that I deleted it off Kindle and I returned it to Audible because what the hell? is that.
Mm.
Absolutely not. It
Mm.
was terrible. Unhauled that digitally. Unhauled it. And then I unhauled what is it? The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Listen,
Yep.
I tried to read that book 3 times,
Yeah,
and the
no.
book I got was 92 pages, and I was like, I don't care about this book. Like, she's an idiot. Like, you were told not to do something, and then you just kept doing it. Like,
Yeah.
how bad do you want me to feel for you? I felt bad for her the first time. I won't lie. Like, on her wedding night or whatever, it's like at the very beginning of the book, when she's like originally cursed. I
Yeah.
felt bad, that
Yeah.
her parents didn't recognize her. And then after that, I was like, you just keep repeating the same stupidity
Yeah.
over and over again.
I liked it when I first, like, I did a reread of that with the group, and it doesn't. The first time was okay. Like, I did audio with the first time. The second time I read it, and yeah, I think I got to page 150, maybe 160, and I went, boo. There goes Savannah. She didn't take it. It's still sitting on my shelf. She goes, I want to read it one day, and I'm like, all right, we'll just leave it there.
I'm not gonna lie, Julia Wellen couldn't even. I love Julia Wellen. Like, she's
Yeah.
one of my top audiobook narrators. Even Julia Wellen couldn't save the Invisible Life of Addie LaRue for me. I tried.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Coda has headed off to bed as well, and then Jean was saying, I assume that you're in the same time zone as me. No, most people that hang out here are in the Northern Hemisphere because everybody here in Australia is at work. So yeah. So I hang out with a lot of there's a few that are here are in the Southern Hemisphere and not too far away from me at all. But yeah. All right, we might go to another sprint, go for 45 minutes. I've got it all set up and ready to go. So we will see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading and crafting, everybody. See you soon. Right, we are back. So, how did everybody go? I got a little bit more of Wheel of Time listened to, and I've done a little bit of tidying up, and that sprint went fast. Like, I looked at the timer at one stage, and it was like 30 minutes. Then the next time I looked at it, it was like 8 minutes. It's like, oh my goodness, that went so quickly. So yeah, I'm just trying to get this back in because I pulled it out earlier to show Tina what lacing looks like with the cross stitch and whatnot. So yeah, I think Neva's still filming something, so she will be back shortly, I'm sure. Yeah, she's kitting up filming a kit up, so she might be editing or something like that. So yeah. All right. I have got to halfway through chapter 9 of Wheel of Time. This book is going so slow. Yeah, the chapters just seem to be really long. They don't look long when you look at them in the book, but they just feel like they're going long. I don't know. Maybe it's just me today because I am a little bit tired today. So this really hurts. Use scissors, Nicole. It's one of the, like, most frames, the little tabs at the back are a little bit longer than these ones, and these ones are really short. So it makes it quite difficult to get your little fingers in there. So that's done now. That's back together, which is good. How did everybody else go? I finally finished off my section of diamond painting, and I started my new section for tomorrow. But my eyes are getting a little bit tired from looking at all the symbols and having the light shine on them. So I thought I'd take a break from that. Coda also went off to bed, and so thank you very much for joining, Coda, if you're still around, and we'll catch you on Sunday night. I heard something about this, but I do not know what book it was. Wasn't there a recent 1,000-page book that was one sentence? That's insanity. Like, that is just crazy. Absolute craziness. Like, that would drive me absolutely berserk. One long sentence. That's not a sentence. But yeah, like, I don't know what it was called, but I have heard someone else talk about that as well. So I couldn't tell you who it was either. In Colorado, why don't you get tweezers with the round ones? I probably will have to answer this too. I don't know if Jean's still in the comments or not, but I was talking to her on Instagram because she kept missing our answer for the AB drills. So just in case you come back and watch this, or you're still here, Jean, tweezers, you don't get you get the tweezers with the square ones because they have the sides to pinch them and move them, and it helps to place them or get them back off the canvas. The round ones, when you try to use the tweezers, they just slide off. I tend to use the tweezers to pull bits of wax and stuff out of the canvas, and then that way I don't have a build up, like, because sometimes the little putty will come out and go down between the drills. So using those pointy nose tweezers gets all the wax or the putty that you're using that may have come out of your pen off the canvas, and you can sort of get underneath the round ones and pop them off, but they're hard to pick up. So yeah, you don't always you don't with Diamond Art Club. Other kits you may get them, but generally no. We have a rule: you have to call it if you are going to be late, and if you're not coming home, and you have to do it after the trip. Yeah, I'm trying, like, we've always traveled together, so this is a new thing for the girls because we're always together. To go anywhere for them, we had to drive them because they're only young and all that sort of stuff. But since they've got their license, Savannah's probably the worst for it. She just forgets. Like, she's just very forgetful, and she just forgets how she's managed to get through school. Sometimes I wonder, but for the most part, she is getting better at it. Like, if I don't hear from her within 3 hours, I will send her a message and go, hello, were you supposed to send me a message? And she can tell by that hello that I'm not happy with her. So, and then she'll ring me and go, sorry, Mum, I forgot. She just gets distracted and whatnot. And like, but they're getting better. That's the main thing. Yeah, same. I'm the same. I worry. I used to have, like, I hate it when I have recurring dreams about stuff like that as well. Like, yeah, for a long time, I wouldn't let Nerily leave the house because I kept having a dream that something bad was going to happen to her, and I'm just like, no, you're not leaving the house. And like, she didn't know why. Like, I wouldn't let her go and stay at and it was when she went and stayed at a friend's place. So I wouldn't let her stay at a friend's place and all that sort of stuff. And then she had a big fight with me one day, and then I told her, and she just stopped asking then because she realized that it was something that I couldn't control. Like, I was having these dreams and it was worrying me. So she just stopped trying to push the issue, and then realized that, which in a way worked out well, because the particular friend that she wanted to go and hang out with turned out not to be a not so great person. So she was sort of happy in one aspect. And I've let her go as I need to, but she's always been in a rush to grow up as well, which does not sit well with me. Good night, Coda and everybody. 12:15 a.m. here. Nicole, you're such a great teacher. Did you ever consider teaching as a career at any point? No. I used to teach classes and stuff for sewing and whatnot, but I do not have the patience for other people's children teaching. I think maybe I probably could have done teaching like in like high school, senior high school, sort of like what my daughter's going in, but I do not have the patience for children. Not at all. I just but I am capable of teaching someone if they need to learn. I can do it on video, that's about it. But I used to do it in person with sewing classes and stuff like that. And a lot of people used to say that, they tried to learn to sew before, and I just managed to break it down for them in such a simple way, because my philosophy is everybody is a beginner until they tell me otherwise. And I was a beginner once, and I would have appreciated someone taking the time to teach me. I am self-taught. My grandmother tried to teach me. She was a seamstress and all that sort of stuff. But when I was younger, I was more interested in being out riding my horses, going fishing, doing all the outdoor stuff. Now that I'm an adult, I cringe away from the outside world. It's just it's not a great place out there. But when I was a kid, it was great. Not at any point, no. Can you design your own canvas, or do you typically have to buy pre-made kits? You can get custom-made ones done. You just have to find a company that does it. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any. I can't think of companies that off the top of my head what their names are, but I could possibly get a list for anybody, and I'll have it ready for the next sprints. There are a few places. I know that you can do it on AliExpress. You can get custom ones from AliExpress. I don't know how many shops or what the quality is. Personally, I would go through a reputable company, someone that, if you go and watch other diamond painters, a lot of them will mention them, or even in the Facebook groups, if you put up because it depends where you are too in the world, like what's going to be easier for you to get custom ones. There was a place here in Queensland that did custom ones, but she got out of it just recently. But yeah, it just depends where you are in the big wide world and what's closest to you and who ships to you and who does it and whatnot. So getting in the Facebook groups and asking that question, they are a wealth of information. And if they don't know, then no one knows, basically. I don't know if Diamonds and who does she use? She's got some custom ones done.
Yeah, I would have to go back and watch. She does unboxings and stuff of all, most of her kits. I know that the only ones that she doesn't really do kit reviews on are DAC kits, just because she says that she doesn't do that. She really only does post reviews on Diamond Art Club if they're requested, by subscribers, because she feels like the quality for Diamond Art Club is almost always consistent.
Yeah.
She's really only doing post reviews for kits that she felt like weren't consistent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I would not recommend Dreamer Designs to purchase from them if you live outside the United States. If you live in the United States, they have really good service. If you live outside of the United States, Yeah, no, they don't even send your stuff to you, and they take your money and they keep it. And they're not
What?
cheap. Yeah, I ordered something. This was at the end of 2021. I ordered it, and it was said that it was shipped out. So I'm just trying to remember how the sequence of events. So I ordered the chart. Then they sent me the notification that it was shipped out. I had a tracking number. I was tracking it, and then it ended up, and then it said that like it had left their premises, it had gotten to wherever it went to, which I think it was Chicago, where it was getting shipped out of, and it got to Chicago, and it sat there for about 2 weeks. Anyway, I thought that sometimes happens, and it was sort of, we were still coming out of, you know, the COVID postage debacle and all that sort of stuff. And for us, a lot of stuff did sit in Chicago for quite some time. It could be up to 3 weeks that it'd sit in customs there, waiting to get a flight out because it was coming by air mail and all that sort of stuff. So there was that. And so I was accepting of that, and like 3 weeks passed, and then then I get a notification one day. I was here filming, and I seen a notification come up saying that something was delivered. Now the postman delivers right at my back, because where I film is my front door.
Right. So you're gonna see if somebody actually delivers something.
Yeah, and my parcel guy knows that I film here, so he'll bang on the bottom step if he hears me talking. So I hear that knock, that he's done. Like, he won't knock on the door because he knows I film. That's the beauty of living in a small country town. Everybody knows what everybody's doing, right? And so, and so a lot of the time, if he doesn't hear talking, he'll think that I'm in the house or whatever. He'll come up to the door and he'll yell out parcel and drop it down. And sometimes I'm out here, you know, like I'm reading and I'm being really quiet, and he'll scare the absolute shit out of me because I don't hear him coming. Anyway, I knew that it hadn't been delivered. Or he used to, if he hears me talking, sometimes he'll run up the side if the weather's not right, and he'll run up the side of my driveway and put it at the back door. But I'll hear him because I've got a gravel driveway. So anyway, that was fine. I'm like, no, it's not here. I went, and it said that it was placed in a safe place. So I went to my back door. It wasn't there. It wasn't at the front door. It wasn't. And then it said it was placed in, I read a little bit further down, it was placed in the garage. And so I went and looked at, and I've got an open garage, so I thought that that was feasible. Someone must have thought that I wasn't home. And I went and I looked everywhere. I even got Brendan to come out and look, and it was not there. I sent them a message. It took them a week to respond to me. Then when they did respond to me, they said, oh, no, it came back here. Because when I went and checked the address on a further email, it said it got taken back to their home address, or address in, I didn't know it was their home address, but yeah. And she goes, oh, it's been delivered back here in the email. I'm like, well, can you resend it? And she's like, yeah, I can do that. Never resent it. Sent her another email. Can I have my money back? I ended up getting my money back after waiting for a period of time through PayPal, because luckily enough, I paid through PayPal.
Yeah.
And sometimes
did it for you.
Yeah. And so PayPal ended up doing it for me, but I had to wait a mandatory, I think it was 21 days because of the COVID postage and all that sort of stuff. I had to wait 21 days before I could put in a claim to show that I had done sufficient, you know, give me my money or give me my chart. And so, yeah, I don't recommend them, and I will name and shame them, because that's just out of order, because we here in Australia pay a premium to get stuff sent from places. So
it's so crazy, because I've seen Dreamer Designs like blowing up everywhere because they're running some kind of promotion where you can like get your first canvas for free. You just pay for shipping. And
I thought I read somewhere that they were actually closing down.
I don't know, but they definitely have people out here peddling their stuff, because like, they definitely have
their charts are great. Their customer service sucks.
Yeah, because they definitely have like influencers that are sponsored by them, because like I watched one the other day just because I was, you know, browsing, and there was one that was like, it was not even a post review. It was like an unboxing and a kit up. And I don't even remember who it was, but I ended up clicking off of it because I felt like I felt like this specific influencer, I have no idea who she is. Okay. I just want everyone to know. So like I can't say her name because I don't remember it. But she just kept making comments about like how great their charts were and how sparkly the diamonds were and how they were better than other premium diamond art companies. And I was like, can you just say that like it's good? Like that's weird to me.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because like I watch people like Katie and I watch people like Lindsay, which is Emeralds and Fairy Lights, where they are affiliates with a few different diamond art companies.
Yeah.
But they also spend their own money. So like they will tell you like, I got this as like a, what is that called?
Oh, where
like
it's like a new release and stuff like where they do the
or whatever. But
Yeah.
like Katie for sure will be like, yeah, I bought this with my own money. Like, yes, I'm an affiliate or whatever, but like I bought this with my own money.
Yeah, I'm an affiliate with Diamond Art Club as well. Like I've joined up, and I've actually got a link underneath this video. So if anybody wants to shop, hey, use the link down below. But I always buy my own stuff because I don't want to be swayed.
Right. And I mean, they do some of them, like Katie does like sneak peeks and stuff like that.
Yeah, for their new releases and stuff like that.
Yeah, she'll also tell you if she didn't like the way that like if she didn't like something about it. Like I was watching a post review the other day. It was from a while ago, but I was watching a post review the other day where she was talking about how the ABs from Diamond Art Club have kind of a funny smell.
Yeah,
they smell like they're burning.
Yeah,
which they definitely do. They have like a weird, like burnt.
They have a funky smell for sure.
They smell funny. But she literally said it. She was like, "I don't know." She's like, "I'm gonna tell them that I noticed this."
Because
like,
I think the making process of them is like they actually because they're melted. The shimmer is melted onto it.
Yeah, but she was like,
logically, that's the way I would see it being made. But
and she says in the video, she's like, "I don't know if there's actually anything that they can do or if it even matters that they smell like this." She was like,
yeah, "But like if you are sensitive, they do. They smell like that. You know what they smell like? Burnt popcorn."
Yeah. And if you like rub your fingers on them and then you smell your hand, like I can't right now, I don't know how many ABs lay down, but if you like do that and then you smell your hand, you can smell them. Like, and sometimes, like when I opened this, like when I cut the top of them open of the bag, like when you first open them, you can definitely smell them. Like,
oh yeah, like I opened these ones up yesterday or Wednesday, whenever I did the video, and I've just like taken the lid off. And it's still like when you open the bag, you can smell it, but there is still that like it's not as strong as when you first open the bag, but there's still that funky smell there on that. So maybe that's why everybody started coming up with scented waxes and stuff like that because they were sensitive to the smell of the drills.
Which listen, this patty wax, I don't know how I feel about it, but it does smell good, bro. It does smell good, but I don't know. Diamond painting wise, I don't know how I feel about it because I don't know if it is a climate thing. I know that she said that people that live in the north, you know, where it gets cold or whatever, sometimes have issues with the patty wax, but it's very like when you scrape it, right? It's very like flaky. I don't know how. It's not.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't putty up enough. It just I've got one that's like that too. It just doesn't seem to have the tackiness that it needs.
Yeah, the consistency to me is like candle wax, and it kind of crumbles like candle wax.
Because you need a soft wax, so you need to have either a little bit more coconut oil in the wax or a little bit more soy product in the wax for it to be like a putty.
Yeah, and it's
like I mean, is it a putty or is it a wax?
This is a wax.
Okay.
But even compared to, which I don't know where the hell I put it, but even compared to the little tub of wax that I have from Randa, right? Because that's all I can compare this to. So I have putty from Randa, which is a true putty. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I also have a wax from her, which I had it earlier and I don't know where the hell I put it, but wherever I put it, it is a wax. Here it is. It comes like this,
Yeah.
like almost like in like a lip gloss container,
Mhm.
and it is a wax.
Mm.
Like
Yeah, so that's probably like it's got beeswax in it, and yeah,
like it's clearly like a waxy texture. Now the problem that I want to order some of her original formula. This is the super sticky or the hardened sticky. I guess you can't call it super sticky because that's patty wax. But this is the hardened sticky wax, which she said is better for hard pressers. I don't really know what kind of presser I am. I don't
I'm
really
a
care.
blood presser, hence the RSI that I've got. I know that I'm heavy-handed with my crafts, so yeah.
So
Trying to get better.
I want to try her original wax to see if that works consistency wise a little bit better for me, because I find myself having to like put this in my hoodie pocket to warm it up to make it soft enough to scoop into the pen, because it's not one that you like stab, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This, I feel like it's the consistency of it, and I'm gonna go back and watch her video again to see what kind of, because she said something about putting it in your bra, like inside of this, but put the whole thing inside the baggie, like in your bra, like, and let it warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna maybe try that, because like right now it's very much like a candle wax consistency. So like
it needs to be a bit softer. So maybe is she in the northern part of America, or
I believe she lives in Florida.
Oh, okay.
So it would I feel like the wax would automatically be softer where she lives.
Yeah. She's made it to her climate.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to warm it up with some body heat. And see if that helps, because honestly it does work. I will say that it does work. The problem that I have with it is after like 3 or 4 drills, it like loses its sticky, and I don't know if that's because it's too hard.
It might not be the right one for you to use in your climate.
But I mean, I'm not mad about it. It smells good, so like at least I get that.
You can always just use it as a sniffing block, like I do with my little crayon. I don't use it as a placer. I sniff it and I scoop a bit out of the bottom.
And I might also watch Katie's videos on patty wax again too, because she uses this consistently. I do not like the super sticky. She sent me, it was very nice of her. She sent me like a sample of the super sticky, which this is only to be used in the single placer tips.
Yeah.
The patty wax, like the original scented patty wax, can be used in both single. I don't know how the hell you would get it in the multi-placer. I'm not even gonna try.
I find with multi-placing the waxy, it works a little bit better than putty or super sticky, because I find that when you multi-place, you're pushing a little bit harder and it just pulls out. The putty will come out. If it's too sticky, it'll just stay on the drills. Yeah.
And I don't think I like this at all, because it has the same, again, I'll try to like warm it up, but it has the same kind of weird like candle wax consistency as this, but is actually stickier. So like my drills don't want to come off the pen.
Yeah.
And that annoys me.
It's a fine line. Like, it is a fine line. Sometimes I will play with a little bit of wax, but then I'll find myself going back to the putty that they supply because I'm having that same issue. And it sounds like the one that lives in Florida, she has made them to her climate because she has to store them there. Like she's made them a little bit harder so they don't just like liquefy on her with the heat.
Which is totally fair. So like I said, I'm going to try to just warm it up against my body heat and see if that helps with the
I have a little pumpkin that's like that, and I actually hold it in my hand until I'm ready to use it. And so I just hold it, like I sit there and I'll have my hand over it, and it only takes about 5 minutes, and then it's right. It just goes into the pen really well, but I only use it at Halloween time.
That's fair. Yeah,
and I'm tunneling up through the bottom of it, so the outside of it stays like a pumpkin.
like the hard and sticky is fine. Like it works fine. So like if I really can't get, I mean, the patty wax is working. I just find that I have to refill my pen more consistently.
More often, yeah.
But like if I really just get annoyed with it, like I'll go back to the hard and sticky. Like it works fine.
Yeah.
I want to try. I don't know. I don't love the pink wax.
I don't either, but sometimes,
especially with ABs, like because the ABs tend to just suck the pink wax right out the pen. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm not mad about giving money to small businesses to try their wax.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, everybody, like, and if it's great, you're going to tell everybody and shout it from the rooftops. Gigra listened to an audiobook and chopped up some veggies to freeze and possibly dehydrate tomorrow. Jean has gone to bed. I was talking to Jean in Instagram Messenger because she wanted to know what ABs was, and every time we talked about it, she wasn't there to hear the answer. And we glazed over the last one. So answered that. So sorry to read this news, ML. Condolences. Yes, definitely condolences. Big hugs. That not a great thing to be going through or experiencing right now. Everybody just saying hello. Oh, it just jumped for me then. Deepest condolences. Hello, my darlings. Moon River and me has joined. Heart sandwich to ML. Thank you. I just finished While You Were Sleeping with Sandra Bullock, a good show, good movie, and Glennis Johns, who just celebrated 100th birthday yesterday. Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine.
Me either.
I just can't even think of.
I will not be living to be in 100. I'm sorry. Like if I get past like 92, it's time for me to go. I'm just. Time for me to go.
You heard it here first.
If I make it to 92, I've lived a long, dedicated life. Dedicated to what? I don't know, but I've lived a long, dedicated life.
Dedicated to diamond painting and reading.
That's enough for me.
That is a shit ton of diamond painting you could do in that time.
Truly. I would be like, you know what? This is my legacy.
Your whole house will be wallpapered.
My legacy is all these diamond paintings. Use it well. Use it for what? I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. Just finished the newest Danielle Steele book. It's okay, but not groundbreaking. I feel at this point Danielle Steele is not groundbreaking. Rally Reviews is starting my diamond painting, and reading The Apartment 5 is alive. It's a horror. It sounds like it. Hey, Anne. Hey, Moon River. Few hellos. Christina says, I will try out Storygraph. Thanks for the advice. What is AB? I keep missing the answer, which we have answered. So we're just catching up on a lot of comments here. My favorite Stephen King is Cujo.
Cujo is terrifying.
Cujo. It was terrifying. I watched part of the movie and
dude, I don't talk about Cujo because it's not my favorite Stephen King because it's terrifying. It's right up there with Cujo for me is right up there with the Children of the Corn. Mm-hmm. I cannot. Yeah. The Children of the Corn movie to this day terrifies me. I will not watch it. If you tell me that that's what we're watching, if I see the opening credits, I'm leaving the room. I do not care. No. I grew up near cornfields, man.
Absolutely like that's like me with the drains and it like that. I just no. I'm out. See ya. I can watch Freddy Krueger. I can watch bodies being ripped apart, but anything involving a drain, and it doesn't even have to be a clown. It's just the drain.
Listen, give me a Halloween movie any day of the year, but I am not watching anything that has to do with cornfields. I didn't like Insidious either for that very reason. No, if it has to do with being murdered in the middle of a cornfield, if it's creepy in a cornfield, it happening. I don't do corn mazes. I don't do no.
The book that you were talking about earlier, We Were Liars.
We Were Liars, and then Family of Liars, I think is like the new, like it's not a new one, it's like a prequel that you read
Mhm.
after We Were Liars. I couldn't even get through We Were Liars. It was terrible.
Yeah, fair enough. I've never read either one of them, so yeah.
Oh, Fairy Tale was good. That's great. I'm gonna try Fairy Tale then, because I do have that on my shelf and I need to read it.
I was considering buying it and reading it, but I didn't end up buying it. There is no way I would be able to read one sentence. I know, right? Like, no. Oh, this is where Jean's telling me that she'll message me. I actually did not see any of these comments.
We're so sorry, Jean.
What is that noise? It's my phone going through the Bluetooth. I'm like, where is that coming from? And because it was underneath something, I'm like, what is that? Oh, it's one of those days. Okay, good night. For reals, everybody. We'll see you on Thursday. See you Thursday, Friday. The title of the 1,000-page book with one sentence was Ducks. Newberry, according to a review, the one sentence has
No.
426,000.
Is there punctuation or is it just a run-on sentence? Because
it's just a run-on sentence, apparently.
No.
Same. Got 2 chapters listened to and 1 corner done of the diamond painting. Well done. Excellent, excellent. All I can say is Cryonic thread sucks. I agree. I don't like it. Never going to use it. Only 319 stitches to go, and Rolanda is on the downhill slide for the model stitch. Awesome. And got 8 pages read, currently at page 222 of 319. Where was this articulation earlier where I couldn't even read out a number?
You know, we had to hit that spot.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who this person is that can read, but she hasn't been here all day. Almost finished my book. Yay. I'm on page 60 of In the Lives of Puppets. Is that a scary book?
It's Pinocchio retelling.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's by TJ Klune. I think it's his newest book.
Oh, okay, yeah. 279 to go. I've sent you a pic. Okay, cool. No worries. I hope that wasn't you trying to ring me then, Rolanda, because I just hung up on you. I have no idea who it was, but anyway. Oh, it's okay. It was just a telemarketer. Why Rolanda would like to know why 92 years of age, Neva. I'm interested to find out why you picked that number.
I just feel like that's a good round number. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like, I mean, dementia runs in my family, bro. And everybody seems to get dementia at about 92. So I feel like 92 is good. 92 is good. Maybe I'll still have, my wits about me and know who people are. And then I can just leave. I can just leave the earth. You know what I'm saying? And I'd be like, I lived 92 years. Y'all learned everything you could from me. Move on.
There you go. Mark it in your calendars, people. 92. That's interesting. It's interesting. Brendan's grandparents lived to 98 and 97 respectively. Yeah. And I tell you what, his grandmother, she was sharp as a tack. Like nothing past her.
If I could say sharp until 96.
Yeah.
Fine.
Just before she passed, she was starting to lose. So, like, we noticed some changes in it just before she passed. But yeah,
there's no reason for me to live to 100. There's just, I just don't. What's the reason? You know,
I have nothing. I'm closer to that number than you, but I have nothing. I don't think I'd want to be. I mean, if I was sprightly at 100, like, and in my 90s, I was still getting around on my own and I was really sprightly and I was still sharp as a tack, well, then that's different, like, but if I had to have people looking after me and I'm out.
When I have to start having people, like, helping me go to the bathroom and stuff, no, I'm good.
I told my partner when I got with when we decided to, make it a long-term thing and be together for the rest of our lives, which we didn't walk down the aisle, but we just committed to each other. Basically I said to him, I said, the only thing is, mate, if I've got to change a diaper for you, I'm putting you in a nursing home. I'm out.
I'm good. I'll come visit you.
I'll visit you every day. I will sit there with you all day, every day. But if I have to change a diaper, I'm out. I'm sorry. There are some things that I can do in this world, and cleaning up vomit and your shitty ass is not one of them. and he just looked at me and he goes, ditto. I'm like, good, we're on the same page then.
Great. We have an agreement. Good.
We have an agreement. So yeah. So we both know that if it ever comes to that, we're in a nursing home as quick as a whip. So it's fine. I can deal with that. And on that note, we have got Shannon read the book. It's a stream of consciousness book. Oh, okay. It was rough to get through. Yeah. I imagine one continuous sentence would be rough too. I'm sorry, but even my stream of consciousness has grammar.
I was gonna say, I have my own stream of consciousness, and it has punctuation, and it has pauses. You know what I mean? There are definite periods in my streams of consciousness. I could not handle just a continuous.
I have exclamation marks, all sorts of stuff happening. There's a lot of swear words in my stream of consciousness. Quite frankly, my inner voice, whew.
Mine too. I really cleaned it up for the internet.
Yes,
I really make sure to clean it up for the internet.
Yeah, I'd be cancelled for sure.
People be like, "Who is this person? Get them off of YouTube right now."
I would not be monetized on my craft channel if my inner voice came out. Not at all. I could imagine you at 92 with the same amount of sass that you have now and telling young people how the world works.
I'm telling you,
things you've learned in your lifetime, and that's a compliment. She's saying that's not.
Listen,
yeah.
I already do this to the kids at work. By kids, I mean 20-year-olds at work who like to say stupid things, and I'm like, listen here, and then and then this is always a reaction. Wow, Miss G, you've been through a lot in your life, and I'm like, yeah, you don't even know the tip of the iceberg, bro. Okay, so I just need to calm down.
Yeah,
and get it together.
Get it together. That's it. I look at people sometimes, especially when I was working out in the public. It's probably a good thing that I work at home now. I'd look at people and I just think to myself, how have you made it this far in your life without spontaneously combusting?
How have you survived? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I'm curious to know who got you to this point, because it obviously wasn't you.
Man, especially these kids that come through my drive-through at 2:00 in the morning and they want to yell through the speaker. And then, see, here's the thing is that they'll talk back to the two guys that I work with. Yeah. They'll be like, hey, bro, you can't be screaming like that, blah, blah, blah. We have this one group of teenagers that comes through and thinks, they haven't come through in a while, but they came through a week and a half ago. And for some reason, their one black friend thinks that it's cute to yell the N-word for no reason. And I'm like, listen, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do it. They'll argue with my coworkers. As soon as I come on the thing, I'm like, listen, we're not going to do that. And then this one kid who always seems to be the driver, he's like, he's black, ma'am. And I'm like, listen, baby, I'm black too. I have been for 31 years, but we're still not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Okay. And then they shape up real quick. They're like, okay, so sorry, ma'am. We'll just order our food. And I'm like, I don't know if I use the mom voice or what it is.
It's the mother tone.
But I need y'all to just calm down, order your tacos, and go home.
Yeah. It's the mother tone for sure. And I read another 24 pages during the chatty part. And on that note, we might set up for another sprint. Let me just get it to where it needs to be, because that'll take a while, especially if I'm leaning on my keyboard. I find that it doesn't work.
It doesn't work for you to push buttons while you're trying to push buttons?
Yeah, it doesn't work. Pushing too many buttons, it starts to have an overload. I didn't realize there was a book sitting right on the number one on my keyboard, and it was just depressed. And so nothing works if that's happening. Just if anybody else runs into that problem, probably won't, but just in case, because it just seems to be a me thing. I can't tell you the number of people I've been at the smoothie place and asked, does the peanut butter contain what? It's
Here's
in the title.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I work at Taco Bell, okay? People will have legitimately said, the tacos don't have cheese on them, right? It's literally on the menu. Like, literally, there's a photo of the taco. I've also been asked if our sour cream is dairy free. No,
No,
it's sour cream.
cream. It says it's sour cream. It's cream. It's
has
not
milk
dairy
in it.
free.
So,
It would have the word vegan in front of it or dairy free sour cream. It's just, I find that logic has left the world in some capacity. I like even my daughters, bless their little souls. My 19-year-old, she'll say something, and I like my head just starts. I feel it happening. My head just starts to tilt to one side, and she starts laughing. She goes, "I've said something stupid, right?" I'm like, possibly. I'm not going to say that word to you, but you know what? You're old enough now.
but
That
you
is the
said
most
something.
stupidest thing you've ever said.
You definitely said something. Okay.
And it's just like, oh my God. And even her younger sister just looks at her and goes, Savannah, where do you live? Do you live on planet Earth? Only the sister can get away with saying that. The mother, not so much.
Sometimes I'm just like, how did you manage? I'm just wondering how you got so far in life.
I don't understand. It's not. I don't understand how you're still standing here and breathing. All right. On that note, now that we're like bagging out the world, and that we'll go for a sprint, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Hello, we are back. That 45 minutes flew by. I swear, as we go on the day, it gets faster and faster. I didn't do much in that sprint. I got to chapter 11 and then went halfway into chapter 11 before I realised I was at chapter 11 of Wheel of Time. So I've actually gone past where I was supposed to today, which is good, which means I'm ahead of the game for Monday. I set up my cross stitch because I've got to do at least 3 hours of cross stitch over the weekend. So then that's my half an hour each day for the month of October. I'm up to date with my diamond painting. So that's good. And my RSI is hurting. Only because I just twisted and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. But yeah. So I think I'm organised. And I was just talking to Rolanda in the messenger. So Rolanda, these are the 2 hoops that I was talking about. Like this is the 35. So in the supplies that I put into Patreon, this is the 35 centimeter one, and that's the 30 centimeter one. Anything smaller than that is not good for the macrame project that we're doing. So and I noticed that Chrissy is still here as well. So if you were going to do that as well, I would go with no smaller than a 30 centimeter one, and that's the smaller one. I'm using the 35 one because it's a decent size then. I have given you all of the measurements and everything over in Patreon. The supplies list is up there for all of the extra tutorials that I'm doing over there. For the macrame, for the purse, and for the bag. And yeah, so that is all there ready for you. I am still planning on doing the live stream, members only live stream on the 15th, but that may change because of something that's happening with Brendan. So yeah. How did you go, Neva?
I listened to a chapter of A Court of Mist and Fury, and I made chapter 4. Oh my gosh! I watched part of an episode of Gilmore Girls. I had to go talk to Mr. Rating with Neva because why I don't know, but I had to. And then
because it's just what you do.
and then I worked more on Hedwig because I'm just not going to tackle any more squares until tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I definitely would do squares first thing in the morning or your morning, whenever you're brightest. Probably not as soon as you wake up. That's probably not a good move.
Yeah. I figure I'll try to do one section because it is sectioned off, and I have one whole section done now. So I think I'm going to try to do just one section per day.
Yeah.
Until it's done. It might take me a month, but I'm going to just do it that way because I'm very slow. It definitely took me like an hour just to do the one section that I did, and it was already partially done.
Yeah.
Like a little bit done. And literally in the time that it took for me to do one section for that, I've done a section and a half.
Yeah. Rounds are definitely quicker, and I don't want to discourage anybody from doing squares because you never know, you might just absolutely love it, but it is definitely easier to do rounds. If you're looking for something to just take your time with and you're happy to just do the plod along, then, squares might be for you. But if you're not happy to do the plod along, which my brain goes too fast for me to be doing a plod along, but I'm happy to do these bigger projects, just a little section as a day. So like Neva you've broken yours up into however many sections. Have you thought of, because I'm using the Diamond Art Club release papers, but I cut them in half so they're smaller sections. Have you thought about maybe getting smaller, because you're buying your release papers that have got the decorative stuff on it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have they got smaller ones?
Yeah, these ones are already smaller than my Diamond Art Club ones.
Yeah.
like these ones are. These
Yeah.
are small.
But can you get smaller ones than those?
And then what I do is I section each of these like this.
Yeah.
So these are like her generic ones. Like these are ones you can get, I think, off her website. But she sent me 4 of these as a freebie when I ordered these.
Yeah.
So this is about half the size.
Yeah. See, that's what I would do. I would
This
do
is
the
half the size.
squares half the size.
Yeah.
of
So
that.
what I did now, I did finish an entire section. So one
Yeah.
full one of this because this is a little bit here. I'll show you the little section that I did was already partially done from
Yeah.
when I kitted this up the first time.
Yeah. When you banished it to the naughty corner.
So
I'll bring
actually,
you up bigger.
this might actually be okay. So this is like a section and a bit more. What I have here. So if I hold this like this way, right? Now I worked this way at the bottom because that's how I was working because this part here was already done and there's some here that's also already done. So I started just working this way. So what I'm going to probably do is like I'll peel this off here and that will give me a section that is this big. And I'll take this little one and I'll split this. So that is about how much this piece of release paper is actually covering once I peel this off.
Yeah.
So I'll do one of these. It'll only be this big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Across the bottom. Now when I move up, it becomes a full piece of this paper.
Yeah.
That is sectioned off, and then what I'll do is I will split them in half. So like
Yeah.
I'll take this and I'll be like, okay, I'll cover both sections and then I'll just do one.
Yeah.
instead of two.
That's the best way to do it because then it's a smaller piece. It's just a little bite size, and that's what I was finding. Like I used the larger pieces of paper last time, and it was taking me about 2 hours to do each section because it was it was a lot bigger. Whereas this time I've just basically cut them straight in half. So they're just under 4 inches by 6 inches, and it's working for me this time. So I'm pretty happy with how it's going so far.
I don't know if I'll be able to order any more of these, like specifically.
Yeah.
Like these ones. If I can grab them before the end of the month, then before the end of the month, then I will. Yeah. Otherwise, she has some other ones. Like she does have Harry Potter ones that I want to grab because clearly I do a lot of Harry Potter kits, so why not? Yeah. And then she has just some other ones that are cute that I want to grab, and she sells all of them in 2 or 3 different sizes. I think it depends on the way the pattern is.
Yeah.
The wizard ones, I know she sells in 3 different sizes. So she sells them in a size like this, a size that's bigger than this. I think it's about the size actually of the
Diamond Art
ones. And then she sells them in this size.
Yeah. So for the squares, because you're struggling so much with the squares, I would be inclined to get those little ones.
Yeah, and just section them off with these.
Yeah.
If I had more of this size, I would have sectioned this square one, like the Expecto Patronum one that's upstairs. When I do get to that one, I am, even if I have to order this size release paper right before I do that one, I will section it off with these. It will look like there's a lot more that I have to do, but then I can just be like, okay, girl, just do one of these sections per day. You'll be fine. And honestly, I would actually like to have this size for the snack size kits that are upstairs.
Yeah.
And the reason is because it's actually kind of difficult to use. I do have the Oscar the Grouch one covered in these right now, but it is kind of hard to section them off efficiently because it's only a 9x9, so it's like I don't know how many centimeters that is, but it's a small kit. Like it is a standard picture
It's
frame.
about 25 centimeters.
Yeah, it's a standard picture frame kit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
using a sheet, actually using I switched them out for these, even though they're not Halloween themed. Like that kit is not Halloween themed because it was so cumbersome trying to use the Diamond Art Club ones
Mm-hmm.
because one sheet was like half of the.
Yeah, because they're big.
I was like, this is because these are 14 by 5 centimeters by 20 centimeters. The Diamond Art Club. And I was like, okay, that's not gonna work for me because that means that like I was doing was I was taking one of the Diamond Art Club sheets and just scooching it up.
Yeah.
But then it wasn't really even, like the sections that I was working on.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like, because they come in a thing of 200. I just cut these sheets in half. Like, I can reuse them, so it's not a big issue.
Yeah, I might do that with these. Yeah. Cut these in half. They do have a smaller size now.
Oh, do they? I haven't even looked because I've had these for ages, and I've just
I think they're like half. I think they're like half the size. They just released them like last week or something.
Oh, fair enough.
But I'm truly in love with these decorative ones.
So cute. They are.
Like I'm stupidly in love with these. Like at first I was like, okay, I'm gonna get them. Like honestly, I bought these because they were like $5 or $10, and I was like, let me support. You know what I mean? I've been trying to support as many of the sponsors for Drills and Chills as I can.
Yeah.
So like, let me support them. Like it'll be fine. And they came, bro, and I laid them, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna use them. You know, I bought them, and I was like, they make my pictures so cute. My progress photos,
they are super cute.
They're so cute. So I just want to order like all of them. Like
you're gonna have to get a photo box to store them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, especially since she sends them in these little envelopes that have what they are on the front. So even if I have 5 or 6 of the same pattern, at least I'll know like, oh, okay, and then I can just look inside and be like, all right, these are this size, these are this size, like whatever. So.
Makes sense, but they are super cute. Raleigh was laughing at something that you said, and I can't remember what it was now.
Probably when I said that about the sour cream, because
the sour cream, yeah, that whole scenario, like, Chrissy's been here all day, and you've been on my TV. Awesome, thank you. That's a lot of me to be there.
A lot of me too. My God.
Rolanda sent me a message, goes, when you're not talking to me, you're still talking to me. And I'm like, that's a lot of me. Because she was watching my diamond painting video that went up yesterday.
That's like when people say they've hung out on the 24-hour sprints the entire time, like they've just been hopping from channel to channel. I'm like, wow, like you're not sick of me yet? Because like I know everybody else you haven't seen, but like you've been staring at me for 24 hours. Like you have seen me descend into madness. Like you're not
and I think that's the appeal of it, to be honest.
Because I'm telling you what, my subscriber count on 24-hour sprints, it always goes up. Now I do have a couple of people that like will subscribe to the 24-hour sprints and then they will unsubscribe, because I'm like, okay, either you didn't expect the 24-hour sprints to be as chaotic as they were, or you expected my entire channel to be this chaotic. The 24-hour sprint is the most chaotic that I get, because by the end, I'm so tired that I don't know what's happening.
Well, apparently I can read better when I'm tired. So I'm not entirely sure what that's about, but anyway.
Superpower, clearly.
I find there's a lot of stupid people in the world. If I reacted each time, I would have I'd have an imprint of my palm on my forehead.
Here's the thing. I'm not gonna lie. I cuss at people at my job, like, because I don't take orders at my job. Like, I make food, but I will have a headset on so I can hear the order being taken, and they will ask the stupidest things, and I will be like, or like my coworker will be like, "I'm sorry." For instance, like we ran out of fries yesterday, so he was like, "I'm sorry, we don't have any fries. We're currently completely out of fries." And this lady was like, "I'm sorry, what?" So he said it 3 different times, and she's like, "You're out of fries?" And he's like, yes. And like, I don't have a head, like my headset's not on. Like it's on my head,
Mm.
but it's not like nobody can hear me. And I was
Yeah.
like, yes, you stupid. bitch." Like that's what he said. Like that's what he said. Like 3 times. And then she was like, oh, okay, never mind. And drove off.
Oh,
Like, ma'am, the nacho fries at Taco Bell are not that good, bro. You made the man repeat it 3 times and then decided, oh, never mind, y'all don't have fries, so I don't want to be here. Cool.
Made it to chapter 31. They were talking witches when I heard the sound. Sorry. I done the disclaimer 8 hours ago about the witch sound. Sorry. I probably should do it, everyone. But anyway. I'm sorry, Rowley. Yeah, there's a cackling witch at the end. We've managed to get the volume down a little bit. Melinda says, look at you go, smashing those goals. Yeah, I know. Look at me go doing craft stuff. Who would have thought, right? I haven't done so much in like, I used to do like daily videos over on the craft channel, and I just disappeared for a little while. That I just needed to regroup and get myself together, and yeah.
Well, that's fine. This video, this whip and chat going up at noon will be the first video that I've posted to my reading channel in a month. I literally checked like it's so funny to me because I was like, everybody's gonna leave. Like everybody's just gonna go. Everybody's gonna be like, this chick is washed up. Bye. So like I don't care really about my analytics. I mostly have YouTube Studio so I don't miss comments.
Yeah.
Because if I don't check comments through YouTube Studio, I won't see them a lot of times.
Yeah, I have the same problem on BookTube. I seem to get them all, but on my craft channel, not so much. I've got Studio for that as well.
Yeah, I also check my community tab separately. Like I check it from the actual YouTube app because it will give me the notification in Studio, but I can't read the entire community tab, like the community post. And so sometimes I will forget what the hell I posted, and then I don't know what the heck people are talking about on the community post. Like,
yeah, I get questions from videos I made 5 years ago. I actually have to go back and watch them to see what I actually said in the video, because I have a memory that can remember what the hell I said in a video back in 2018 in January.
Coda followed, like he subscribed and then started commenting on videos. And one of the videos that he commented on was a collab video that I did months ago. Like it was a whole bunch of us. I think there was like 8 of us in this collab. I got asked to do this collab, whatever. And it was fun, but we did, it was April and May. That's what we did. Because we did April showers, bring May flowers was the theme. So in April, we did a video of books that made us cry. And in May, we did a video of books that made us happy or laugh or whatever, which I remember the April one was super short compared to everyone else's because I literally filmed it the morning before I got on the plane to go visit Rainey in Florida. Yeah. Because I'm a planner that didn't plan. I clearly.
Look, do as I say, not as I do, all right?
Yeah, he commented on it, and because I talk about a man called Uva, whatever the hell his name is. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. My friend Bachman, because that book made me bawl. I don't remember anything that I said about this book other than that it made me cry. So he commented on it. It was like, you need to go read My Grandmother Wants Me to Tell You I'm Sorry or something like that. I don't know. For some reason, most of Frederick Bachman's books, when they're translated, the titles are like 15 words long. There's no reason for that. Which that one is on my TBR, but I know it's going to make me cry. So I'm like, when do I listen to this? When I'm not on sprints, like when do I have time to like sit down and listen to this?
Well,
don't have to be live with somebody because like I'm not trying to listen to this during 24-hour sprints and just be like crying my eyes out. Like I'm not trying to do that.
So she gets to the next hill. I'm still here, but I'm still reading the book.
Right. So I went back, rewatched that video. Like gave myself watch hours apparently. So I watched the video and then commented under his comment because I was like, I remember nothing I said. It is nothing. I barely remember the things that I will say in a video. Like the whip and chat that I just filmed, 3 days ago. I don't remember anything that I said in that whipping chat. So when people start commenting on it, I'm probably gonna have to go back and rewatch it because
I have to quite often go back and watch my whipping chats and stuff like that, because I used to do a Monday Stitch with Me where I talked about books, and then I started doing BookTube, but I was still doing my Monday Stitch with Me's, and people would like mention something, and I'm like, I have no idea what I talked about. I just turned the camera on and good morning, welcome to Monday. It's another Stitch with Me. This is what I'm working on. These are the colors that I'm working on today. And then my mouth just starts running. And where the conversation goes, who the frick knows?
Luckily for me, I did put in my title, I like gave myself notes, right? So the title of this whipping chat is my first whipping chat with 2 exclamation points because I'm really extra. And it says, get to know me, depression, and random chatter. So I know that I introduced myself to everyone. I talked something about my depression, and who knows what else I talked about.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you got monetized, this is a question I've wanted to ask a lot of YouTubers and stuff like that, right? So when you monetized and then you decide to have memberships, did you feel like a little bit deflated after that, like once you got to that point and felt a little bit deflated? And do you think that may have had an impact on your mental health?
That's a good, I didn't even think about that. So basically what I chalked it up to was August to February is like when everyone decided to die in the last 10 years.
It's not a great period for anybody that knows Neva in this period of time.
8 years ago, my opa passed in the middle of August, which of course we have Mr. Reading with Neva's birthday at the beginning of August. So I tried to be happy through his birthday because I don't want to bring him down. He's a Leo. I'm not really trying to have that energy.
And so, that's right. My 17-year-old's a Leo. I totally get it.
Right. So, and the whole month is about him. You know what I'm saying? He took a whole week off of work. And I was like, please go back to work, God. Please. But then Mariah had her surgery. She had a hysterectomy. And so I was like, well, I can't burden everybody with my sadness. I'll just go be sad by myself. But then that made people worry, which I'm not really used to that, right? I'm used to just dealing with my depression on my own and then coming back and being like, so sorry I disappeared. That's what I'm used to. So, it was a whole thing. So I chalked it up to that, but it could have been because I haven't really pushed. I do mention the membership at the end of the whipping chat because I was but I definitely mentioned it as an afterthought. I'm like, oh, I really haven't talked about this, but we have a membership if you want to join it. If you don't, that's cool. It's fine. Sash is the only person that's on my membership, which I appreciate her. But I think for me, it's an imposter syndrome thing with the monetization.
That's why I asked, because when I became monetized, I'm not clinically depressed, but I do have bouts of depression where I get real dark and real deep and just go into myself, which I've just come out. Same sort of thing. I've just come out of it because I just it's who the hell am I? This is keeps going through my head.
And the thing is I got the notification for the partial monetization, right? Because at 500 subscribers, they partially monetize you. So you
not if you're in Australia.
Okay, in America at 500, at least the way it worked for me was at 500 subscribers. When I hit my earn button, it prompted me to do partial monetization, which includes memberships and then the super chat, super sticker thing.
Yeah, super chat, super stickers, and super thanks. So the little love heart under your video.
And then I can also do a thing where my merch is shared directly on my whatever. Yeah. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Okay, I'm sorry, but
I looked at that and went, I don't understand what I'm reading here. This looks too hard.
And then I have to hit 1,000. I have the watch hours. I've had the watch hours since my 3rd month of YouTube because I did so many
live streams.
Ridiculous. Just I mean, if you have the time to do it like I did, go ahead. But like, I was literally live streaming for 8 hours a day
Mhm.
for like 6 or 7 days a week. It was ridiculous. I don't even know how I did that. Now I'm like exhausted after doing 24-hour sprints. I'm like, I'm good. Thank you.
24 hours.
But then when you hit 1,000 is when you get like the page ads and all that crap, right?
Yeah.
So I hit it and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna open up the membership. Like at first I was like, no, because like I'd had a Patreon at like 200 subscribers because people were asking for it, and then I got overwhelmed because I was like, I don't know what you people want. Like I don't know what people want from Patreon, and nobody was like, I had a few people that were in the Patreon, I think like 3 or 4 people, but no one was like helping me with ideas. So I was like, forget it. I'm just gonna shut it down. Like I'm just forget it. So at first I wasn't even gonna do a membership at all. And then I had to kind of pivot my channel because another YouTuber, I'm not gonna name who it is, it doesn't matter, but another YouTuber basically took like My Stars Hollow idea and integrated it into their channel in a monetization way. So I was like, okay, well now what do I do? Because the Stars Hollow TBR thing had been a thing since I think I was 6 months in.
Yeah, so that's the only TBR game that I've known on your channel is the Star Hollow.
Yeah, and so I was like, do I keep doing it? But like the person that did this, I don't have like proof that they did it on purpose, but they literally called their thing the same as mine. Like, so I was like, okay, so clearly I can't do this, like, because their channel is bigger than mine. So if somebody was to find their channel first, it would look like I ripped off the channel, even though you could go back on my channel and see that I didn't. So I just was like, well, I'm just going to scrap a TBR game, which like why I was doing a TBR game to begin with, I don't know. I don't stick to TBRs. To be honest.
That's the best comment of all today.
It was fun for me to play every month, but I was constantly switching books out. Like one of the rules for my TBR game was, I'll roll, but if I don't read this book, as long as I read a book that fits the prompt, I've fulfilled it.
Yeah.
Girl, you don't follow TBRs. What was I thinking? I don't know. It sounded like fun. Okay. So I was like, all right. So then like I felt deflated with that. And then I was like, well, maybe I should just rebrand everything towards not so much romance, because I'm a smut reader who sometimes reads contemporary romance. So I was like, let me cater this toward smut, because smut is never going to get old. If I cater it just towards romance, I think it could get old for me. Oh my gosh. I just looked at Brianna join my membership. I could cry. Okay, I'm not going to cry, but I could. Okay. Wow. All right. So what I did with the membership levels was I made them into like they're spice / tropes.
Yeah.
So like my first tier is called Baby Spice.
Yep.
My second tier is Second Chance Romance. My third tier is Friends to Lovers, and my fourth tier is Enemies to Lovers. I have no idea how many tiers you can actually add in total.
Oh, you can. I have 4 tiers on mine, but you can have as many tiers as you want.
Yeah, because I was like 4 tiers sounds good to me. Like whatever, right? So yeah, so I was like, all right, that's fine. Like whatever. So I went ahead and I did all that, but then I wasn't saying anything about it. In fact, you mentioned the membership. I hadn't said anything about it. Like we were on sprints. I think Leandra was on with us, and you were like, by the way, I just want to congratulate you. And I was like, what did I do? Like I was looking at like won something, and
nothing like blindsided me. Thanks, Nicole.
Like, I saw that you have membership up on your thing, and I was like, oh yeah, I hadn't said anything to anybody. I just like put it up and then just let it sit there. Like, no one. I was like, who's gonna join my membership? Like for what reason is somebody going, to join my membership, whatever, like that. So I kind of like did that, and then like so then I was like, okay, well now Nicole's mentioned the membership. so I feel like I should mention it at some point. I haven't done. I've like kind of half-assed like said like, yeah, we have a membership if you want to join in sprints. But like this whip and chat is the first video where I've said anything about it. Like I don't expect people to like I'm not that person that's like join my membership or else. Like I'm not that person. You're not gonna get anything different. I mean, you will get extra things on the membership, if that makes sense. But nothing is gonna change on my regular channel.
Yeah.
It's so
and can we see in the future possibly a comedic Neva's naughty bits in the membership possibly where you do
yeah, I could add that. I feel like every tier deserves that. I feel like if you join the membership for $1, which is my lowest tier, that you deserve a Neva's Naughty Bit segment once a month.
Yeah, I'd watch
that. Like the most outlandish synopses. And that will be a whole like a whole segment that you get.
That will keep you in content for years to come. Like,
but truly, like, if people join the membership, like all of the money that I make from that, it will just go back to the channel. So it'll be used.
Yeah, that's the same with my Patreon. All the money that
books or diamond painting stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if people start asking me to like look at, you know, small shops or whatever like that. Like, I don't mind spending my own money. Like, I will spend anyway. But if people are giving money through a membership, then like I'm not going to go just like spend it. Like it's gonna just the channel will just end up paying for itself.
Yeah.
But I do feel maybe that could have been part of it.
And memberships things too. Like when you first start, as you said, you don't really know what you want to do. Like with the Patreon, I wasn't sure where I wanted to take it. So I have like behind the scenes stuff where, you know, it's my girls have never appeared on my channel. So I often go out with the girls and they'll let me film and all that sort of stuff. So that sort of stuff goes up. It's not always a crafty thing. It'll be something that I've done in the background. So like this week, tomorrow it'll be going up, or later on tonight if I get a chance to edit it. It's almost completely done. It's me and Savannah going up to the Bunya Mountains, and she's taking pictures of the night sky with her mobile phone.
Yeah.
Because there's no light pollution there and stuff like that. So I put stuff up like that. And and then there's just like, I'll do a whip update where I just show the whips that I've worked on during the week. I do that fortnightly. At first I was doing it weekly, but then life sort of got in the way. So I just scaled it back to fortnightly. So I had stuff to do and I didn't have to go out all the time because price of petrol went up, cost of living's gone up, all of that sort of stuff went up. So I have to factor that into making the content like that sort of stuff. And it's a growing entity. Like I've got a bag of the month now. I've got a block of the month happening. We have live streams, and I also have a private Zoom meeting where we just sit and craft like this. We're just talking amongst ourselves and we're just crafting, and just all that sort of stuff. Private live streams and all that. But it's a growing entity.
And I think also like people like the Mr. Reading with Neva content because we did the booktube boyfriend tag last year.
Well, when you search your channel, that's the video that comes up.
First video that pops up because it's one of the most watched videos, and people, even though it was a live stream, people go back and rewatch it all the time. Like the views on that video constantly grow. It's so funny to me. But he doesn't really want to be like all over my channel. Now he does pop into like lives and stuff like that sometimes, especially if he's gone to the bar. He just pops
a little bit of courage under his belt.
But like next month there will be a vlog where he and I go to the bookstore for my birthday because he promised that he would take me. Like we're both taking the day off on my birthday to take me to the bookstore. It was a thing that he promised me like 6 months ago, and I've not let him forget it. So that like I will be doing some kind of like fun vlog when we do that, but that will go up in the membership because he really doesn't want to be like he was willing to do the book 2 boyfriend tag, but if you watch that tag, he literally says in the live stream that all future Mr. Reading with Neva content will be behind a paywall. He has a TikTok, like he does. He has a TikTok. It has it has like 2,000 subscribers or something ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
he was like, I really don't want to take over your channel. And I also am not like Ari pops into lives, but she's not in videos. And the reason is because we did like her book unboxing because at the time I didn't have like any kind of membership. And like people that have been on the channel since the beginning gave her stuff. So I was like, the only way I feel right about doing this is to just film a short video and have her. I mean, by the end, she did not care. She was like, look at all these books I have. I don't get to talk to the camera anymore. But I'm not super comfortable like having her in like actual videos. Like, because for live streams, you'd have to go back and like find her in the live stream and you'd have to know which live stream she's in because she's not in every live stream. So that's really the only video I think that actually has her in it. Every other video that's had her in it where she's like walked in while I'm filming, I edit her out.
Yeah. Well, see, my girls are old enough to give permission now, and they've said yes to the Patreon. And occasionally letting me, like, if it's something to do with, like, we've gone out and it's something to do with craft and whatnot, they'll occasionally let me put it up on public access. But for the most part, they're behind the scene. I have one subscriber who's also, like, quite a chatty friend in Zoom and all that sort of stuff. She said to me, she goes, I feel so wrong. Like, I'm watching your children. I feel so wrong because your kids have never been online. Like, we've never seen. She goes, I feel like I should look away because
people say that like about like people interact with Ari in live streams, but there was a video that got the comment shut off.
Yeah, because she was in it.
This was like the beginning of my channel. She was literally only in the video for like 10 seconds. Like, she was in the video. She walked into the video, gave me a hug, and walked out. And I didn't think to edit it out at the time. And then I was alerted that, like, hey, your comments are off. And I was like, why are my comments off? And I went down and it said that it was because the video appeared to be catered to children. And I was like, this video is not catered to children. What? And I went back through and
it'd be different. Like,
yeah,
if you were talking about smut or something like that, like, how is this catered for children?
Yeah, so I pulled the video and I edited her out, and then they let me have my comments on. So I was like, okay, now I feel weird having her on my channel. Like,
yeah, like when that new stuff came in about kids being on channels and all that sort of stuff and comments getting turned off, it was a mess. Like, YouTube was just an absolute mess. Like, people didn't know.
And then with all the like crazy things that we're seeing from like these family vlog channels, I'm just like, this makes me uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so like I don't mind her being in videos and like vlogs and stuff. Like, she was in my Iowa vlog that I filmed last September because like we were in, we went out with my grandma, like we did activities.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of like, if I'm going to have her like consistently in vlogs, like they're just going to be in the membership. Because like, if you're a creep, I can kick you out of the membership. I mean, I can kick you off the channel too, but it's easier for you to make a new fake account.
Yeah.
To watch my channel.
Yeah. Where Chris is just saying people can say dumb about peanut butter jars. We have it here too.
It literally says peanut.
Yeah. The title says it, peanut butter. It's in it. It's self-explanatory, really, but logic. Chrissy's tempted to start macrame, but she doesn't need another craft. Yes, you do. Don't swear at me, Chrissy. You need another. You need more crafting. Okay, cool. I already have one that will work. Awesome. Has Neva ever had a
I have never had anyone ask me what a taco is. I have had people ask me not a taco, but certain other items. For instance, a crunch wrap. Does crunch wrap have beef in it? Yes. It's literally just like we have like large, I think they're 12 inches. So like we do a 12-inch tortilla with nacho cheese, beef, and then a tostada thing. It's a circular fried tortilla that's like hard. It's like a chip consistency, but it's circular. Put that down, then it's lettuce and tomato all wrapped up, and then we put it on the grill, and then you eat it. Okay, in case somebody doesn't know what a crunch wrap is, because like some people might not. So
I've only been to Taco Bell once, and I got a taco.
Right. So almost everything that we have contains meat, except for like the Fiesta burrito or the vegetarian pizza, which just has beans and no beef.
Yeah.
Like, when people ask me this question, I want to be like, what do you think is on it? And then they'll say, and then they'll be like, well, do you have a vegetarian option? I'll be like, I have pinto beans or I have black beans. Like, those are your options. Like, but we have one girl that comes through all the time. She orders Doritos Locos Tacos, which are just they're like they're a Doritos shell. So like think like a nacho cheese Dorito chip, but it's a shell. Okay, so it's a hard shell taco. She orders it with no meat and just the toppings. Like, she orders it supreme with no meat, so it's just the taco shell, sour cream, lettuce, cheese, and tomato.
So she's vegetarian. She doesn't eat meat, so she's just getting that without the meat.
Because we've asked her before, like, do you want beans on this? And she's like, no, just the shell and the toppings. And we're like, which, I mean, I just feel like that would make a mess. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you bite into that sucker, it's falling apart.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. How would you eat that?
Because the meat at least gives it the meat or the beans at least gives it something to like stick to. Like, you don't have anything for the shell to stick to now, ma'am.
The sour cream, maybe if you put that down first. Maybe. Don't know. Yeah. Got 10 more pages read in Everyone is Lying, and then switched to Study of Treason by Leonard. That's Leonard. On my Kindle. Hubby went to bed, so I had to switch. Got 14 pages in. It's about Sherlock Holmes. Continuing on, daughter read the first book earlier in the year and can't find the physical, so I'm using the Libby app to read the ebook. Excellent.
We love the Libby app, although I have not been using the Libby app for ebooks because I keep checking out ebooks and then never reading them. So now Libby is just an audiobook thing for me.
I don't with my library app, I've got BorrowBox, but I only get audiobooks on there. I don't worry about ebooks because I'm not an ebook reader. I prefer, unless I absolutely have to, I prefer to have the physical book or an audiobook.
It's just to a point that I have so many ebooks, and plus I check out from Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah. See, I've got Kindle Unlimited. I've not had to worry about it.
If I want to read a book with my eyes that badly, I will just buy it on Kindle.
Yeah. And it says, Chrissy, I feel the same way about diamond painting, already cross stitch and a crochet. And Rally,
that comment about making me when you listen.
He's Leo as well.
Upset because I do like a month of self-care for my birthday month, so I just make sure to like take better care of myself. You know what I mean? Because like for me, the new year is when I turn a year older. You know what I'm saying? So like. My new year starts November 8th, which is my birthday.
That's the same as me. It's a whole new year.
Yeah, and so I will like do like a month of self-care, and he's like, why do you not celebrate yourself for a whole week? And I'm like, listen, bro, I'm literally taking the day of my birthday off to go to the bookstore and to not deal with people on my birthday.
Yeah.
And then that weekend, I'm also taking Sunday off because I don't work Saturdays anymore, but I'm taking Sunday off. In order to have a birthday party here at the house, because we were going to go to Pink, like the Pink concert.
Yeah.
And like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, do I want to be around that many people that I don't know? No, I don't. And also, I feel like it'll take me like 48 hours to recover. And I don't feel
And that's the thing. The older you get, the harder it is to recover.
Yes,
the longer it is. So if you go out for 12 hours, it's a 48-hour recovery period.
If
you go out any longer than that, you're looking at 3 days recovery.
Mariah was like, "Do you want to just do karaoke at the house? Because like we can drink at the house, we can do what we do." And I was like, "You know what? Yeah, yeah. So we're just gonna do karaoke and diamond painting at the house. That's what we're doing." Yeah, I do want to read it, but I know it's gonna make me cry. I know the other one that's about the grandfather, the walk home gets longer and longer, whatever the hell it's called. I know that one's gonna rip my heart out too.
I'm just staying away from these books.
To be honest, I haven't even finished the winners because I'm so scared, which is the last book in the Beartown series, because I saw the way Brittany reacted to the winners.
Yeah.
And Brittany and I have something very much in common, and that is that we cry at everything. And I don't know if I'm ready, for the emotional damage. I just don't know if I'm ready.
Right now, probably not.
Probably no. I feel like it's just gonna get pushed back because I'm just like, do I want to cry? Not really.
No. Happy thoughts, smiles all around, no tears. Rally's saying you need to gift her a membership now. Jokes.
Listen, if I could, I would, but I don't even know how you would do that. But no,
I don't think you can do. I can't honestly. I don't think you can. With Patreon, you can refund. So if you had a competition, you're giving someone a month's free, you can refund partially there, or you can refund an amount. With Google and YouTube, I don't think that there is any way you can do that unless the person did it themselves. They had to get a refund, but then I think you lose access. Whereas with Patreon, you can give someone a month's worth of access. They can join but not have access to anything, and then you can click a button and they can have access for a month or something like that. But yeah, I don't know that YouTube would allow that because they're in the business of making money.
Yeah, now I have seen people on live streams, mostly in the anti-MLM community, which is multi-level marketing, not men love men. Okay, the anti-MLM community that will people will give money, and then they will they'll do super chat or whatever, saying one free membership. That's what they'll thing. And then I think it's up to the creator to kind of do a raffle or something and say hey, you get a free membership this month. So and so paid for it, like that. Type of thing.
Yeah.
Which I guess then you would. I don't know how you would do that exactly.
No, I don't know. I have not looked into to be honest. I don't even have a membership on my craft channel because I looked into it and I looked at it, and obviously I didn't have the bandwidth that day to comprehend what I was reading.
I don't know what's happening.
Clearly I can read further on in the day. In the morning, obviously I can't because, hey, look at the comments. I'm actually speeding through them right now.
Don't read when you first wake up. It's fine. Yeah. And I mean, at some point I might also integrate a Patreon or move things over to Patreon.
Patreon is a Patreon that only takes, don't quote me on this, it's either 8% or 12%. I don't know which one it is. And then they also have a storefront now where you can have digital stuff and all that, and they only take a flat 5%, whereas Etsy and places like that are taking a higher percentage. So yeah, and they've just revamped all of their making it a lot more user-friendly and everything, because it was quite difficult to find things if you had a Patreon and you had new members come. They now have collections, and they've got the tags, so you can click on the tag and all the videos will come up for that. But they've also got collections now where you can put, so for me, for instance, I have a block of the month called the Baker's Dozen, so people can find that. They'll just click there and all the Baker's Dozen ones will be there. The bag of the month, all the tutorials will be there. All the magazines will be in one place because I have a magazine that I offer as well. So yeah.
If I can get enough people that really want it, then I might move it over to Patreon, just because Patreon also gives a little bit more freedom to do what you want to do, because it's not run by YouTube. So the censorship and stuff that we have on YouTube isn't the same on Patreon. I can make it like you can't join this tier unless you're 18 and up. Like
that's it. You can
so which if I moved it over to Patreon, I would probably have to do that. Which I know would exclude people like Sarah and Tina, which are the two that I can think of off the top of my head that are not.
Tina's 18.
Tina just turned 18, yeah?
Yeah, she just turned 18.
I think Sarah is 16 or 17. But like they're the only two that I can think of that are subscribed to my channel that are younger than 25. Or 20 at least. So like I would probably have to, just because if I'm on Patreon, bro, I'm not gonna watch what I say. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, and that's the thing. It's your Patreon and all the rest of it. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like you've put in your membership, the smut levels and all the rest of it, and your highest one is where you're going in depth about the books and stuff like that you've read. So people will have that expectation that it's not going to be PG.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, each of the tiers, I felt like I spelled out, even on the YouTube membership, I feel like I spelled out like what you would get, like, like, and I'm like, I feel like with the labels the way that they are, like the tiered names the way that they are, like people will assume, I mean, obviously, if I find that like 13-year-olds are trying to join my membership, I'm gonna be like, listen, where is your mother? I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Like, where is your parent? I'm just. What are you doing?
I'm sure you have parents somewhere out there, and they will not approve of you being here. So
right, but like I don't know. I definitely feel like, maybe the monetization thing, and just like the further and further we get into, like I get into YouTube, I'm like, what? Like, why are so many people watching me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why? Like.
Yeah, just wait till you get up to 30,000 and you sit there in the morning and sweat starts beating, and I don't sweat, and sweat starts beating off. Like, I'm not coping with all these people. Why are they watching?
That's what I'm saying. Like, well, and the funny thing is like people have asked me before. They're like, "Does Mr. Green would even not like support you?" And I was like, "No, like it's the opposite. Like he is the biggest supporter, bro. Like if he had his way, I would like." If I could find another way to make money, he would have me quit Taco Bell and put all of my time into content creation because he's like, it makes you happy. You can make money. He was literally, I had to mute earlier because he was talking about like, oh, well, now that you're monetized, you have to put your tax information in when you get monetized on YouTube, right? So he was like talking about, he like called his accountant to find out what I could like write off on taxes.
Yeah.
As far as my channel went. And he was like, I have a list of all, he's like, you need to make a list of all the things that you bought for your channel. And I was like, okay. And he was like, because you can write off this and you can write off that. He's like, you have to write your lights off under equipment. You have to write this off under blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay, I will sit down before I file my taxes in 3 months, and I will make sure.
Yeah, he's right though. Keep all your receipts, keep all your digital print, get your bank statements, all that sort of stuff. I've actually got to submit tax for the stuff that I earn off YouTube through your tax system and all that sort of stuff. It is way too confusing. Like I don't even understand my own tax
I'm probably
system.
just gonna have his accountant do it. Like
that's what I did. I just sent all my paperwork to my accountant. Because we've got 2 businesses. So I have my quilting business, which is an entity, and then my husband's also got his business. And basically, he's got a YouTube channel that he makes money off, and so the cars that he buys to work on and all the rest of it are now part of the tax write-off. And all that you see here is like, not all of it, but a lot of it is a tax write-off. So some of it's actually stock for my shop. So which is part of it as well. So
yeah, I've always done it on TurboTax because like it was just me. Like it was simple. But now I'm like, okay, clearly, like I even told him, I was like, you're gonna have to get me with your accountant because like I'm not gonna try to do this through TurboTax.
Yeah,
like, I'm not gonna do it.
No. Do you two get a lot of pressure to do hauls or talk about books you haven't read but have been given by publishers? No, I'm only new to ARCs, and there's usually no pressure. They send it, like, from my understanding and what I've heard from other people. There's not a pressure to read them, because I mean, not every book is going to be for every person, and the publisher is taking a calculated risk, so to speak, to send those books out hoping that someone's going to like it and review it nicely. So it's within their budget. I've never been pressured. I don't know about you, Neva, have you?
So when I first started doing YouTube, hauls were a huge thing. I mean, they still are, but when I started doing them, they were like, it was the summertime, so like I don't know if people just assumed that like we like booktubers had nothing else to do but go to Barnes and Noble and just buy like hundreds of dollars worth of books and then do hauls. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I get asked a lot even now to do hauls. The problem is that I don't buy physical books. So I've tried to figure out if people want digital hauls, because I could do digital hauls every month. I have the books that I bought in August and September. Well, July and August, actually, I think. I don't think I really bought anything in September. And I'm like, I could do a haul like in December, like before the new year, just of the last like 5 to 6 months, and then start doing them like
Or something, or quarterly, yeah.
Like every 3 months or whatever like that. Because I don't buy a ton of digital books, but I could do.
See, like with the ones that you could do quarterly, but I reckon with you, because you do a lot of KU books, you could do a monthly recommendations.
Yeah, I could definitely. I could do like a Kindle Unlimited check-in. Like these are the books.
Essentially, you still like that's still a haul because you've got it, read it, returned
as far as being pressured to read books given by publishers, when I first started doing ARCs, so I do NetGalley ARCs. I don't tend to talk really on my channel about what books I've gotten through NetGalley unless it gets to the point, which I ended up deleting and redoing my NetGalley. So right now I only have like 4 books, you know what I mean? But I don't tend to talk about what's on my NetGalley for the simple reason of I don't have that many to read. And it's not something that I feel like I need to be held accountable to do. And I feel like where the pressure would come in for me with ARCs was when I was trying to help indie
publishers,
indie authors with their books. Now there are a few that I am like on their ARC team, whatever. Sarah Ennis is one. Like I'll read anything that she gives me, but I was in like a group. It was basically like it was run through Discord. It started being run through Instagram and then it got moved to Discord. And essentially what they would do is it was a indie publisher, like publishing entity, and they would drop books every week. So there would be like 20 or 30 indie published books that would be dropped every week, and then you could pick which books you read. The problem with that is that their time frames, which I understand it's an indie author, okay, like indie publishing, whatever, but their time frames were so constricted that it was very difficult for me to read the books they wanted me to read and also be able to run my channel, because I was like, listen, my channel is not an ARCs channel. Like I'm not here talking about all of the ARCs that I've read this month, because if I didn't like, and eventually I ended up just leaving that because I had one book that I was going to give lower than 3 stars. And the reason that I was going to give this book lower than 3 stars, this was last year, by the way, when I wasn't giving lower than 3 stars, but I was going to give this book a 2 star. The reason was because there were no trigger warnings, and this book had triggers for SA, for murder, which I don't know that you necessarily need a trigger warning for that, but like there were a lot of things in this book that garnered having triggers, and they didn't give us triggers and then said, well, you should just be essentially the author who was in this group, okay? Basically said, you should be prepared for triggering content if you're going to read indie published books. So they asked me not to post my review. I did read the book. They asked me not to post my review because they didn't want bad press for it, whatever. And I said, well, I'm going to post the review. It's archived now, so you can't see it. But I was like, I'm going to post the review. I just won't tag you. I said, because I took time to read this book, like I'm going to review the book. And there was another
and then it's an honest review then. Like,
right. Yeah. And there was another girl that also gave this book 2 stars for very similar reasons as me.
Mm-hmm.
Then, like 6 months later, they published this, or they were bringing out the second book, and I had requested not to receive the second book, and they still sent it to me and added me to the group chat. And I was like, I do not want this book. And they wanted to argue with me about, well, we've already sent you the ARC to your email. And I said, listen, I will gladly delete the email without opening it. I was like, but I didn't like the first book. I'm not going to read the second book. Like I'm not going to do it. I said, especially because there are no trigger warnings in this book either. Like I'm sorry. Like, no,
this day and age, you've got to have trigger warnings because people you know, they are expecting that from their books. They're expecting to have that just little disclaimer. This is what the content is. If you're not comfortable with it.
Yeah, I will say that a lot of the indie books that I read, like through Kindle Unlimited, which is where I get most of my indie published books, are really good about giving you trigger warnings. What I do wish is that they would also give you trigger warnings while listening to the audiobooks.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Not everybody has the copy sitting in front of them to read the triggers.
Yeah, like they should have that. Like that. I mean, and not all books do the author's note either, or where the information for historical, like with historical fiction and stuff like that. Right. They don't always do the author's note. And I think if it's in the book, if it's going to be printed out into the real world, they should read that. Yeah. And like any book that I've ever picked up, it's got the trigger warnings in it. It's there before you even get to chapter 1. Right. It's not that hard to put that disclaimer in.
Which means that you're handed this book with it in there and you just skipped it.
Yeah. or you're like me and don't realize that there's a table of contents.
Right. And I mean, my thing is I've definitely, Pucking Around is a really good example. I've definitely read the triggers for something and then forgotten that it was trigger warned and then got to that part. There's a whole scene in Pucking Around that I got to the scene and I was like, this is going to make me dock it a little bit. I gave it 4.75 stars, but I was like, this is going to make me dock it because I don't think she warned us about this. And then I was on Sprints talking about it and I opened up my copy of it from Kindle Unlimited. And I said, let me just look at the trigger warnings, but I don't think this was mentioned. And it was literally mentioned in the content warnings. So I was like, okay, this is my bad.
Yeah.
I mean, in reality, it's still a 4.75 stars, but not for that necessarily because that was my bad. I was like, I know I read these 3 pages of content and trigger warnings, so clearly I just didn't absorb it.
Yeah, well, you know, that happens too. Like when you're reading as much, like taking in as much as we're taking in to keep the content coming for our channels and all the rest of it, there are going to be points where you have read a synopsis and you don't remember what it's about, or you've read trigger warnings and it's completely left the premises, you know. Right. Like, and you know, there's going to be books that you picked up and go, what the hell was I thinking when I picked it up? Because we go through so much content. And it's quite tricky, really. Rolanda has less than 100 stitches left to go, so she's getting excited for the finish today. She's actually working on stuff for my magazine. I feel bad. I just actually extended the deadlines for a couple of them. I've just extended them a few weeks because I feel like she's just been stitching on stuff for the magazine for the last couple of weeks, and I just feel bad. So, and I appreciate everything that she's doing for the magazine. It's absolutely amazing, and her work is impeccable. If anybody needs a model stitcher, hit Rolanda up. She may or may not work for you. I don't know. After I've exhausted her, she may never work for any designer ever again. Chrissy says, thanks for a lovely day, NNN. It's been awesome as usual. Have a lovely weekend, everybody. No worries. Thanks for being here all day. I'm surprised that you've hung around this long with your kids and everything. Right? Just on school holidays. Same, Neva. I have those 2 books, but keep putting them off for the same kind of reason. On YouTube, can you gift them? I
you're talking
had
about
you
memberships.
can give them. I've gifted them before. Okay, cool. That's fair enough. I don't know enough about it. As I said, I started looking at it and I went, I do not have the capability. I'll just close that and leave that for another time. And went over to Patreon because I already understood how Patreon worked because I'm a Patreon for a couple of people. So
Yeah, me too.
it was familiar territory to me. So I figured I'll just go with what I know as opposed to trying to learn something new. But you know, like I'm not going to say I'm never going to have memberships on the craft channel or even booktube, but at this point in time, Patreon, I sort of just go with it. Next one is for Patreon, I have pay my own, and sometimes it's hard to cancel it. I understand though, not much. Yeah. They don't take a lot of money, whereas YouTube takes a lot more. My understanding is that they take a higher percentage. So that's why a lot of people went to Patreon. I also noticed, though, when I started mentioning Patreon, my views went right down and I got booted right out of the algorithm. It's starting to pick up again.
Because YouTube wants you to use their membership platform.
Yeah. And I've realized that's what it was for. But, like, I just thought it was just a kink in the...
and I know people that basically what they do is they have both options open. So they do membership, but they also do Patreon. So then they tell you you're going to get the same extra content in both places. So like they will post something like how I did. Like I posted my Whip and Chat early to the members.
Yeah.
I would also post it early to the Patreon people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they would still get the same content, but then you could decide which platform you wanted to pay into.
Yeah. And that's what I'm going to look at. Like the 1st of April is my Patreon first year when it comes around. So that is probably what I'm going to look at, because then I would have settled into Patreon, how it all works and got all that. And then I'll open up membership and deal with that.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do as far as membership goes, is leave membership for a year or so and then say, if you want to join Patreon, it's the same content that you're going to get. But
yes, you do, Raleigh, and you're more than welcome to come and join us anytime.
Anytime.
Just give us a hoy and we'll send you the link. Hit me up on Instagram or over on Discord, because I'm pretty sure you're in my Discord as well. Anytime. Come and hang out, have a chit chat. If you want to be shy, that's fine. I'm sure that Neva and I could get you to come out of your shell and talk a lot. Speaking of that, we probably should. I'm going to do one more sprint, and that will be the last sprint for today, and then it will take us up to 10 hours, and we will come back and wrap up, because
this is a good idea. Maybe I'll do that, because I definitely haven't read any of the books that I've bought in the last 3 months.
That is a really good idea.
I definitely haven't, and I could almost honestly, I could set it up as a live stream and set up polls in the live stream instead of doing it, because unfortunately YouTube has changed. You used to be able to do polls actually like in the video. You could click the eye and it could bring down polls for you, and you could do like 3 or 4 polls. And you can't do that any longer. And I only know you could do that because I used to listen to a couple of podcasts through YouTube that would do both of that. But I would listen through YouTube because you could vote on their poll. And then people started being like, well, we have to do polls on Twitter now, whatever. And not everybody has Instagram is the issue. And that's where I tend to post polls, is on Instagram. Now I have started posting polls that are specific to YouTube on the community tab, because I'm like, okay, even if you don't have Instagram, if you're subscribed to my channel, you clearly have YouTube. So like, obviously you can vote that way.
Yeah, you can vote there,
But I think for this idea to work, it would be more fun to do it in a live stream and then post polls in the live stream so that you can see in real time, oh, okay, well, I'm reading this book next.
Yeah. I think that's a really good idea to do it in live streams.
We'll do that.
Yeah. I was just thinking then, like, have I read any of the Kindle books that I have purchased in the last couple of months? That would be no. I seem to get a lot through BookBub. Do I read them? No.
And what's crazy is, like, I purchased, like, I'm pretty sure I purchased the Binding 13 books, I know for sure, and was like, I'm going to read these so soon. I've been wanting to read them for so long. I bought the entire Addicted series. I'm doing a whole reading vlog with the Addicted series. I've only read the first 2 because I knew myself well enough to know, like, girl, if you speed through these, you're gonna burn out. Like, and I know that about myself, so I've taken my time with them. But I'm like, okay, you only read 2. Like, you get a move on, Matt. Like, what are you doing?
That's
But
okay. I'm supposed to be doing a read around the world challenge. I got to Azerbaijan halfway through that book and I seem to have stopped.
I haven't read the second Little Thieves book. I read the first one, but Painted Devils still not read. I read the first one during the Amazing Readathon.
Readathon, yeah.
And then I bought all 3 of the Caraval books. Have I opened any of them? No.
I think buying Kindle books is a hobby. It's not actually anything that you plan to read.
And clearly, even on Kindle, it's just a flipping hobby, bro. Because, like, I am a hoe for, like, the $2 deals. I bought, whose memoir was it that I bought? It was Tom Felton. I bought his memoir because it was like $2 on like a Monday, a random Monday. Like by Tuesday, it was back to like $15.99 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh, let me grab this. And then I grabbed a whole bunch of Grady Hendrix books. Most of them I already read. Like, why am I buying books that I already have read? Because I love Grady Hendrix. So I'm like, take my $2, Grady Hendrix.
Which turns into $50, which turns into $100.
I have Tom Felton's book just sitting up in here beyond the wand. I haven't even opened it. And I love Draco Malfoy. So I don't know what I'm taking so long to do. Like,
maybe you should set yourself to read at least one off your Kindle a month.
I'm gonna have to, because I don't have to be like, listen, you need, and I
You're gonna have to live to 192 to read all your books.
That's why I said 192, because maybe I can make a dent in this TBR before I die. Y'all better bury me with my Kindle. That's all I'm saying. Read it.
Chris is saying, what annoys me are the major booktubers who I am convinced do not read the books. They do a lot of book hauls and very clickbaity titles. My haul of books on Kim Kardashian's wish list.
I'm gonna be honest. This gets to me as well. I notice really big booktubers doing this, and I probably don't even have to say names for you to know who I'm talking about. Okay?
Yeah.
And to be honest, these people I have followed for a long time, like since 2018, 2019, 2020 area. Yeah. And a lot of them I have unsubscribed from, or if I haven't unsubscribed, because I feel bad. Like, unless you're actually problematic, I feel bad unsubscribing from you. But I will turn off notifications. And the reason is because if I feel like what you're doing is just trying to get views, like you're not really doing booktube authentically, I'm not going to engage in your content. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's it. I'll see you later, Rolanda. I will see you tomorrow, possibly, because I've got to stop in and grab the things that you're working on. So yeah. YouTube Shorts still have the vote polls, I believe, but yeah, you could do it in live and vote in the comments. Yeah, definitely. I think that's definitely the way to go.
I'll put a poll up and I'll be like, y'all want to do these live, or y'all? Because I will say people really do interact with my polls, which like I appreciate, because a lot of the content that I create is based off of what people say in the polls.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got to the end of the comments. I do not see any that seem to not read books. But that's sad if they're not. Yeah. I think like it comes down to the content creation, and I guess that, you know, the clickbaity things and all that sort of stuff. Like, I don't watch a lot of big booktubers. The Daniel Green, is it? The Fantasy News. I watch that. I watch Murphy Napier, but not religiously.
Yeah, I do. I like her content.
Yeah, I like her content. I watch more. I don't watch her main channel as much as I watch her vlog channel now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm subscribed to both, and I would
Yeah.
agree with you. Her book channel, when she started reading One Piece, she lost me because
Yeah.
that is not a commitment that I'm willing to make. You know what I mean? Like, no. But I found Murphy in like early 2020, like right before the pandemic really hit. And so I was watching a lot of like her book reviews and stuff. She did some vlogs over there too. But once she started reading One Piece, I was like, bro, I didn't unsubscribe, but I was like,
No, I didn't subscribe either, but I started watching less of her then. But then she started up the vlog channel, which wasn't all about One Piece, and even now her main channel still like we get the One Piece content, but it's not all about One Piece like that. For a while there, it just felt like that's what it was all about.
It was always.
Yeah, and a lot. I mean, obviously there was other stuff happening, but it just felt like she had just discovered it, she was getting into it, and all that sort of stuff. And as creators, we are obviously over obsessed and passionate about what we do. You have to do this. So you can understand where she was coming from. But I think the best thing that she ever did was create that second channel and have the reviews over there, because then it just separated everything.
It separated everything, yeah. And I also acknowledge people that have two channels. I'm like, I could not be me. Now, here's the thing. If people start to get like annoyed with like the whipping chats and stuff, I may open up a second channel, but I put a poll up before I filmed the whipping chat asking, do y'all want to watch a whipping chat or would you prefer not to? And I didn't get any votes for no. I got 25 votes and all of them were for yes, which truly the whipping chats, it's so much easier for me to just have like a conversation because you can't see my face.
Yeah. That's the best thing about whipping chats. It's just the diamond painting. And I used to do that, like Chrissy's not here now, but Chrissy used to be always in the comments on my Stitch With Me's, which had the book content. And then I had to split it because I was getting a lot of like I didn't come here for this and all that sort of stuff. And that was fair enough because it was predominantly a craft channel, and it was like 15,000 subscribers in that I decided to start talking about my books and everything. It was probably less than that, but I started talking about books and whatnot every Monday, and a lot of people weren't happy with that, and that's fine, and I understand. So I listen to the audience and I come over here, and I'm happy to be over here because I've met some amazing people and all that sort of stuff. I mean, Neva's one of them, and now we hang out and do diamonds and books, and whether anybody likes it or not, we're getting craft and books together. So but to be honest, my diamond painting doesn't do that well because I was predominantly a sewing channel, and it was something that, even though I was doing it in 2018, I didn't do a lot of content on it. So I just randomly do it now because I find that there are a lot of bookish people that do puzzles, coloring, and diamond painting. So I think that you'll be fine. I don't think you'll have to do like two channels. I think you will just definitely be fine.
And I think at some point I might do like a live whipping chat, where we just hang out and talk. I will say that every time that I have done a live stream that is not sprinting, because I used to do my wrap-ups live also, and then I decided not to do wrap-ups anymore, but I might bring them back next year. I don't know. When I was doing those live, I would get 2 or 3 people that would come in and be like, well, when are we sprinting? And I'm like, this isn't a sprint. Like, it literally says in, like, and I mean, I try to be nice about it, but if I put it in the title, live wrap up, live September wrap up, that's what it is. Like,
that's a sprint.
But I don't know. Yeah, I think that enough people have combined crafts that can be done with your hands that don't take a ton of thought, and reading or listening to audiobooks, which is reading, enough now that it works. works. I think
It
a couple
does, it
years ago it wouldn't have worked.
Hmm.
People would have been like, "Why are you diamond painting when you
Hmm.
are talking about books?" Which I mean, I did talk about books in my Whipper chat. Like I did talk about like what I'm reading, watching, and listening to, which is so cliche, but like I didn't know how else to put it, so I was like, "That's just what it is."
Sometimes you just got to go with the cliche because it's why it works.
Right. Cliche for a reason.
That's it. That's exactly right. All right, we're going to go to another sprint. You down with that?
Yep.
Yep. Cool. 45 minutes. Okay.
Yep. That is totally fine.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll see everybody in 45 minutes. Happy crafting and reading, everybody. Well, hello everybody. How did everyone go in that sprint? I went out and watered the garden because we had a hot day here and planted a vegetable garden the other last weekend. So yeah, went out and watered that and watered the carrots and fed the kitties and narrowly had a bad day at work, so I listened to her bitch about work and so I'm going to make her pancakes, ice cream and maple syrup for dinner tonight. That's what she feels like. So yeah. She's not having a good time at work at the moment. So yeah, there's someone there that's not that good to work with, and they seem to be stuck together quite a bit. So she's not impressed, which means that it will move up her moving out of home because she'll move over to Toowoomba to the new store that's opening up. And yeah, which I'm not really pleased about. But, you know, it is what it is. They grow up, they move out of home, and yeah. And then I'll be Nigel here in the house. Hanging out, reading me books and doing me diamond painting. With me cats. So I'm not the crazy cat lady because I only have 2.
That's fair. Well, I filmed a vlog clip, which is great, you know, because I have a vlog going out on Sunday for Vlogoween, which if no one knows what that is, I made it up. Okay. I started doing it last year, and like I just read thrillers the whole time. This year is a little bit different. Like it's just mostly just weekly vlogs. I don't really feel like I mean, if I feel like reading a thriller, I will. I'm just not like really in a thriller kind of mood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm counting ACOTAR as smut for Smuttober. So I've officially read my first Smuttober book, which is, of course, Thorns and Roses.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I did that, and then I realized that I put like 12 or 15 drills down wrong, so I had to pick those off. So that was a great time.
I had to do that last night too.
I could have left them. But it would have made it look kind of funny, like the Gryffindor flag background that they have, because you get like a block of this like solid dark red, and then you get a block of the red AB.
Yeah.
And so it would have just extended the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th block, which is this dark red. It would have just extended it too far. Like, so probably no one would have noticed but me. But I was like, bitch, you are putting down the wrong ABs. Like the wrong things. Like you're supposed to be putting ABs down. Like what are you doing? That's fine. Yeah, so I spent the last 5 minutes just like peeling off diamonds. You know what? I am grateful that I got these square diamonds because it gave me tweezers.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about what I had to do when I like screwed up something without tweezers.
You got to sit there and try and get them off, and they're near impossible to get off.
It's truly not. It's not a time. So, thank God for tweezers. That's what I used to pick them all off. Lord,
the things we do. There's a few comments have come in. No, we've had that one. Which one? There are artists that also talk about TV shows, movies, etc. while they do art, cozy vlogs, and talk about books. So it works. That's it. It does. I think it does.
Well, and if you like the Whippet Chats, I'll do them every week. Because I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I think I said it in the Whippet Chat. I literally filmed this Whippet Chat on Tuesday morning at like 4:45 a.m. because I was like, when else is my house gonna be quiet enough for me to film this? Yeah. And I didn't really want to film it in the room because like my big diamond painting that's like actually interesting to watch me work on is down here. So I was like, how am I gonna film this? So I literally told Mr. Reedy and Neva, I was like, if this Whippet Chat does well, I was like, I just want you to know that every Tuesday I will be coming home from work and just like sitting in the living room.
Yeah.
And filming my Whippet Chat. And he was like, are you serious? And I was like, yeah. I was like, it's literally just me diamond painting and talking about whatever the hell I feel like talking about. Now, maybe next time, like I did ask, like if people have questions they want me to answer or like something specific they want me to talk about. Otherwise, I'll just make some notes for next time because I didn't have any this time. I just started talking, so that's fine. But also it feels kind of like therapy. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just talking.
Yeah, just getting stuff off your chest
about whatever.
Yeah. I've done, I think I'm up to episode, I don't know, 100 and something, I think, or 80 something for Stitch With Me's. And basically, I have taken people on such a roller coaster ride over the last couple of years because I took people with me through the journey of Mia going back to her mum, and like to the point where I'd have to stop. In some places, I stopped talking because I started to tear up. And all that sort of stuff. I even went into like a Zoom meeting, which I don't recommend for anybody that's going through trauma to go into a Zoom meeting and have one of your friends say, "How are you?" And then you go, "I'll be back," and have to shut down the meeting because I just burst into tears. So I've taken, like, Chrissy and Rolanda have been around for a while. Rolanda hasn't been around as long as Chrissy, but Chrissy has gone through the whole lot with me and just talking about it. And it has been therapy because I can't afford a therapist. So YouTube's been my therapist couch, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a therapist, but like, you know, that's her job to listen to me.
Yeah.
I feel like if you tune into a Whippet chat where you know that what I'm going to be doing is just talking,
yeah,
like you're choosing to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like that's like great and everything. And plus, like, I hope that like me talking about something will help somebody else. Like, even if they don't share, like, I'm not expecting y'all to like share about it in the comments, but like if like you're going through something like similar, like maybe it'll make you feel less alone.
Yeah.
But
and
like,
I have had many emails from people just saying thank you for being so honest. And, you know, because life sucks sometimes and we need to be honest about that. The more people that are honest about it, people will realize that this is like, it's not the great normal, but it is normal for some people, you know,
yeah.
to be dealing with this crap and mental health and all that sort of stuff. And it just makes it a lot easier to make you feel like you're less alone. And I've had lots of people that have gone through a death of a loved one, loss of their pets, all that sort of stuff, reach out to me and to say thank you. You know, like, I don't feel so alone and you've helped me get through a certain thing just by waffling on about
Whatever.
Whatever. Like, and I seriously, like, if you go back and watch some of my Stitch With Me's and all the rest of it, the conversation can take some turns.
And I mean, with these channels that I've found, like these diamond painting channels that I found where they do whipping chats, I don't really comment on their old ones, but like Katie's, like I'm working my way through from the beginning because I'm like, listen, the only way I'm gonna know who you are is to watch all these from the beginning. So like I just like open up her playlist and I just play them because I'm like, it's giving her views, you know what I mean? But also, like, I don't comment on them if they're like from like she has a lot of them from like 2020. I'm not gonna comment on those.
Yeah.
But it gives me something to listen to while I'm diamond painting, but also it makes me feel like I have some kind of connection to these people. Like, they don't know who I am, but like at least this way I'm not just going into like a random whipping chat and I'm like, I don't know who you are, but sure, let me listen about your life. That just feels strange to me. You know what I mean? So I was like, let me just listen to these people's whipping chats and like get to know who they are, and then that's fine.
I struggle, like, even though I talk freely and all that sort of stuff, I still struggle with recognition because I don't know how to deal with recognition because I've never had recognition through my life. Like, I didn't get it as a young person or anything like that. So I struggle with it. Like, when people are like, oh, and I'm like, I just want to hide. I don't know how to deal with it. It's just like, yet, and my I call her my sister, but she's not actually a blood sister, but she's more family to me than my own family is. And she says to me, she goes, "You're so everywhere, and like you're so like you just talk about everything, and you don't care." I said, "I do care. I realize after I've said it that I actually care, and then I get the recognition for the talking, and then I'm like, I don't know how to deal with that." She just laughs at me. She just looks at me. She goes, "That's because you've never had it," and I'm like, "I know that, but it's still weird."
Yeah, I think that's my thing with YouTube too, is like people will say like, "Thank you for posting this video," and I'm like, okay. Like I don't know how to take. Like I'll be like, "You're welcome," but then I'm just like, "Why are you thanking me?" Like in my head, like that's what I'm thinking is like, because like I do say like at the end of my videos, like I'll say like, "Thank you for watching," and I do prompt people to like leave an emoji just because I do want to see if people are watching to the end.
Yeah.
Because yes, like my views will reflect it, but also like if it's not something that people want to see, like I'm not gonna keep doing it. It's weird, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I could just as easily talk to myself, which I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I will be sitting here like diamond painting, just like talking to myself, like talking about what I have to do tomorrow or whatever. Like I can easily.
So you
do
may as
that.
well press record and film that.
If people don't want to listen to me, I can do it myself, but I can also record it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like people will like I will say like I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope it was helpful, whatever. And like when I did my Kindle collections video, my organizing my Kindle video, that thing was 2 minutes because I had already filmed for 15 minutes and thought that it was filming. It was not filming.
Oh, no.
So then I was pissed off. And I even said it like in the beginning. I was like, this is going to be a very short video because I'm just going to show you how to do it. And then we're going to move on. If you want a longer video, I'll make it. But I've already tried to record this once. And I sat here talking to myself for 15 minutes and then realized it wasn't recording. So I was angry. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's only like 2 minutes, but that video still gets views daily. Like, I don't know. And clearly people want to know how to organize their Kindle. Okay. But people had commented on it and were like, "Thank you for this. I didn't know you could do this." Like, this is not something that I discovered on my own. Like, I'm pretty sure I probably found it on somebody else's YouTube channel, like them organizing their Kindle. And then I was like, "Oh, I guess I could do this for my whatever." So then, like, when I get recognized for that, I'm like, "You're welcome." But also, it wasn't me that came up with this.
It's weird. It's very weird. As a creator, it's very weird. And Rolanda has a finish. Yay! Doing the happy dance. She's like, "Yes, I don't have to stitch anything for a couple of weeks for Nicole." Woo! I imagine it's a huge happy dance happening right now. Got 88% into the year of witching and about done with the corner of my diamond painting. Awesome. Diamond painting. No worries, Chris. Thank you very much for hanging around. I hope we entertained you for most of your evening, and we'll see you again soon, no doubt. I'm here for whenever you need me. That's awesome. Thank you very much, hon. I really do appreciate all the hard work that you've been doing because it has been a godsend. Because otherwise, I'd have to stitch it and I'd get nothing else done. So yeah. So it helps me out heaps, and it also means that I can do embroidery stuff and all that sort of stuff and put more into the magazine and all that sort of thing. So yeah, it helps out a lot. But on that note, we have got to the end of the comments and I believe the end of the stream. We have been going for over 10 hours. We said we'd be here for 8. We've been here for 10. We have entertained you with our antics. And we will be back again next week for another Neva and Nicole show. More diamond painting, more craziness, more dyslexia from me first up, and then I become a whiz at reading out loud by the end of the stream. But yes, we will be here. Make sure that you go and check out Neva's video, which should be up. When is that going up, did you say?
It goes up at noon Eastern.
Yep.
I have no idea what time that is for anybody else. I just want people to know. But it goes up at noon Eastern because today is Friday for me. It's Friday at like 5:10 in the morning.
Okay. So in another 6 hours. So it's about 2 a.m. for us here in the Southern Hemisphere.
Okay, yeah. So it'll go up then. Because I'm still playing with the algorithm to figure out what times I'm supposed to be uploading, because who even knows at this point.
Okay, so if you go into on a laptop, if you go into your analytics and go to your audience and then scroll down a bit, there's a graph there that highlights, and wherever it's really dark purple on that is where all of your subscribers are pretty much on the platform.
All at once. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well,
and I'm pretty sure before we leave, we'll just do this. I'm pretty sure that is also available in YouTube Studio. If you go to your audience, so you go to analytics and then go to your audience. Yeah, and it's in there. There you go. That's what it looks like, Neva.
Okay.
And that tells you, so where it's real pale, like light purple, there's hardly any subscribers on. When it's really dark purple, that's when majority, like nearly all of your subscribers are on the platform, whether they're on your channel or not, but that's when they're on the platform. So that is a good time for you to post. And because this is my craft channel, if you look at mine is like at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, because majority of my audience is based in the US for my craft channel. So that's when they're mostly watching. So there's a lot of that. That's pretty much what I do. And I just usually post on that first one, that when it changes to the dark purple. So I'll do it within half an hour of that first one. See if that makes a difference for you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this one will go up at noon. And then I'll watch the analytics to see. Mm-hmm. I will read and reply to all the comments, because the platform is so small enough for me to do that. But I will say that there will probably be a few hours difference between the time that y'all watch and leave comments and the time I get to the comments, because I won't get to the comments until I get up for the day.
You actually work on Southern Hemisphere time.
Yeah, my schedule is on Southern Hemisphere time. Yeah. So if and I could do the Whippin' Chats as like a premiere at some point if people want that. I just feel weird doing premieres because, like, do people really want to talk to me while they watch the video? I just feel
surprisingly they do.
But like,
if that's like people that will chat with you,
if that's a thing that we want to do, we could do it, and then I would post. Like, obviously, I would set premieres for later in the evening, probably like 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
just because that's late. That's late enough for Australian people.
Yeah.
But also,
see, everybody's shifted time here except for me. I'm still on the normal time. My time never shifts, but everybody else in Australia except for WA has shifted time. So because they've all gone into daylight saving time. So it takes a little bit of an adjustment. So at 7, when it's 7 p.m. for you, it's 9 a.m. for me, 10 a.m. for Crystal.
Got you. Okay, yeah. And then it's also like early enough for the East Coast people, which is where I am, but not too early necessarily for the West Coast people.
Yeah. Because West Coast is a couple of hours behind you, aren't they?
Yeah, West Coast is 3 hours behind me.
Yeah.
So if I do like an 8 o'clock, if we did like an 8 o'clock premiere, that would put them at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
But if I do anything past like 9 p.m., then it's too late. Like it's getting too late for the Eastern people.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And 24-hour sprints for October?
Yes. 24-hour sprints for October will be the weekend of the 20th. So the 20th and the 21st. So not next weekend, but the weekend after.
Yep.
We have lots of people. We have people coming back. We have new people, I think. I think Nicole is hosting sprints, which I don't think she's done for 24 sprints yet. I think she's just been a co-host with other people. I believe Brittany will be there. I don't know. I don't have the stupid Google sheet pulled in front of me. Rainey is coming back. Kelsey is coming back. Kelsey is actually hosting sprints for the first time for 24-hour sprints. I think when Kelsey's been on before, she was on like with Brittany, I think. I'm just gonna pull up the Google sheet because I'm gonna feel really stupid. Aoife will be joining us for 24-hour sprints, which I do not. Aoife joined us for 24-hour sprints in August, I think. Yeah. So far, set in stone, I have me. It'll be me, Nicole, Kelsey, and then Aoife is at 4 a.m. So I'm opening it up, okay? If people want to come host sprints, send me a message. I have a 12 a.m. slot and the 8 a.m. slot that's still open. They're all in Eastern time because I'm sorry, I'm not trying to break down the time zones.
No. Well, I'll be hosting my normal. Well, I co-hosted with Tina last time, and I've also co-hosted with Leandra, and that was both at 6 a.m. So I just took that slot. I went, I'll just jump in there. It's 6 a.m. for me. I'm up anyway.
Yeah. So if people want to come host, you're more than welcome. We love new faces. You know what I'm saying? Crystal will be in here, I think, somewhere. I think she's gonna try to come, but I also know that it's her partner's mom's birthday or something. So she was saying she's just got to find out. So if y'all want to come host. Otherwise, I'll get it filled in. But that is the plan.
I'm getting up at 6 a.m. to do the slot after you anyway. So if we need me to slot in again, that if we can't fill those later ones, I'm going to be up anyway. So
yeah, I'm kind of at the point like when Rainey had the emergency. Rainey was supposed to be on, I think, in July. She had a family emergency, so I ended up just taking her. So I just ended up doing 8 hours instead of 4.
Yeah,
which was fine. I just took a nap a little bit earlier than I usually would, but we always figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's it. There's plenty of us around to figure it out and whatnot. So yeah.
So
yeah, and I have nothing really. Well, I've got my sprints happening every week, and I have Smuttober TBR coming out tomorrow. That will go up at 7 a.m. Or 6 a.m., something like that. It's scheduled for, so that will go up, and and I'll have other videos obviously going up. I'm working on a couple of things at the moment, meet the author, all that sort of stuff. First time reading authors and whatnot. I'm still working my way through that. Joy Denton is the next one. I finish a second book. I've got a third one to go, but that's it. Tomorrow I go and celebrate my daughter's birthday with her. We're going out for dinner, and I'm just going to take a chill weekend and relax and read some books and do some diamond painting, cross stitch and crafting and just what I normally do. But that is it from us today. We have entertained you enough, I think. We're going to call it a day. Thank you, everybody that joined us today. Thank you for those that are watching the replay of the live stream, because we do get a few people that watched it back. If you should happen to get this far after watching it back, don't forget to leave us an emoji in the comments. And we will see you next week. And I will see you on Sunday evening. Bye, everybody.